be in Hollywood for Sammy Shore's. You know, Sammy passed away.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to his celebration of life in West Hollywood at the Law Factory. You want to go?
I got to feel like I'm here.
No, get someone else to fill in. You can go with us. Me and Chris is going.
I was going fishing until
Fishing where? Desert Shores?
at the lake. Yeah, Desert Shores. I was going to drop the line in at Desert
You
Shores.
can. It costs you you can fish from that. I got to take.
World Championship. We are live at the Orleans for an event we've been excited about for some time. We had a great Friday night, but now things, you could feel the intensity a little bit different than we had last night. Great party, but now our 74 qualifiers, we got a full field, are going to kick things off. $30,000 top prize, $135,000 in prizes, and what do you expect to see today?
You know, it's going to be interesting to see how these top guys that play so many games, you know, it's different playing at your home bar versus playing on a stage this big. So intensity, it's going to be intensity here.
So we've got a couple of different heats. We've got guys, the 74 players are all going to play the same courses, same 5 courses. We're going to reveal them one at a time. Same setup, same wind, same everything. And we're going to get this thing going. So let's kick it to Matt Van Hoosier. Matt, the third part of our team here, get us going with the introductions.
All right, thanks, Adam. So guys, so kind of the flow of how we're going to go today, right? This is a 5-course qualifier, as Adam said. We have an A group and a B group. The signs are posted here. All of you have been notified what your pairings are. I will still read you off as we start the first course today. And then we will go snake style. So it's A group and a B group, and then we'll go to the second course, and it's B then A. That way nobody has an unfair number of looks ahead for the B group folks. Special for today, in between each course, we're going to have a pros versus Joes, or pros and Joes, sorry, event, not versus, where if you're in the audience and you are not in this tournament, but you would like to try to participate, find somebody with a blue shirt in the audience, looks just like this one. They can give you a raffle ticket. I'll have the course winner for whichever course we've just played come up, draw the raffle number. We'll read it off. We'll get somebody up here. You have 3 chances at a closest to the pin style hole. If you put it within 10 feet, $100. If you get a hole in one, $500. If you do not get it within the 10 feet, then the pro gets a chance at the hole. And if they get the hole in one, $50 gift card. They also get to coach you along the way. So we'll have some interesting back and forth there on what you can do in Golden Tee and what the pro can help you out as far as getting close to the hole. So I think that should be exciting. So if you want to get in on that, find somebody with a blue shirt, and we'll get the raffle tickets for you, and we'll draw those as we go. Other than that, today is qualifier day, right? That's the focus of today. And so we will call the first set of names here and go ahead and get going. The first course today will be Agave Ranch. This is a lot conditions card too, guys, so make sure you get a swipe from an official before you start your matches. So, without too much further ado here, on machine 1, we're going to have Andy Haas and Chris Longino. You can come on up as you go, guys. Yeah, clap it up for them. Yeah, clap it up. On machine 2, world champion from 2 years ago, Mark Stenmark and Chris Brewer. On machine 3, I have Paul Luna and Steve Beatty. On machine 4, I have Greg Kinsler and Michael Jager. 5 is Jeff Harlow and Ryan Sparks. 6, Will Sandstead and Robert Brown. 7, Shane Marks and Sean Tickner. 8, Steve Kramer and Brian Bernhardt. 9, Anthony Dacus and Danny Bell. 10, Joe Massara and Brandon Harris. 11, Steve Dakin and Jason Lachavo. 12, Al Zerl and Charlie Hall. 13, Seth Standifer and Josh Mertzig. 14, Todd Boyer and Mike Johnston. 15, Ed Godfrey and Jared Decker. 16, our second closest to the pin winner yesterday, Chris McKenzie and Jim Clomperens. On 17, Seth Harris and Jeff Lannon. 18 is Oliver Ayala and Gavin Herron. And 19, Gary Sheldon and James Bradwell. Make sure you get a swipe.
All right, so here we go. The format here is pretty simple. Matt mentioned it. Just go low. Go low. Tomorrow, it's a lot different. You're going to play your opponent. Today, you are playing the courses. And those courses we know pretty well. And we'll explain a little bit about what you guys will be watching and a little bit about each course as we work our way into it. So now the guys are getting their equipment set up, getting them ready, making sure they're good to go, and we are off and running. So Agave Ranch, what are you looking to see here?
Well, honestly, Agave Ranch is a beautiful course. One of the cleanest courses Jim has ever created in the team, and it's going to be interesting. The scores are going to be low. There's a lot of par 5s that are now drivable par 4s with the new tee boxes that came out in the spring. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects some of the players that may not play as much. Massive
scores, not just massive amount of scoring you're going to see here. I know the hole that they that you liked in your profile, and the reason I like the kind of the different holes that we should look out at, it's not just hole 18, which we've done in the past, or hole 17, the challenging par 3s or par 5s. You're picking like different holes. So you pick hole 13 as a kind of a tricky par 3 that you think could create some drama.
Yeah, with the new tee boxes, there's a couple different looks at it. Sometimes you might have a wedge at the hole, might have a little bit longer look. Of course, it has a little break in the middle of the green, so you got to be careful because if you get wet, the drop spot is not friendly.
So you talked about this a little bit last night, the qualifying mentality. Again, so you're not here to beat another player. Well, you're here to beat all the players, I guess, and shoot lower scores, but this is a marathon event, so you've got 5 courses, you're producing 5 scores. Like, as you're getting going and trying to ease yourself into this, like, what is your approach?
You got to find the balance between playing it safe and playing your normal game. Again, as I mentioned earlier, playing at your home location or playing with your buddies at your home edition or whatever the case may be is a lot different than playing at a live event, much less something as big as a stage.
Yeah, and I think ultimately our approach would probably be a little bit different than these guys too. I know for me, when you'd play in something like this, like getting those first couple of holes out of the way is welcoming. In truth, we picked Agave because it is a little bit more score friendly.
Yeah, it's a friendly course, and you can kind of see with some of the shots already that one was not necessarily drivable, but people were trying to chip in for eagle. So that same thing with hole 2. A lot of these guys are going to be hitting big C3 hook shots and then chipping in and try to get that extra stroke in the beginning.
That'll be a fun hole to watch too, hole 2 in match play, because the setups are always a little bit different. You can get close. Certainly guys that can chip the ball well have a potential advantage. A great sudden death hole also, that if you're, games that go into overtime in match play tomorrow, that's a course that's going to produce some fun ones. This is a course too that because the scoring is so low and because these guys are going to be able to do it, I know it's like the match play drama, the potential for overtime, it's going to create a lot of that.
Yeah, with holes 1 and 2, there's a lot of guys that use the grabber golf balls, and then there's a lot of guys that also use streaks. Streaks have a little bit of extra distance, so a lot of these guys might use that streak on Agave specifically for 1 and 2 when it's a closer setup that, the closer you get, the easier of chip you have for that eagle, especially when it comes to sudden death. That could really make a difference.
You mentioned the new tees. This is what's awesome about this year and what Jim Zielinski's done, and the art team as well. And we'll talk to Jim here in a little bit about this and some of the other new courses we have coming, but he created a par 5 and he turned it into a par 4 midway through the year. So it was a par 5 for 4, 5, 6 months, and then boom, like that, drivable par 4. And I love that. Like it's a new change here these last few years and something we're carrying forward, not just carrying forward, but adding on to. Certainly these guys have already seen it, even though it's new-ish. Played it a handful of times, it will come at no surprise, but it's cool that some of these courses have gone through that transition just halfway through.
Well, and the thing is, these guys, some of these guys play hundreds and hundreds of games a month. So, introducing the new tees in early spring, they got a few months look at these courses versus, the 9 months that 2019's been out.
So again, if you're just joining us, we're here at the Orleans for the 2019 Golden Tee World Championship. Thank you to this venue and to this casino and hotel for playing host once again. It's been fabulous. Thank you to Boyd Gaming. We're going to try and get some updated the final odds because the odds are now closed on this thing. So I know
we believe.
hopefully. So we had some odds last night, and some of the favorites were bet down significantly. We'll see how that changes. And
I believe Andy Haas, might have went down to 4-1. We'll check in on Facebook and see if we get those updated odds from some of the players.
So the odds are closed, and again, the format here is pretty straightforward. Everybody's playing the same course, same conditions, same holes. Top 32 lowest scores, and that will be the big transition. Oh, we do have final odds. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, Andy Haas 4-1.
Mark Stenmark 2-1.
I still can't
Paul
believe
Luna
it.
6-1. Evan Gossett 5-1. Joe Massara 6-1. Jeff Lannon 12-1. I won't read all these because it'll take an hour. Andy Fox 8-1. So those are your favorites as of now. So we'll see what happens.
All right, so again, we're taking a look at the par 5 that's now par 4. For hole 4, it's pretty easy, but if you come short of that green, you're going to get stuck in some mud. It's going to make it difficult to chip out even for birdie.
Yeah, there's not a ton of water on the course, but you're right, the surfaces always can, if you end up in an off surface on this hole or a certain hole, it can be difficult to make chipping a chore. But yeah, now, cut line. The cut line is always a fun number that we like to play with at different events. Now, the difference is we know the courses.
Right, and these guys don't.
We know, and now they know at least 20% of them. So if you had to pick a cut line, what it's going to take to get into the championship bracket, what would you pick?
Actually not even thinking about the courses that we know, I would say 115, 120. That actually is probably low. You might be looking at a 130 cut line. I'd say between 120 and 130. I might be off a little bit, but I'd say somewhere in that range.
So again, for perspective, you're taking your 5 courses and you're going under par. So a minus 125 cut line would be an average game score of 2,500, which is absurd, by the way. Most of the tournaments that you go to, that I've gone to, are in that 112 to 119 range, something like there. This is maybe the greatest Golden Tee field we've ever had.
Yeah, and the courses with the new tees having more drivable par 4s, and looks at it, some of these pars are going to end up being 30 or 31 if you're playing clean throughout all 18 holes.
So there's a couple Golden Tee terminology we're going to use. You say playing clean, and that's a good one. There's an expectation, I think, from these guys, at least a lot of them, is you've got a drivable par 4 like this, that you do what's asked of you, which is eagle, right? You hit it on the green, you make your putt. Like that's, they're looking for more. A clean round is basically doing that, right? So Golden Tee par, it's not golf even par.
Right.
This is not that. It's I'm accomplishing what I set out to do on each hole, and then if one of them goes in, or if I drop a shot, if I birdie a par 5, if I go in the water, then the clean round goes away. But it's not necessarily common at the local watering hole because a clean round is just not something you often see.
Exactly, and again, these pars range so much depending on the tee boxes. I say it a lot in my live streams, but Jim Zielinski and the team with these new tee boxes in the spring really changed things up, and this year there was even more variety than before. So the par is really going to vary on some of these courses by 2 to 3 strokes, and we've never seen these looks. These are all fresh looks that they're playing with the lock condition cards.
That's a good point too. So this is not in the normal, like the tournament games. We have cards that we use to swipe in that are designated for each course. That's the way we were able to lock these guys in.
Yeah, and so when you say lock, just we talked about a bit, but it's the same winds, it's the same pin position, it's the same tee boxes. Everything, every variable in the game is the same when it comes to the course setups.
Different vibe versus last night.
And it's also weird watching these guys play with 14 clubs instead of 3 and 4 and the closest to the pin.
So yeah, that was fun. I know we cut off a little bit early last, but you guys got the gist of the event, which was the best players in the world having to deal with a bag that was a third of what it normally is. It was amazing to watch.
Actually, yeah, probably less than that. But Mark Stenmark, 2017 world champion, ended up winning that. So $3,030.30 check that he took in last night. So it's a great start for the former champ, and be interesting to see how he plays this weekend.
Absolutely. Big favorite. That's certainly in the 2 years we've been doing this, I think that's the lowest we've seen the odds get, but certainly you understand potentially why. So again, it's we're going to be, as Matt alluded to earlier, we are going to be showcasing all the qualifying action. Once both Heat A and Heat B play the course, we'll kind of reset things. We'll have our Pro and Joe event. I'm used to saying Pro versus Joe as well. We've done it before.
It's just a common term.
Absolutely. So Pro and Joe, the teaming up of that is going to be a lot of fun. The guidance, the vibe of that, to get one of the best players in the world, a guy that is going to shoot the lowest score in this course, a chance at $500. That's cool. I mean, when we were talking about how we can take this to another level, the one thing we said we wanted to do was bring the audience involved. Mm-hmm. We want to respect these guys while they're playing for $30,000, but also in between here when we can take a breath, let these guys, and they can win money, by the way, too. That's the other cool thing about this. $500 is on the line for them.
They're not only winning $500 in cash for themselves as the Joe, they're winning $500 in cash potentially for their Pro as well. So there's a good reason for the Pro to do their best coaching if possible.
Yeah, coach away here, and then worry about the next course. So we're moving along. The other thing, the big difference between yesterday and today, and I was talking about it earlier, is the pace of play. Mm-hmm. It's going to be extremely fast. So last night, as these guys only had 4 clubs in our special event, they're trying to figure out exactly where to position the ball, and it's a lot of thought that goes into it. And there's certainly thought that goes into every single shot, given the stakes. But because they played so many games, that changes a little bit, does it not?
Yeah, I mean, we thought that it was going to be a little bit of a longer event because it's so new, but these guys are such great players that they took all the time they needed to figure out where they could lay up.
Yeah, that last year when we did this, I think that the qualifier, you never know how it's going to run. A lot of people, we've increased the size of the field this year as well. But I remember that, it was amazing. It kind of came and went. So with 2 heats, we'll kind of be bouncing everybody through. Especially this course, I think it's the fastest one we're going to have. I mean, just full transparency. Like
Absolutely.
This is the course that I think, and also this is the course. If you're a player, you feel like an obligation to come out strong on, though. Like this is, there's a lot of scoring opportunities.
Starting off hot, especially on Agave Ranch, where you could potentially shoot a 30 or 31, you're going to see a lot of great shot points being a tiebreaker when it comes to those leaderboards.
So if you had to pick the low score for this as well, would you say 31? I was going to say 31.
No, I would say 32. I haven't, maybe a 30-31 setup that I'm seeing so far, but you get 1 or 2 hole outs.
Outstanding outfit, by the way, right there.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely outstanding. Haven't heard too much noise yet, so I don't think anybody's hit a hole-in-one on any of these par 3 or par 4s.
You know, it's nerve-wracking, too.
It is.
I think I was talking about this earlier. You got some guys, a lot of guys wearing headphones now. I think that changes. Understand why to try and get in the zone. Some guys just trying to, feel this out. By the way, here's your hole that you've talked about as being kind of the one you had your eyes on. That was a pretty good look at it.
Yeah, the tiered green's really going to make a difference now. This is definitely a hole that's going to come into play, not only for qualifying. It does look like a little bit of an easier look, but also for match play on Sunday.
Tiered green strategy? Well, don't get on the wrong tier would be
I
the
would
strategy.
say avoid the tiers at all costs.
So if you guys are watching at home, by the way, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, share this thing. Pass it along, please. We're going to be here all day. We're going to have some fun. We'll be showcasing all the qualifying. We'll do a wrap-up at the end to kind of talk about the field and the bracket for tomorrow. Also, something we alluded to last night that we haven't said yet is all of this is going to be packaged and condensed down into a broadcast on ESPN in August, which we are really, really excited for. That's why we're going to look like we're overdressed for the occasion tomorrow, because we'll be appropriately dressed. Finally.
For ESPN, yeah, we got to make sure that we look good and for the big stage.
No, so it's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, please share this, send it to everybody, and tune in all day here as we get going.
All right, so we're looking at
Andy Haas on hole 18, Agave Ranch. Nice setup again. This is another par 5 that is now a par 4, a drivable par 4 with those new tee boxes.
So you had 2 holes, I believe, on this course change pars, correct? And so that's the beauty of not just moving the tees around, it's moving, the whole hole changes dynamic. Now the green stays the same, things like that. But and look, we had a game that was what, a 18, 16-minute game right there. I think you're going to see a lot of that today.
No.
That's some distance, Pete.
When you're playing in these, does your what's the element of your game that you're most worried about changing because of the pressure? Is it putting? Is it chipping? You know, it's feel things, right?
You know, I'd have to say it'd be chipping. I joke in my live streams up from the Golden Tee Lounge about using the 5 hybrid and just hoping for the best, but really, whether it's a national tournament or something, especially like the World Championship, a lot of pressure. You know, even these top guys that have been on this stage many times before and played in these high profile matches, there's still a little bit of nerves. They might not admit it, but you can see it in some of the shots and some of the mistakes that they do end up making.
Well, and the chipping too, it's not just, you know, punching a lob wedge or a sand wedge or what you'd see in the normal golf. I mean, these are guys that when they do miss the green on occasion, the thought is, I'm going to use a lower lofted club and I'm going to hammer this in, right? This is synonymous with this level of play and Golden Tee in general, but it's, you know, at that point that not only when they do miss occasionally, the thought is that next shot is, it's going to go in. You know what I mean? Okay, I missed it, that's fine, but I'm going to do this thing right.
You know, with holes 1 and 2, we saw those looks that these are close to being drivable, not exactly there to putt in for eagle on the first or second hole, but again, the chipping is really going to come into play for some of those fringe, possibly drivable if they get a 155 on the shot feedback meter.
So you're seeing the leaderboard between games here as well. So guys are moving along. You got guys finishing up and scores rounding out a little bit here as we get going.
That's a nice shot to the green.
To me, it was putting too, Kevin. It was, and again, I'm not the level of player that these guys are, but what you'll see a lot in this, if you're not familiar with it, is guys that will just tap in each other's putts. If you hit it close to the hole, and these guys do a lot of that, it's a good putt there. You'll see them kind of tap in as a courtesy gesture, as a way to speed things along, is kind of, when they do that, the putt is in by rule. You decide to put somebody else's putt in, and you see it a lot. I always actually, when I was playing, even if it was like a 5-6 footer, I would like to putt it in. Like I'd like to get that out of the way just to hit the ball and say, okay.
You know, and again, those short putts don't seem like a lot, but for somebody who doesn't play on these level or as much games, it helps you get in your rhythm and keep that up.
One of the biggest, like, you know, you wonder in terms of getting better at this game, and you get to this level through play, repetition really, and also aligning yourself with a player who's probably better than you, that can teach you, and you buy him a beer. That's been the development of a Golden Tee player for 30 years. But the putting in this, you don't want to say it's a formality, because it's not. When these guys are in their local bar, it is more of a formality. They do miss putts on occasion, but it all kind of trickles into itself. You're going to hit the ball closer to the hole, and by nature you're going to make most of those putts. But the difference, in my mind, is putting is, when they're on the green, if it doesn't go in, something's different, right? You know, something has gone wrong for these guys. That's the most amazing thing to me when you watch them. It is A to B, done and done, in the hole.
Yeah, these guys, a lot of these guys have played so much, it's almost like a natural reaction
Yeah.
to them.
Yeah, they don't need to read. You know, it goes right in. And chipping with some of these guys is that way too, depending on the chip. If they're slightly off the green, they have a 6, a 7 iron or something like that. With a reasonable amount of break, it's going to go in the hole.
In this hole here you're looking at, I believe it's 15. Not necessarily a drivable par 5, but with the new tee boxes, some looks do give you the opportunity to either chip in for eagle, or excuse me, double eagle, or maybe even putt in. I know we've seen that with some YouTube shots of people have gotten rock kicks onto the green putting in for double eagle, but not seeing that today for qualifying.
All right, so we're moving along here at the Orleans 2019 Golden Tee World Championship. We're going to step away for a few minutes. We're going to be back. We're here all day long. So stay tuned with us, and we'll be back shortly.
Best laid plans.
And this is why this shit's so I can't argue with that. That's how they do it time and time again. All these failures, you know. Maybe we'll plan something better.
I mean, I try to divorce myself from how I have to do it at work. We work the same thing. Kill somebody. It's not the same. Right? I get it.
You want to like remove the critical failures out of these failures.
Should run freaking
All right, welcome back. We are live at the Orleans for the 2019 Golden Tee World Championship. We are halfway done with our first qualifier. We're close to halfway done. We got a long way to go. But they're playing. No. We got a long. We got a good long. We settle in. It's gonna be a long, fun afternoon. Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, our Golden Tee channels. Share it because you're gonna want to see some of this. So we are playing right now in Agave Ranch. We're taking sort of a not even an intermission, a breath. And we're going to get Heat B up here. We're going to do our introductions here shortly, but just to recap, our first scoring, not as high as we thought it would be. We had 729s. Andy Haas, former Golden Tee World Champion, 2 times World Champion, fired at 29. Good scores? Did you expect better scores?
Honestly, I expect the scores to be a little bit higher than that. That's interesting, and it'll be fun to see what the next group of qualifiers can do.
Okay, so let's kick it to Matt Van Hoosier and get going with Heat B. Matt?
All right, guys, good first half of qualifier number 1 there. So let's go ahead and call off the names and the machines for the B group of qualifiers here. So on machine 1, we have Mark McClevich and Dean Liakakos. On machine 2, current world champion Evan Gossett and Jeff McClellan. On machine 3, Andy Fox and Adam Harris. On machine 4, Lance Harris and Chris Knight. On machine 5, Adrian Westergren and Daniel Kalazewski. On machine 6, Eric Rios and Clint Grover. On machine 7, Chris Gooden and Brian Oldie. On machine 8, Chad Hart and Aiden Cleary. On machine 9, George Von Kirschenbar and Ben Furlan. On machine 10, Tony Johnson and Chris McKenzie. Machine 11, Stuart Fox and Mike Serow. On machine 12, Michael Arrington and Scott Kokel. On machine 13, Johnny Dar and Jeremiah Lair. On machine 14, Kevin O'Connor and John McCormick. On machine 15, Mike Demko and Lee Chepnick. On machine 16, John Thurston and Ken Kalis. On machine 17, Orlando Ayala and Sean Gervais. And on machine 18, Paul Talo and Brandon Eby. Make sure you get your lock condition swipe first, guys. Hit them good. B group players, after you're done, you can go ahead and take a seat. If you want to, we'll do the pro plus Joe thing. If you want to hang out here and be up here, if you're one of the last groups, like, you can do that too. It doesn't really matter.
All right, thank you, Matt. As we get going here, round one of our qualifier, Heat B. We were alluding to it earlier, that certainly scoreable, but probably didn't set up, from what we saw in the first heat, maybe as scoreable as it can be. So we'll see what the second group has.
Yeah, I would say there's got to be at least 130 out there for Agave Ranch. Somebody is going to get a hole-in-one or two, and I think we'll see at least one, if not a few, 30 unders for Agave Ranch.
You're peeling back on your 32, though.
I am.
Slightly.
You know what, but if we... Let's see, we got Dean Kakos, an old-school Golden Tee
player.
Legend. Legend from the Golden Tee 4 days, qualified in events mode.
Yes.
And then he's got partnered with The Mouth.
Mark McClevich.
I don't think anybody knows his last name.
M-U-K-L-E-W-I-C-Z. I've spelled it so many times over the years, I know it by heart now.
Now, Mouth is an interesting guy. You know, you've seen him on a lot of streams. He moves.
I love his playing style. It's a lot of fun.
He's very animated, and he hits the ball. He hits the ball really hard.
Yes, I think he hits the ball harder than just about anybody. A good shot there. So we'll let these guys get into groove and see what they have. But certainly a good look on one. But again, I wanted to do, qualifying mentality now. The other thing we have that we did last year that we really liked is historically it would be you'd play in Heat 1, then you'd be in Heat 1 or Heat 2. And there was a perceived advantage or not of being in Heat 2 versus Heat 1. And so what we're doing this year, what you're going to see is some of these guys on these games, back-to-back games on new courses. So they don't, kind of mess with the rhythm a little bit, let these guys see these looks for the first time. The wind and the pins, that can have a huge impact on the setup, so it's kind of cool to do that. We're switching games here. Also, Evan Gossett, last year's Golden Tee World Champion, playing with Jeff McClellan, and we've talked about this every time that Jeff is playing, but if you're wondering what equipment Jeff is using, it's the same equipment that you might be using, which is no extra equipment at all, other than tees.
Same equipment we've had since 1989, the stock set.
When we did the stock ball event last night, Jeff had a big smile on his face, and understandably so.
Now, I'd have to check, but I think he actually might be using Stock Plus. He might have thrown us off a little bit.
He finally, many years later,
he graduated to the Plus version of Stock.
Good. We need those quarters. But no, this will be a fun match, and obviously Evan had a historic run last year. That was a lot of fun. That's my shot, the chush.
Well, we talked about it earlier. Hole one, there's going to be at least somebody that gets a chip in on hole one.
I used to be good at that, though. I used to be very good at that. Now, Evan and some of these guys will use their thumbs. And when we say chip, chush, which I invented the name, by the way, I'm taking all sorts of credit right now. It's a chip push. Super corny name, but it sums it up. And what you have there is guys taking, high lofted clubs. You'll see it a bunch this weekend, and just trying to get it low on a line and go right at the cut. And if it goes in, it's going to hit that thing and go down. If not, they feel comfortable enough where they say, hey, I can make the chip coming back. And again, a lot of these guys usually do.
Never really got into the chush. I guess with my 5 hybrid, it's like a baby chush.
I'll teach you.
Okay. That's about the only thing I think you could teach me at this point, my friend.
That's actually all I got.
do it, Jim. Call for one, a nice birdie opportunity. Call for two with
Button taps.
ah, yes, a birdie free.
If you were, do you listen to music ever when you play Golden Tee?
You know, not normally, but I believe at the Not in Vegas tournament in Richmond, I did try it one time. You know, it doesn't really help me. I'm not good at focusing.
It's
let's
one
be
of those
honest.
things that you'll see some of. I feel like it's caught on a little bit. I know
It's
the last
hard to-
couple of years.
It's hard to tell because some of these guys don't always have the Adam Krimmer big Bose headphones, but some of these guys have those little tiny ones. So, but you're definitely seeing it a lot more than years past.
Yeah, so bouncing around our 3 streaming games here now, Andy Fox and Adam Harris. Andy, one of the favorites in this event, and a really great match play player. Andy, over the years in terms of worlds, a guy that's, in these types of games, a guy that once you get, past this part especially is always really tough in match play.
You know, I talked to Andy back in Florida. We were doing a little interview with him. 2017 Player of the Year, but he unfortunately didn't qualify for the top championship bracket last year. So I know that was something he
He's
was really
hungry.
focused on doing. He always is a top level player, and for him to not make that top 32 bracket last year, I know not necessarily haunts him, but kind of feeds his his mentality going into today.
So the setup, by the way, for you guys watching and the way we can bounce around the stage here, we've got 3 kind of our main streaming games, so to speak, in the front of the stage. And then we've got 6 games kind of spaced out left and right behind it. There you go. And then the back row, the back run of games there, you got the 10 up top. So it's nice. But the games you'll be watching primarily are the 3 front games. We'll be bouncing around. It'll be great in match play. We want to go for like that red zone feel, right? The beauty of this is just where the action's happening. We're going to go to that. So it should be exciting, not just for qualifying, but certainly for tomorrow as we crown the champion.
Call for two, putting here for eagle. Call for one with a shot at eagle.
So if you guys want to stay, if you're at home and you're watching the qualifier, you want to see how your friends are doing, or a family member, or just stay up to date, GoldenTee.com has all of the qualifying information. The qualifier is updating fast and furious right now. In fact, it's pretty much live. It's fantastic. It's more or less the ticker of what guys are doing. So you have the updated scores, but you can also see where guys are at hole by hole. I love this. This is such a cool feature. So check it out. It's in our Vegas qualifier section on the website.
Yeah, so if you go to GoldenTee.com, whether you're on a mobile device or on a desktop, and you click on the menu button, there's a GT World Championship section, and then just click on that Vegas qualifier, and you'll see those scores
This is
updating
so
in real
cool.
time.
It is so cool. It is really cool. This will also be where we have the brackets. So if once we graduate to match play, same area, you'll be able to follow whomever you want to follow in the bracket play tomorrow as you're watching some of these games going. There's a lot of guys playing. There's a lot of different games. Not all of them will be streamed. A lot of them will be. So if you want to just see how someone is doing throughout the weekend, do that. Of course, we're going to capture all of it here as much as we can. So share this thing, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. I'm going to say that 1,000 times. I'm going to keep saying it to reinforce it. We want to get
As long as you say the right ones, that's all that matters to me, my friend.
To get you where you are actually supposed to be.
So this hole, we're watching Evan Gossett and Jeff McClellan taking shots on 2 different approach shots for this. And this par 5 is one of those holes that has those, I think, 2 or 3 different layup spots these guys could go and use.
Ooh. I love that, and you'll see a lot of that. I think the cool thing about watching these guys qualify and match play, it's different equipment, different clubs, the Build-A-Bag, which you can do on the GT Caddy app, where you can create your own club set. These guys are kind of maximizing. They have different bags for different courses. They have different balls for different courses. They'll have obviously a different look and different characters, but and then different playing styles. So, going a certain way for one particular hole, like we saw with Evan and Jeff, maybe what they, you'll have vastly different attempts at what guys want to do, especially in the qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, Evan uses streak golf balls across the board, or at least that's what he told me. I wasn't sure if he was just kind of lying.
Just telling you to go away.
Oh yeah, but but Jeff using stock plus, so there's definitely going to be a different style play there. Now we're taking a look at Andy Fox and Adam Harris. That same, the sand, we didn't talk too much about Agave Ranch in terms of the sand, but it is not friendly at all on some of these bunkers. Some of these get pretty deep.
Oh, good shot. Just missed.
Golfer 2, a shot for birdie. Golfer 1 with an eagle putt. Golfer 1, first up.
Surprised we're not seeing too many people trying to drive that look on 9. It's not a hole that I don't think has really been driven, but you know, that extra little chip in we talk about there.
Kevin Lindsay attempt?
Yeah, the Kevin Lindsay attempt. The 1 out of 10.
Just looking at the scores here, Kevin. Looks like Sean Gervais with a very strong front 9, 17 through 9.
Wow.
So we'll see how Sean does, but Sean is. We talked to Sean about this, and certainly one of the best players in the world who's run about as bad. And when we say run as bad, he's played great and has just run into
brick walls.
Like tournament, the matches of the tournament in multiple years in a row. Truthfully, the last couple of years, last 2-3 years, he'll shoot a 29 or a 30 under and lose to a 29 or a 30 under in overtime. So
I'm probably butchering this a little bit, but I believe it was a match
I
last
like
year.
how you preface it
I
with that.
I got to be honest, but no, I believe it was Calypso Key. I think he was playing Evan Gossett. I think he lost 31 to 32, or something crazy like that. So
I thought with the odds too, that was a guy that in terms of I can't even call him a long shot because he's one of the top 10 players in the world, but like a guy that has not had things go his way, but when he does, and it will at some point, is going to win one of these. He just has had the. I can laugh. He has had the worst luck, and he's been a great sport about it too. By the way,
absolutely. Honestly, he's not running into brick walls. I feel like the brick walls are coming for him sometimes.
It's been unbelievable. But that's kind of the nature of this tournament too. And we've been on the good and bad ends of it in the tournaments that we've played. Every once in a while, we will catch one of these guys playing the worst game they will all month, and we'll have a chance.
Every once in a while, we actually play a really good game ourselves.
But true. And then we've also played these guys and lost by a lot.
Yeah, more than we're going to admit in this live stream.
That's the fun thing about it is these are singular games. These guys play a lot, but anything can happen. Whether it's one round of a qualifier, which can be the difference between missing or making the cut, and certainly in match play where it's double elimination, but the room for error and the margin for error is so small.
Now you see Andy Fox taking a look at his tee shot in this Red Bull par 4, really using his gold tee to move his tee box over a little bit because he's got some thumbs, and the hair he might move a left or right will really make a difference.
You see a lot of that, lining it up here the use of golden tees, I think especially in the qualifier when you're trying to make sure you be safe, maximize everything here to make sure that you're safely on the green. You think you'll see a lot more of it.
But even with the qualifier, there's not going to be too many times as this happens, but some of these looks are going to feel so good to these guys that they're just going to be aggressive and go after it because their confidence is that high.
Absolutely, and I think you'll see more of that too as players start to loosen up a little bit. So if you're looking for the leaderboards, by the way, on goldentee.com, just to make sure everybody knows exactly where to find them, and we'll put them on the website too. What you want to do, goldentee.com, you'll see the giant live wire page. You just hover over the Golden Tee 30 icon, scroll down to GT World Championship tab. We got a tab that has the qualifier and our 2 brackets. And in the World Championship
tab, you have the Vegas qualifier in there. So if you're looking for it, and we'll share it on our social sites too, we'll get that out there just so everybody has it, because we are, actively searching this thing and looking for who has the great score. So that's how you have it. We'll kind of serve it to you guys, but if you're looking for it, that's where it is, kind of in that Golden Tee world, and that'll help us write our recaps too once we have to piece this whole thing together.
Yeah. When we're sitting in the Vegas airport for 8 hours after.
Hopefully not this time.
Yeah. Yeah, we did it one time last year. No
One
need to
once was enough.
On the dance floor with an extensive putt. Let's watch the tee shot of golfer 1.
Yes. Huge.
There it is, Peter.
So, we talked a little bit earlier about Dean, a superstar back in the Golden Tee 4 days, even admits he doesn't play as much,
No.
but, told himself that he wanted to get back to that big stage of the World Championship and play. And honestly, we couldn't be more happy to have him here. And
Hopefully cooks us a meal, maybe.
that would be great. I already got a nice
Great
polo.
food.
I got a polo from him, so I'm already happy.
Everyone seems to give you shirts.
Well, when you're that good, sometimes. Happens.
Yeah, before Golden Tees and before the way you could kind of manipulate when the tee box, and Dean was one of the original shot creators, right? One of the Steve Sobey's guys that could just, when the track people were trying to figure out how to make this thing cut and do all these things, Dean can do it maybe better than anybody who's ever done it. So it's happy that he's back and he's still playing, and obviously a chance here to make some noise in the World Championship. And again, if you're joining us, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, this is the 2019 Golden Tee World Championship. We are at the Orleans in Las Vegas. I don't think I've been outside in 2 days, which is fine.
I was
very
going
hot.
to say, it's hot out there. A little bit cooler than last year by probably 10 degrees, but still pretty hot.
You're watching the qualifier, the World Championship qualifier. 74, the best Golden Tee players in the world right now are playing the first of 5 courses, the 2019 courses, and it's pretty simple. We're going to total them up. Who gets lowest under the par of the 74? The top 32 with the lowest scores are going to advance to the championship bracket. A little bit on the timing. Championship bracket play tomorrow will begin at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. Silver bracket play, or that's what we're calling it.
Yeah, championship
Light, but we'll have that at 11 o'clock, which still huge prizes available. We mentioned the prizes, and I'll pull up the full rundown here. First place in this tournament, $30,000 in honor of our 30th anniversary, $15,000 for second, which is just massive. So massive amount of Golden Tee stakes here.
Well, and $30,000 is huge, and that's a big chunk of change. But the winner of the World Championship also gets their face in the game, and basically becomes immortalized in Golden Tee history.
Yeah, it's a big deal too. Like we, after whoever wins, we rush them off the stage. We'll do some interviews, and then they gotta stand there, and we literally capture their entire face.
Oh yeah, we'll do some streaming.
Whirlwind of
Sunday.
Trina. Yeah, it'll be fun. All right, so we are moving through Agave Ranch here.
Yeah, the whole 16 looked like another par 3 that easily could have been on our keys of the tees, because it sets up a little bit easier when it comes to these new tees, but apparently not for today's qualifying round. You're going to see a couple strokes lost by players across the
Good
board
shot there. We've got some guys, it looks like, in the second heat that are finishing up or coming close to finishing up here. Switching over to Andy Fox and Adam Harris.
Adam Harris, Golden Tee Home Edition owner, has the luxury of playing Golden Tee whenever he wants.
Very nice guy,
any hours
by the
of the
way.
day.
Loved caught up with that. I haven't seen him in a while. Caught up with him last night. Great player too.
Share the bond of Adams.
Us Adams got to stick together.
That's a good-looking shot. That's fantastic. Didn't get as much backspin.
Yeah, early slope of the green prevented that from kicking back up a little bit.
Shot there.
Now, actually, it's funny that Andy Fox got great shot points there because let's talk about when it's all said and done tonight. 5 courses, scores are tallied up. How many tiebreakers do you think GSP's great shot points will?
Well, I'm looking on the leaderboard right now just at what some guys are doing. Sean Gervais, we mentioned his really hot start and still putting together a pretty good game. 118,000. So great shot points, which is
Yeah, that will help him for sure.
Oh, good shot there. So GSPs are really important in this because these guys are so tightly grouped together, and because as you get down, especially down the qualifying to that 32 cut line, which is so important, I would be surprised if GSPs didn't decide it. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, I would think it's almost a guarantee that great shot points will be a tiebreaker, but it'd be interesting to see how many people barely missed the cut just because of a shot that might have been 7 feet away from the hole instead of 6, which is where the great shot points come into effect.
It is huge, and it's stocking up on them is hugely important. Like getting, you know what I mean, 30, 40, 50,000 here or there, if you can get them. I was, never particularly good at getting them, but when you can, it helps. You feel like, in some ways, if you've got a lot, it's like a stroke, more or less. I mean, it's basically an extra stroke that you'll probably have on somebody else. You look at Sean's game. Sean right now, top overall qualifier, another 29, but 118,000. 118, by the way.
Yeah, so he must have had a couple of shots that really came close to falling in the cup. Either that or maybe had a bad hole or two. 118,000, that's a lot.
That's huge.
That's a lot for even 2 courses, much less 1.
I mean, most players will probably have never gotten 118 in a 100,000 in a single game. I mean, that's a massive amount. You're not normally seeing that. We see 72,000 for Haas, who's the second overall one right now. Some 59s in here as we kind of wrap up Agave Ranch.
On the green, trying for eagle. Golfer 1 on tee at the finishing hole.
I know we've seen it a little bit. Hole 18 though, beautiful setup, 9-mile-an-hour wind blowing to the right. It is a down 10 green slope, so you got to be careful. You don't want to end up too short or too long.
Those downhill putts, yeah.
Yeah, they'll definitely be rolling over.
I heard from some of the players who played in Heat 1, and they were talking about that, trying to position yourself so you don't have to finesse those putts in, right? So you want to try to eliminate the situation altogether.
The other problem with this hole, too, is if you go too long, you've got a chip out of the sand, most likely, to an uphill battle. So something you got to be careful with this hole.
Yeah, and again, this hole, you see the tee box where it's positioned now, kind of side by side with the fairway. That's because of the new tee boxes that Jim Zielinski and the artist put in. We're going to have Jim up here in a little while to talk about not just that, but the 2020 courses and all the things that he's got planned and the other team has planned, which is exciting. So stay tuned for that probably here in about an hour. That's that trickle you're talking about.
Yeah, and honestly, it's been a while since I've played Agave and got a setup like this where I ended up in the bunker, which is rare for me, but I forgot how deep this,
and there's
this bunker
very
is on that
room for error.
Golfer 1 to strike the ball.
Now Fox, not an easy, a little bit of an easier chip, but still coming out of the rough, but doesn't have to worry about that edge of the bunker as much. This would be where I just take the 5 hybrid and jam it in and hope for the best, but that's why I'm sitting at this booth and not on the stage like these guys are.
So looking at the cut line or the leaderboard after one course, if we're all done, it looks like we're almost done. But right now, as it stands, your 32nd score is at 27 under. So, which isn't necessarily shocking for this. I know it's pretty impressive. I don't think we're going to sustain that pace across all 5 courses just because this one is so scoreable. But still, that's impressive nonetheless.
I still can't believe that the scoring was not much higher for Agave.
Well, it's also too, it wasn't a particularly, wasn't a great setup, I'd say. But the big thing, I think, truly is these guys, even the ones that have played in tournaments, are used to playing in a bar, in their home. You know what I mean? In their home machine, in a comfort zone.
Home territory really
your
makes a
turf
difference.
where you play a lot every day for some of these guys. So having to get them out of that, I think, really does change it. So
taking a look at Lance Harris, I believe this is 18.
Yeah.
One of the last groups here to finish up. Nice little putt in for Eagle from the fringe.
So it's, I think there's definitely some of that, just kind of, acclimating yourself to the, to just the whole tournament. All right, so Agave Ranch. Looks like we are in the books here. So looking at it, Kevin, based on the results that are coming in, it looks like final Sean Gervais, your number one qualifier for Agave Ranch, which means Sean is going to have a chance to win some more money beyond the $30,000. We're going to do our Pro and Joe event here coming up. For those who are wondering what that is, we're going to get Sean up. He's going to talk to Matt here in a few moments. We're going to call somebody from the fans, someone from the stands here. We're going to have them come up. Sean's going to give them some guidance.
Well, it'll be interesting. I was thinking about that because of the massive amount of players that showed up for closest to the pin on Friday. We had 121 players and closest to the pin on Friday. There's a lot of good players that are sitting on this audience.
Yeah,
so you
true.
very well might have a player of Sean's skill level that's actually going to be fun to see them kind of seeing what the best strategy is for the close to the pin.
So let's get out of the way here. Let's see what happens. So let's kick it to Matt, figure out what's next, get Sean Gervais up there, and hopefully hand out some cash.
All right, congratulations, Sean. Come on up, buddy. Yeah. Let's clap him up. He's done it. For Sean's efforts, he does get a $100 gift card. So there you go, Sean. Congratulations. So I was kind of trying to pay attention to as many matches as I could, but obviously 118,000 shot points is a ton. Was that a couple holeouts, 6-footers? How'd you get there?
I holed out on 2. I aced 5, and I aced 7 or 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
So which hole got you then? Did you dump 16? A lot of people dump 16, but
I actually bogeyed 10. I didn't throw it out. I missed it left and went all the way in the water.
all right. Bit of bum luck, but otherwise, hey, still 29 in top points. Nobody else in this room can say they did a shot a better score than you. So for the pros and Joes here, I kind of went over it beforehand, but if you weren't here, everybody's got their ticket, right? We got the bucket here. Hang on to your tickets all day long because we will be doing one of these after each course, and we will not be reissuing tickets. So keep a hold of your tickets through the course of the day for the pros and Joes. And so what we're going to have you do, Sean, is go ahead and draw. So come on over. Do you have to do it above your head? All right. Here we go. Ticket number 00128,046. 128,046. Come on up if you've got that ticket. Where we go? There we go. Come on up. So here's how this works. Scott is going to come up and get. He's snuck in there already. Okay, good job. So first off, let's get your name, sir.
Wes Carpenter.
Wes Carpenter, and where are you from?
Kirkland, Washington.
Kirkland, Washington. All right. Did you come here just for this, or were you just in town? That's right. That's right. I do remember you now. I do remember that now. You're absolutely right. So here's the deal. We've got closest to the pin all set. Oh, yeah, sure, we'll get that. We got closest to the pin set up here. It's just this hole that we're going to do. You got 3 shots at it. If you get inside of 10 feet, you get $100. If you get a hole in one, you get $500. Okay, so if you get inside of 10 feet on the first one, you still get to use the other 2 to try to better. You don't get an additional $100, but you keep trying to get that hole in one. If you don't get inside 10 feet here, then Sean gets a crack at it. And if he makes the hole in one, then you get a $50 gift card. All right, and he can tell you, you can ask him questions, he can tell you answers, he can offer advice, however you guys want to work this out. And don't be afraid to speak into the microphone because everybody else wants to know what you're telling them too. Here you go, Sean.
All right. I'm thinking it's obviously a sandwich. I'm thinking naked. Just throw it out. Probably a little bit out there. Let's all get naked. All right.
Same setup, so you can learn what your mistake was here. Yeah, same setup.
A little bit more left. Go. All right. One more shot.
Do that just a hair harder, huh?
Hair harder.
Good job.
Oh, yes.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Way to be. Good shots. Good shot. Good coaching, Sean. You did great there, man.
Well, you know, since you like to take credit for things, I'm just going to go ahead. That was this is my idea. Let's just say it. Adam likes to take credit for things, but that was so fun.
You don't know how those things. That was awesome, by the way. When Sean says naked, like go naked, it's implying that no spin.
Yes.
People here kind of know what that means. Just to be clear, it's
you
not
heard a
that
few of
weird
them
yet. It probably will get that weird here. That's awesome.
Hey,
Go
we didn't
naked.
get that way on Friday. Nobody got that way on Friday, so I think we might be in
not
the clear.
Here at least. So that was a lot of fun. We're going to do that 4 more times. Fantastic. So we got courses to do. We got more play to make. Matt, are we ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready. Let's do this.
All right,
thing.
man.
All right, let's
take it
go ahead
away.
and announce that course.
All right, so again, if you saw how that worked, right? Easy $100 for Ken there. So go ahead and visit Nigel over here on the right if you want to get your ticket if you don't have one already. And we'll do the next one as soon as the next course is done. The next course, and remember, it's a B group player, so if you just played your qualifier, you're coming right back up again. The next course, Pembroke Links. Pembroke Links. So if you're a B grouper, come on back up. Same machine, same pairings, and we'll fire it off. Good luck, guys.
All right. Pembroke.
I don't like the course personally. It's beautiful. Jim and Mike and the team did a great job on it, but never really shoot good
Just not a
scores on there.
comfort. There's the course that gets you. Certainly, the easiest course, or the course that you'd expect the lowest scores through, which I don't know if we got the kind of scoring we'd expect.
Not at all, actually.
So the other thing about this, we saw Heat A, and we just saw Heat B. We're going to see Heat B again. So the guys you just watched, we'll get them up here, and then Heat A will go through Pembroke Links. So in terms of things to watch, things like what do you think the elements that will ultimately dictate our top qualifier for this one?
Well, you know, I talked about it with Agave Ranch, the bunkers, but the bunkers in Pembroke are even deeper. Really need to make sure that you stay away from it. Honestly, I think that's going to be the biggest key here is staying away from those bunkers.
So some of these guys, too, you have to play a lob wedge, you think, on this course, right? I mean,
it's definitely not the pitching wedge for sure.
No, for me, I mean, because of the bunkers, and if you get in there, you could torpedo a couple of shots. So that's really the big thing. There's also like distances, the elevation changes are not necessarily severe. We've seen courses, but they're enough. So high winds, tee management, pin placements where you're bringing a 4, 3, 4, 5 wood in. You know what I mean? Great distances. I think that's another thing to watch here as well.
Yeah, so I'm just taking a look at the bag that I have for this. The 2 drivers is going to be key.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these guys are going to have a 9.5 degree or the 8.5 degree driver with a 10.5.
So when you say that too, like the 10.5 degree, and this is a kind of a more recent trend in years, like the thought of playing 2 drivers, I think would be
for someone who doesn't play. What do you mean?
It's a wild idea. Honestly, it took me a while to do it. I know I like to give you a hard time because you finally, 8 years later or whatever it was. But
all the cool kids are doing it.
But once I finally got convinced by some of the pros that it's useful. I mean, honestly, you can get a 3 or 4 stroke back on your game because of having that second driver.
So what you're seeing now is guys are signing into into these games. We're using lock conditions cards. The way we've built these cards, they're open only for Pembroke now. We've got a card for each thing, and what that lock condition card does is same pins, wins, setup, so everybody's playing the same exact conditions. And again, just to refresh, we are at the Orleans 2019 Golden Tee World Championship. Hopefully you're watching us on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. Hopefully you're sharing this and bombarding your friends and family with spam that says, go watch Golden Tee. This is the second of a 5-course qualifier. If you want the results, goldentee.com. We have a Golden Tee World Championship tab. Call it a tab?
Yeah, we'll go to tab. You just hover over that Golden Tee 30th anniversary logo, World Championship.
And also that will be what you need for tomorrow as we get going. So let's jump right in with Evan Gossett, our world champion from last year. And stock himself, Jeff McClellan, although we're not exactly sure if he's stock
I think
anymore.
he's stock plus. He's a stock plus guy. Now, this is a great look.
Makes for some fun shots, certainly.
Yeah, you're seeing Evan doing here, not potentially drivable if using streaks, but I think Evan, interesting strategy there. He's going to probably try to chush it.
Well, a lot of these guys try to do, especially early on, and it's interesting to see Jeff, lay back here. I know Jeff, this has long been a strategy as his, and we've talked about it for more than 10 years, is trying to lay back and then position yourself for shot points, trying to get yourself, points, especially in this.
All right, so he proved us wrong. Actually went with the 9-iron shot, didn't try to chush it.
That's all right.
He might have hurt us and threw his game off.
Yeah, no kidding.
But you will, I think, through the course of both rounds of qualifiers, you may or may not see a couple of eagle chips in that.
So what you mentioned this course, just not. Is it just one of those things that you've never been? Oof.
I think I haven't played it as much with the new tee boxes, so I know it does get a little bit more friendlier. This is another one of those par 5s that is now a drivable par 4.
Really good look here, actually, in terms of the stagger and the wind.
Yeah, it's warmed up with me on me over the last couple of months, playing it in daily contests and things like that.
You're going to see a lot of that, I think, on that hole. For a 330-yard hole, it's going
to be a great shot point magnet.
Actually, hole 1 and 2 there, I think you're going to get. There's some opportunities, clearly.
Yeah, somebody might be competing with Sean Gervais in the big GSP department.
You can get out in front there. 118,000, though. I mean, that's, for an individual course, that's the most I can remember in a while. I mean, that's a pretty big effort.
Yeah, you're probably right there.
I mean, seriously, I can't remember.
60, 70,000 is usually the highest that you might see from a par 4, a long par 4 hole in one.
It's also very interesting. You heard Sean talk about it. One bad shot on 10, a bogey on 10, and a shot, that he missed. 2 aces in a stretch of 3 holes or 4 holes. And but that's the neat thing as you watch not just the qualifier, but match play. Guys hit rhythms, will hit holes in one, and then, of course, you can change throughout depending on how the match goes. One hole can be, it can save you, it can break you, depending on how things go.
Yeah, Sean definitely breathing a few sighs of relief, knowing that he had 2 aces and 1 bad hole.
118 though.
Still took the top qualifying spot there for Agave.
So the other thing about this course I think to look out for is the shape of the green, depending on where the pin is. Holes like this where we talked about the elevation change, but also then where the pins are located in those kind of the crevices of the different parts of the green. Pretty big greens on this course as a whole as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Didn't think to mention that earlier, but even this hole, having that pin right behind, having that sandbunker right there, these guys are hitting bite. You're not going to see too many backspin attempts because, again, that's not a big sandbunker compared to the rest of the course, but still.
Yeah, we talked about first 1 and 2 being holes where you can be a little aggressive. kind of selectively aggressive, but that is not it. Park it on there.
No, especially so early in the round, you don't want to jeopardize a top score because of getting aggressive on hole 3.
Absolutely. That's a good shot there.
Yeah, that's a nice look. Even though that pin is a little closer to the water than for comfort for a lot of these guys, I think using the driver on that, having that long distance, a slight elevation change, not too much though. I think you're going to see a lot of
another
good
hole
shots
that
here.
I think the strategy is not to overdo it, not to you don't need to buzz by here. Give yourself a reasonable putt, and the green there is very reasonable. But you're right, a little bit of a longer shot. All right, so we'll be refreshing scores here as we go. We've got guys that are approaching the turn. Just missed. Switching to Evan and Jeff.
Now, do you think, with Evan being the defending champion, 2018 world champion, do you think does he change the way he approaches his game?
I would, yeah, absolutely. You want to. The stakes are so high that I think that no matter what, there's still going to be like that pressure, and I think these guys too feel the want to excel. I think all these guys believe they're the best player in the world, and rightfully so, because at times they are. You know what I mean? So, but you get one, I think it changes your approach. I would be. I can say this from here because I don't actually have to hit a golf shot, but I would be looser a little bit. Like I've done it, right? You've done it. You've been literally on this stage. You've beat these guys before.
In the game.
Mm-hmm. You're in the.
There's plenty of people on that stage that are playing as Evan Gossett as their golfer.
So I think that's the. I absolutely think, and this is a really interesting hole as well. You talk about the new tee boxes versus the old tee boxes. You can see this tee box position well behind where they were before, right? So this will be a fun hole throughout the weekend, I think.
Yeah, that hole is definitely not drivable or as drivable as it was previously. Very careful with the way laying up, so you're making sure you're not in between distances on the clubs.
Yeah, that's a great point. Especially for people who are watching at home, who are maybe a little bit more casual, is trying to put yourself in a position where you're not having to hit a shot as hard as you possibly can, or to me the harder thing obviously is trying to finesse a shot in where you're trying to hit a club 75%. So being mindful of what you have in your bag is huge. Now these guys probably know, they know the shot, they know their target areas and the greens. But yeah, absolutely, I think that's big.
Golfer 2 is ready to tee off.
Now this is a hole with the new tee boxes. Honestly, didn't change too much, but I feel like the new tee boxes moved just enough back where these guys have to rethink their shots a little bit. This is a really good setup. Clear look past the building.
Yeah.
No interference
The
there.
the wind really helps because sometimes, and that's not always going to be the case on that hole at all, where you're having to bend it around, fight the wind, fight the pin. All right, check it in on Mark, the mouth, and Dean.
Now again, this is another hole that is now drivable because of the new tees. This is where you got to be careful. Some of these guys, if they were at home or playing, tonight or last night with their friends, might go for this.
I love that though. I've talked to Jim about this a lot. Jim Zielinski, our course creator, over the history of time, and this is something that I know was in 2020 as well. By the way, if you're local and you want to come see Golden Tee 2020, you want to watch some of the best players in the world, we have it. But these, Mark giving this a lot of thought, and understandably so. It's like those sometimes drivable holes. That's not like the easiest description of it.
I got 120. That's great. That's actually fine.
Yeah, I wasn't happy with the way that shot ended up, but honestly,
It's
I
fine.
think,
Well,
it's
you
kind of, I don't know if you could really hear it, but I heard it. You said, that's actually pretty fine.
Yeah.
So this is one of those holes that the wind blowing straight left and no tailwind at all, going to have to I think lay up most people.
Also, if you're wondering, 396 yards.
Oh, I say as Dean proves me wrong.
No, that's safe too. The bunkers here. I mean, that's something when I've tried to go on this hole. If you get a wrong kick in those bunkers, right? It kicks back behind that wall. It can be really, really tough.
Yeah. Dean, eagle opportunity here, but have to be careful.
We've got the tiered greens as well, which is always really interesting on this hole. Something I think we'll see in match play.
Yeah, somewhere in this room, Jim is sitting there smiling, thinking, these tiered greens coming into play. But that downslope too, I think, is most people don't realize. It only is down 5, but with this chip, that's a safe bet.
Golfer 1 with a chance at birdie.
That's a great putt.
That was beautiful.
Phenomenal putt.
Not too many times you see successful putts from the top to the bottom part of the tiered green.
That was wow. Wow, that was excellent.
Oh, that was kind of nice.
Nice little look at this par 3, hole 11. Pretty clean.
I'll tell you what, though, these pins
4.
are tucked. I mean, it's 2 in a row. But yeah, you can do that. You're fine.
I think the wind, that 7-mile-an-hour wind, blowing back at the the 4 o'clock, actually helped you there. Tuning in Evan Gossett, get some great shot points there.
And again, if you're watching, guys will hit everybody's putts. If you're wondering why, Evan or Jeff or whoever is going to, stand up there and hit both putts. These guys are getting it so close to the hole so regularly. It's just it's a common courtesy, right? I mean, that's the easiest way to put it. Also, these guys are so good that they know that putt is a given. I mean, I always enjoy that. It's part of why I love these events. It's just you don't see that on the PGA Tour.
No, not at all.
Hey, man, I got this.
Yeah, don't you worry. Oh, there you go.
That's good.
That was some fringe love.
Yeah, the fringe, close to the pin last night, we saw it can be, if you hit it at the wrong time, it can really hurt you. But in somewhere like that where you don't want that spin and you get that extra hop, it can be a huge benefit as well.
This is actually a really nice look, having that big, wall of rough and rock behind you if you accidentally hit it too hard.
It's like a backboard, right?
It really is. It makes for great YouTube gold, let me tell you. And actually, for all of you watching Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitch, anytime you hit a great shot and send it to YouTube, feel free to tag us on social media. Send us a message. I mean, most of you text me anyways with your great shots. Email me, whatever you got to do to get those shots to us. We love featuring those. We have the top 5 shots every week and on the game and on social media. So be sure to send those shots into us anytime you get them, and hopefully we'll see a bunch of those throughout the weekend.
Decent amount of scores coming in. We've got some back 9 kind of coming into focus here. This is what I was talking about earlier too, Kevin, the elevation and the wind and just the different types of clubs you'll hit. Well, that's pretty.
That was a beautiful shot. I honestly I don't think I've ever seen this tee box before. So the elevation change different. Normally the previous tees you were going up. You were shooting up towards the green. Now you're shooting down. In a 15-mile-an-hour wind.
And we'll talk to Jim about it too. This is like a theme that we love, and we're going to utilize even more in kind of an even different way, like the next generation of the new tee boxes coming in 2020. Good putt there.
This is actually a perfect angle. You can see looking at the mouth and how he hits the ball. Crazy strength there.
Good shot. Yeah.
Great shot points, though. I mean, that's really going to make a difference. We'll be seeing it a little bit throughout the first 2 courses. Of course, Sean Gervais, the 118. But we're seeing great shot points starting to stack up here on Pembroke Links as well.
Yeah. 1 and 2 opportunities, some tougher pins, decent shot here at it, of course. And, I'd say the stretch of closing holes are not there's some gotcha points, certainly. 18 is a really fun hole.
Yeah,
very different.
Up 10. I think up 10. green slope.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah, no,
that'll be
it's
tough.
a great hole. I think it's one of the better closing holes and certainly one of my favorites in this generation of courses. So if you're just tuning in, this is course 2 of the 5-course qualifier, Pembroke Links. This is Heat B, which is actually, for this course, Heat A, if that makes sense. The first of 2 heats. How about that?
There you go.
That we're watching, and we'll have the next group jump in.
15 miles per hour short of you, so.
That's what I'm saying.
Golfer one with a look
I like it.
at eagle. It drops in.
That could roll over. I don't want to be that guy.
The second shot's in. Nice eagle.
I forgot that. I was looking like, whoa, somebody's 3 better.
Golfer one with an attempt at par. Golfer one with the putter. Golfer two is ready to tee off for the last time today.
So hole 18 here as well, the one we were talking about. You know, you mentioned the shape of the green and certainly all the different places the pin can be. With the wind here, it's been in worse places, I think, just in terms of the overall setup.
Heading back
Yeah, the one thing you got to be worried about, you know, you don't want to be too aggressive because of the water and the bunkers, but at the same time, you don't want to be too far away from the pin.
There's so many
because
shots you can hit here too, right? Like depending on what your comfort level is, you probably have, 3 different, fairway woods at your disposal.
golfer two on the
Yeah, look at that. So up 1, right 10.
Yeah.
Easy putt for Jeff, but
No.
one of those things you have to stop and think for more than a few seconds before you take that putt.
So we got some guys finishing up. Rounds coming in as we move along with Heat B here.
All right, part 3. This was rough. I didn't see
Back
what
to
the look was.
Mark and Dean.
A little bit of a longer look for 17 here with that 11-mile-an-hour wind. Another tiered green you have to really be careful of.
He puts the brakes
That's
on.
all you want to do right there.
Golfer two.
That's all you want to do.
Yes, this is definitely a hole that you're going to be taking a few steps back, a breather before putting, because if you miss that putt, you're hitting that green slope, that tiered green.
Tiered greens are, in some instances, more or less penalty shots, right? I mean, that's...
He's putting, but it's not exactly close. Golfer two. This putt is for birdie.
See Dean using those thumbs. I was thinking about that
That's
earlier.
okay.
We had a perfect shot from one of the Atomic Camo guys of Dean using his thumbs. Like,
oh man!
One of the guys originally started to use those thumb shots back in the day.
So we've seen this shot now a couple of times. Been interesting to see the strategy of whether really it's between 2 clubs, right?
Yeah, just got to be careful that
It's
15
comfort.
mile an hour wind.
That's all it is. It's a matter of comfort and how you want to approach it. But this is one you stop and think about. Kind of what we saw Evan do.
But still, still got to putt at it.
Oh, absolutely.
You see Adam Harris moving his tee around to try to get the perfect spot. With that, 15 mile an hour wind, you got to be careful.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, were you at the point in the round where you're ready to try and chip an eagle in? Welcome. Good shooting.
I can't believe what I just saw, Jim. Golfer one, now putting.
All right, so it looks like Mouth and Dean just finishing up. Refresh the goldtee.com website, see those scores. And if you guys want to take a look at the full list of the qualifiers, Agave Ranch already completed, Pembroke getting started, go to goldtee.com. Hover over the Golden Tee 30th anniversary logo, click that World Championship link.
I see some 27s. I see some 26s. I think, for the most part, this proving to be a challenging look. By the way, as we're looking at this hole 16, I want to mention that we still have the bounty on this hole.
I was just thinking the same thing. So, there's a ramp on this hole. I think it's still worth $500. We've seen some close shots of players hitting that ball hard enough and catching the hill.
When we say ramp, by the way, it's quite literally a ski slope. As we bounce around a little bit and get some other games involved. Game 4 or 3 games are hooked up and streaming, but we've got cameras all around trying to capture the action here as we move around the room a little bit. 9 games in front, 10 games in back, and Pembroke Links Heat 2 going on here.
Yeah, Heat 2, but the first group that's taking a look at Pembroke.
I keep mixing up
group
B and 2. It's
okay. Our posters mixed it up as well,
fine.
so it's
oh,
fine.
did they?
Yeah, they.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Heat A and then Heat 1.
So does the job. People get it.
Yeah.
Another look at this par 3 that we've seen, and just another one of these shots, Kevin, where you just want a very reasonable, 10 to 13 foot putt, right?
Exactly.
With as minimal break as possible, because I think you mentioned it. It's not so much necessarily just the tee shot where you have to be on the right side of the tee. It's setting yourself up with what you have coming back is probably even the bigger thing. Is you don't want like a knee knocker left 7 putt from 20 feet. You know what I mean? That's not what you want to have to be facing here. That's excellent. So I'm taking a little bit off of it by cutting it. That was a really, really good shot.
Yeah, I think having the wood for that shot really helped slow that down a bit.
So look.
That's just the shot you want.
All right, hole 18 here, checking in as well as we bounce around the room a little bit.
Yeah, machine 4, you're looking at Chris Knight taking some time to think about a shot at hole 18. Lance Harris on that machine as well. Again, you got to be careful.
All sorts of clubs in play, certainly thus far.
Water, bunker, green slope, all in play for this 18
elevation. It looks good.
It's a safe shot.
By the way, looking at the leaderboards right now, Sean Gervais, he may be back up here if things work out with a 28 as we keep checking in on hole 18 here. That's a good putt. Lance Harris tapping it in. Back to Andy Fox and Adam Harris. So yeah, Sean Gervais with a 29 and a 28.
Yeah, we'll see what the next. We'll get the next group up here if anybody can take that down.
Put himself in position though.
Sean didn't even have to do much work. He coached the player and got a
tally of
cash.
great shot points, by the way, up to 147,000. So while not 118,000, added 30 more, which is solid. Just looking at GSPs, Paul Taylor with 27 and 112,000, which is again a massive number. So we look at hole 18 and a really good shot there.
Nice little bite roll up that. Up 9 green slope and almost falling in the cup.
Yeah, the pin here with the wind is as when it comes to hole 18 looks, there's worse looks to have on this hole, I'd say.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen some with 15 straight in the face and a far back tee box that it's hard to even attempt.
What I love about the way Jim designed this hole was it's it's straight hole, right? Look, I mean straightforward, but it's the subtleties of it, the shape of the green, the elevation, the position of the bunkers.
Peter, thoughts?
Just a short backswing on this one, Jim.
Golfer 1, Olden. That's in cup in 3. Nice birdie. Golfer 2 with an eagle putt.
All right, that'll do it for our first heat of the second course for Pembroke. I don't have a total, so I can't update you on that right this very second, but I'm sure Adam and Kevin will chime in as we get going here. But Group 1 players is going up here, and we'll get going with the second heat on Pembroke. If you're new in the room and you have not gotten a raffle ticket yet, Nigel's sitting right over here. Guy in the big tall guy in the blue shirt, go ahead and get your raffle ticket. And after this course is complete, we'll do the second of our audience events for your chance to win up to $500. Come get him, guys.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a little break here at the commentary desk. We'll get set up for Jim Zielinski to come up here in a little bit as first group of Pembroke qualifiers gets finished. Sean Gervais again in first place right now, but the next set of, I believe, qualifiers coming up.
Yeah, and by the way, what we're going to talk about with Jim is not just the history of the game and our 30th anniversary, but we're going to start with the 2020 courses. So if you want to know where you're playing next year, we're unveiling the course logos. We're unveiling the locations.
Very excited about
Hopefully
that.
I can remember them all.
We've
played
covered,
these.
don't worry.
These guys have seen them here, so if you're locally and you want to see them, great. But if not, if you want to hear where you're going to be playing next year, stay tuned. So keep watching the action. We're going to get Jim set up, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, and as soon as these matches get started, we'll get the game feeds up there while we're stepping away. So make sure, whether you're watching on Facebook Live, YouTube, or Twitch, that you guys go ahead and click that share button. Send it out to your friends. We got a watch party on Golden Tee Fans, so hopefully you're joining us there, and we'll catch you guys back in a little bit.
That's why I started that.
He's here, Steve.
Tee golf.
Golfer 1 at the tee. Great try. That one stayed up a long time. Ready at the tee. It's golfer 2.
I'm a bit confused on the timetable out there on the chart. I'm sitting in my room, it's like 1:40. I had the alarm set for 1:45. They said, "Oh, get around, get up, get
What a
down, get down
majestic
your car."
drive. Wow.
Let me put on my pants again.
What a breathtaking
I
performance.
don't
Over to golfer 1.
grasp it, but so be it. Well, I mean, they couldn't penalize you unless you were here to the level.
Not a good
Based on
lie,
their-
Jim.
based
It's
on
in the
their,
rough.
Their math or whatever.
Golfer 2 with a chance at birdie. Golfer 1 readies the putter. And in for par. Golfer 2 now on tee.
This ball will stop quickly.
Golf. Golfer 1 has honors.
She made it on.
Golfer 2 now on tee.
She put the brakes on it.
Golfer 1 putting for birdie. Golfer 2 on the green. Birdie that one. Golfer 1 hits first.
This is going to come closer.
And now the tee shot of golfer 2. Wow, that's quite a poke, Peter. golfer 2. Now on tee.
Oh, that was crushed.
Once again, it's golfer 1.
He'll have to aim just a touch left to counter the win. Needed one more biscuit for breakfast.
Golfer 2 with a follow-up. Golfer 1 to putt. Eagle, my. Golfer 2 with the putter. Well done for eagle. With honors, golfer 1. That's an unbelievable shot. Golfer 1 with the putter, trying for eagle. In the hole. Golfer 2 with a shot at eagle. Golfer 1 at the tee. This one back up. Golfer 1 up at the tee. Golfer 1 with a shot at eagle. Golfer 2 with an eagle putt. Golfer 2 on tee.
Good stuff, Jimmy.
Golfer 1 at the tee.
Amazing. That is really long. This is where you want to be.
It's golfer 1. Nice touch. Golfer 2 with the putter, trying for eagle. Leading things off, it's golfer 2. Let's watch to golfer 1. On the green, that'll work. Golfer 2. The backspin slowed it down. Over to golfer 1.
Just a hair away from the dance floor.
Golfer 1 for birdie. Golfer 2 putting here for eagle. Next up, golfer 2.
Oh, no.
Ready? Count it. It's a hole-in-one. That was perfection. Golfer 2 looking at a birdie. Golfer 2 with a putter for par. Golfer 1 at the tee.
That was something.
Golfer 1. It found the cup. Well, how about that? Golfer 2 preparing to putt. And there's a birdie. Golfer 2 hits first.
Great backspin.
Golfer 1. Peter, he's in the fairway.
Really nice lie. Right in the fairway.
He'll be happy with this. Back again. Golfer 1 on tee.
A little miscue there. That's in the bunker.
Golfer 1 hitting from the beach. Golfer 2 is away.
She's on.
Returning to golfer 1.
I guess he decided to lay up.
Golfer 1 looking at a birdie. That's in the cup. Golfer 2 with an eagle attempt. Leading things off, it's golfer 2.
That's a home run.
towards the hole. Golfer 1 at the tee. Golfer 1, a chance for eagle.
Hey, 120, baby. Let's go. Let's go fucking straight. Pass me a fucking straight.
How about that, Jim?
Over to golfer 1.
And it's in, Jim.
There you have it, folks. Golfer 2 with the blade. Despicable golf. Golfer 1 tees it up on the closing hole.
This is going to come back.
Teeing it up.
Made that chip. I reversed the chips.
Golfer 2 prepares to putt. Eagles the par 4 in only 2 shots. Golfer 1. Golfer 1 with an attempt at par. Next up, golfer 2. Golfer 1 ready to hit.
Golf's a lot easier when you...
Full putt. He's got the eagle. Golfer 1 on the tee.
Come on, miss the ground there.
He launched that one. It's coming back.
Golfer 2 from the tee box. It's coming back. Golfer 1 putting here for eagle. 2. a birdie attempt. Golfer 1 on the green. On the tee for the final lap, golfer 2. Amazing backspin, Peter. And now the final tee shot of golfer 1. Look at that backspin. Golfer 1 with a shot at eagle. Golfer 2 with a bid for eagle. Golfer 1 with the putter, trying for eagle. Golfer 2 putting for birdie. Ready to tee it up, golfer 1. Great try. That one stayed up a long time. Next up, golfer 2. A drive to remember.
The fairway is great.
It has a shot. Golfer 1 is up. On the green, that'll work. Golfer 1, this for birdie. Golfer 2 with a birdie putt. Next up, golfer 1.
He made it on.
Golfer 2 now on tee. It's in the hole. And now the final tee shot of golfer 1. It's golfer 2.
Did you see that?
Golfer 2 with a try for eagle. Golfer 1 with an eagle attempt.
Can you find the bucket?
We got a minute anyways because we'll have to smoke anyways. Is it set up in some of each part 3 is the same course?
Well, no,
it's,
it isn't.
well, it's been
But it's very
happened
close.
twice so far.
Yeah, it's very close, isn't it? If Joe doesn't do a good course, he'll get pro for the shots.
Kevin sent me a $600 gift card.
Yes, $100. I have those.
You got this. So, yeah, you can take it.
From work.
We got 400 cards. So we get the pro for free shots.
Yeah, I think they should have one. But it's only $100 gift cards, so give them free.
All right. Successful Pembroke run for many, it seemed, especially for this guy coming up the stage right now, Mr. Will Sandstead, 29 under with 53,000 great shot points. He has been potting more. He has gotten better. Will, give me the rundown on your round there.
I holed out twice early, didn't get a hole 10, missed a short little chip at it, but yeah, maintained the 29, so pretty happy about it.
Were there any holes coming down the stretch there that kind of gave you some pause, especially with the two better in mind, as you want to bring that home?
17, 18, we were kind of ahead in the game. Got to watch some out in the lobby, saw it wasn't bad on 17, but just got to flip it up there, and then 18, popped it on there, made both putts, so good to go.
Really good round, man, really good round. I got something in my pocket here for you. It's a gift card. Gotta figure out which pocket it is. Hang on a second.
Do you need me to do it? I can do it if
I'm all for it. Oh, hey, I found it just like that. Magically, it just showed up just in time. Just in time finding. So here we go with the order of the hour here for everybody. I think this was really exciting last time, right? You see the last Joe come up here and get that guy. So we got the bucket here. You're our picker for the next number. So go ahead and get her done, man.
Let's see what we got. Got some tickets in here.
Tickets. Ticket number. I think they're all 00, so it's 00128-041. 128041. Got a Yahtzee. Danny just yelled, dang it, Danny. 128041. They're out there playing crap. Poor timing. To pick another, Scotty? All right. You guys reach in. Try another one.
All right, a little double dip.
Yeah, pick better. 128045. I heard a woo. There we go. There we go. I'll throw the other one back in there. Figure out what that's all about. So look at quick while he's on his way up here. Look, we got a hole from Pembroke, which is good. And to pick the pro, you got the hole. Yeah, you already got the expert advice. Thank you much. What's your name, buddy?
Sonu. Sonu.
Oh, you were here yesterday. I remember you. Yes, that's right. Sonu, where are you from?
Dallas.
Dallas, Texas.
Dallas.
Plenty of Texas folks in the house. Did you come up here just for this?
We did.
Awesome. Well, it's glad to see you here. Same as before. So similar to before, I've been told there's an updated thing which doesn't affect you at all, but it does affect you. If you miss your 3 shots, Will gets 3 shots, not just the one, to get you a $100 gift card. But that's not going to matter because you're going to stick it inside of 10 feet. Yeah. So here we go.
Play this? You got this? I played it. And in the words of Sean Gervais, just hit the sandwich.
That
a guy.
Bet you didn't know you were going to get a whole room full of help. Get up there! 2.3 feet. I think he's got the shot dialed in. Let's see if we can put her down in the jar. Drifting a little bit on that one.
Right 3 times? They got fulls from the audience, apparently.
Sounded good. Get on up there, Sonu. A little left, a little overcomes. Hey, really good shot, man. Really good shot. Thank you. See Scott right here. He's got your $100.
Appreciate it. Thank you much.
Good job, Will. Good job, Sonu. Way to be, guys. So we've got a little bit of time here before we want to start the 3rd course, but for your listening pleasure, we do have Jim Zielinski in the house to talk about 2020s and things moving forward. So I'm going to pass it right back over to Adam and Kevin to talk with Jim.
Thank you, Matt. And Jim Zielinski,
Hi.
welcome.
Thank you.
I think a lot of the players in this room certainly know who you are, but we've been talking about it the last 2 days. You're co-creator of Golden Tee, and you've designed literally every one of these courses for X many years, which is unbelievable. So first and foremost, thank you again for joining us. As you're watching this 30th anniversary of the game, what's going through your mind watching these guys play your courses?
Oh, it's always fun. I mean, it's great to see, the stuff that you work on and people enjoying playing it and, during the year winning money at it. So, I mean, coming up here and trying to even win a lot more money is really kind of cool.
Is there a part of you when these guys are like dissecting it, right? Like the skill level here, and we're in the process right now of building these 2020 courses. You're getting beta information internally, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But like, you know, the level of skill when you try to find that perfect balance for guys like this versus the people maybe watching at home who are trying to break 10 under or even par, right? So how challenging is it for you to kind of find that balance every year?
It's hard. I mean, a lot of times, I have more to design for than just the people here. I mean, so making that balance is always tough, because if we make it really challenging for these guys, then the everyday players who we all need to have, they find it frustrating. So there's always a tough balance, and we do things internally in the game that will kind of offset that. We have our divisions and casual mode for those guys.
Absolutely.
But even within the guys who play registered, it's always hard because we don't want to frustrate anybody.
No.
Well, Jim, I think over the last couple of years, you found a really good balance. You know, the pars have increased on some of these courses. It makes it fun for these guys, but also for the casual people, the people that chime in on our live streams. You know, the everymans like Adam and I can go out there and still have that 28, 29, or 30 if we shoot really well. So it's a fun balance to see, and I think people have really been receptive to that over the last few years.
A lot of that is that we've kind of gone to what I call the Bonnie Moore setup, which, you know,
couple of Bonnie Moore.
I was going to say, we smile on the face, cheesing for the camera.
And it's always been a really popular course. And we, you know, as I look back, we kind of, what made this so fun? I mean, it wasn't just there's a lot of, it's an open course, which is really kind of fun. But there's a lot there as far as just the par setups.
Sure.
And it had an unusual mix. It had 5 par 5s, 5 par drivable par 4s, which is something that people seem to like. They want to be able to get an eagle. So what we did, we said, if it's working for Bonnie Moore, let's make that across the board.
Sure.
So we've done the same setup. We've kind of minimized the amount of just straight ahead par 4s you're going to get, and instead we have a lot more drivable par 4s and accessible par 5s, you know. Sure,
which is a natural transition to the game that's out in the lobby that guys have been playing constantly these last few days, which is Golden Tee 2020. So before we get into the courses themselves, the process for you when you're clear of a year of Golden Tee and these go through testing and they're out, what does that process look like for you? Like, where do you begin before you start actually scripting these down and designing these?
Well, the first thing we do is say, where are we going to golf? That's number one. We've golfed all over the world. We have crazy locations in Thailand and Australia and Mount Everest. And, you know, we do, sometimes push the envelope with that stuff. But the first thing is, hey, where are we going to golf? So I generally figure out where haven't we been in the last few years. I want to give them something new. I also want to make sure that there's something that they can relate to, that it's not too crazy. So the first order of business is to figure that out, and then I kind of scout. I use a lot of, internet, Google Earth, a lot of things to scout areas that I think would be interesting. Last year with Cat Dryas was that was like hey, this is a cool area. This would make a fun place to put a golf course. And so for 2020, we do similar things like that. The other thing I like to do is kind of like make sure that we still have a tie to normal golf, regular. So I will look in areas that famous professional golf courses have existed. And we did this with Shady Acres that was near Medina.
Yeah.
We've done this with different, if you notice,
a Georgia course that will go unnamed.
Yeah, in Valdosta, Georgia, not somewhere else in Georgia.
Yeah.
But we kind of try to create a golf course in those areas, not necessarily replicating.
It's just a geographic. And actually, the 2020 courses, we got to play these a little bit and start to give you the feedback you need to produce these. And let's just start revealing them. But the 2020 courses, I think, have a nice geographical mix. So as we see our screen here, look at this with the silhouette logos Let's start with the first one, which I believe is Jamaica Bay.
Well, really quick, before we jump into that, because I know people are going to start asking questions, the last 2 years we've had 2 Golden Tee 4 remastered courses, so that Golden Tee Golf logo might look a little out of place because that's
we're digging back
into the 90s
which is awesome,
for a 3D
by the
golf
way.
course.
And Jim, I know you could talk about the process a bit and we get there, like what it's taking to actually recreate a course that is decades old.
Yeah.
But let's start Jamaica Bay.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit about it. It's beautiful. We know that.
Well, this course is something what I like to do every year, and the one thing, we have a great group of artists that make just beautiful landscapes and make our courses look great. And I'd like to, pick areas that can showcase what they can do. And one thing that they've always done really beautiful work with is our tropical ocean courses.
Yes.
So it's also a popular one with the players. So I said, let's find an area that we haven't been to that can use more of a tropical theme. So we just decided to go to Jamaica. It still has the tropical feel, but it's a little bit different than some of the other tropical courses we've done in the past. There's a lot. It's more of a resort course than we've had before. We've had more rustic tropical courses that were kind of like off on the beach.
Sandy Reef and those Tahiti Cove. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this was more like in a resort, like something you would see if you're going to Jamaica on your own playing golf. So there's going to be a lot of buildings and hotels and kind of things like that in the background.
There's some fun shots.
Yeah, the hotel, you mentioned, they're beautiful. Some of the best art I think that the artists, and some of them are here, have ever created. And it looked great. All right, Jamaica Bay, let's go to course number 2, which is Lake Powell, which pretty much says it, I guess, right?
Yeah, we're not too far.
No, no. So in terms of designing this, I know this one, you mentioned kind of Catadreas and combining some familiar elements over the years, right? A tropical course with rocks. So what can people expect to see with this one?
It's I don't know. Like I always kind of, a lot of players will actually do this also, is like compare those to other courses. This one, I guess, I wanted to have something kind of like Rocky Hollow, where I just love having the rocks and being able to bounce off rocks and use
YouTube loves that.
Yes.
Yeah. It's YouTube gold for us.
So I really like that cool aspect. It gives you a little extra distance if you hit a big hook or slice. And so I like to use that. But I'd also, unlike Rocky Hollow, say, hey, let's bring some water into this. So as I was investigating locations, well, this is perfect. Let's go. I was Lake Mead, Lake Powell. I think Lake Powell seemed like had a better landscape. And the cool thing is we have tools that I can use where once I decide an area, I can actually go and we get data from the United States Geological Survey. So I can actually go in, I can take the area from that and put a golf course in there using the real world data.
Which is awesome.
Sometimes we scale it up and we scale it down, but the stuff I get, and it's another tool that our artists have found, and they do a great job of researching tools for all of us to use. And that's one that they said, hey, I can use this. So we'll use real landscape. So a lot of that stuff, in fact, most of it,
geographically accurate-ish.
It's from real world.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, let's go to course 3. But before we do, by the way, Sean McMenemy, who you will not see, is behind the scenes, and he's working his tail off, and he's doing an amazing job with Atomic as well. And he created these course art, the logos you're seeing. And we want to give Sean big props, not just for the logos, but for all the work here. So, Sean, thank you. You're listening to this and probably panicking about something that's going to happen in 20 minutes from now. So thank you for doing it for us. Oakwood Hills, you mentioned finding a spot for kind of that more traditional golf course, right? And this is it.
Yeah, this is it's southeastern Ohio. It's more of a traditional course, although it's a links course. So it's like an American links course.
Yep.
You're going to have deeper bunkers, not necessarily the pot bunkers that you get in a Scottish links course.
U.S. Open-y kind of, right?
They're very deep. I think it's a lot of fun. The cool thing about this is, like, I try to do this with a lot of the courses, is give them kind of a unique identity. And with this course, the identity, I think, is there's a lot of play in the elevation of the greens.
Yes.
So there's a lot of greens that are elevated even slightly. So you really have to be mindful of your club distance.
We can attest to that, by the way, having played these.
Yeah, because what it looks like, this is an easy 5 iron.
It's
or
not
whatever.
massive, too. It's
it
subtle.
could be, and that subtle difference really makes you think. You have to play for that. You have to either go up a club or down a club based on what you're seeing. So that, I think, when you're doing the links courses, it's kind of hard without trees and objects to create risk.
So correct me if I'm wrong, too, because the players love this, all players. This was the home of a drivable par 5, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I put it in the water when I got to play.
Oh, there are going to be a lot of water shots on that one.
Yeah, but, it's really cool. It is more traditional golf, but certainly Golden Tee-ified for sure. Okay, moving on. And by the way, if you're just joining us, Jim Zielinski, co-creator of Golden Tee, our course designer, going through the 2020 courses. This is Grand Teton. I like, too, by the way, the name of the courses are, you kind of know where you're going, right?
Yeah,
That's pretty straightforward. So as we get the next logo up here, tell us a little bit about this one.
Well, the Grand Teton is set in Wyoming near the Grand Tetons. It's not like some of our mountain courses in the past where we're right in the mountains. We're kind of in the foothills outside the mountains, but there's still some elevation changes. What I wanted to do, the reason I wanted that is like up in the mountains, kind of hard to put a lot of lakes and things like that because we don't have the terrain for it. But here we do. So there's going to be a lot of water here, and but still more elevation changes than you'd see on a flatter course. I think it's beautiful. I mean, the stuff the artists have done has been really amazing on that course.
The backdrops on all of these courses, but especially this one, I know were really striking. Like you'd play and you're looking at the design, and yet you can't help but like just look at what's beyond you.
You get lost in the beauty of those.
Yeah. And if you're here, by the way, or if you're local, come check out Golden Tee 2020. It's in the lobby, the courses that we're talking about now. So water and some slight elevation changes. As we move on, and I'm going to just say it, Jim, we played these a handful of times. The final 2019 course before we get to some of the remastered, I thought was cool. I thought it was different and ambitious, and from the greens that look a lot different to the objects to the stuff the artists. Dodge City.
Yeah.
So you've been talking about this for kind of a while, doing something like this, right? So Kansas, we have it up there. So tell us a bit about this one.
Well, this is kind of like a Wild West course. I mean, we're not going back in history or anything, but I mean, we're not going back in time. We don't have a time machine, but there are some.
Good idea, by the way.
Yeah, there are some Old West elements in here. It's out in the prairie, so we're going to have a lot of the. Dusty dirt is,
punishing dusty dirt, by the way.
You go off the fairway and you're really losing a lot of distance. So dusty dirt, there's mud, but then there's also kind of fun, farm, rural, and western buildings and things like that are used as objects. There are some shortcuts through those objects.
Yes.
So we're pushing the envelope more on this course than the other ones as far as that stuff goes. But it's fun. People like it.
It's beautiful, too.
Hole 18 is going to be really fun. I know, Jim, after Adam and I and a few others played, it was a little bit too easy, so I know you talked about changing things up. Maybe a couple crate or two to give a little teaser out there, but some fun stuff with that course.
Yeah, well, that's what we have our beta test to be able to, we have players come in and play and see how much they can beat up, and they do a pretty good job. But then I can go in and make adjustments after that, which I do. Cool. And so that what I want to do is make sure that everyone is challenged, not just, obviously there's a beginner player. They're going to be challenged just by playing it. But players are the ones that we see in this room and this weekend today. They need a challenge too, and I want to make sure that it's not just a walk in the park for them.
That's a tough balance. We talked about U.S. Open, trying to find the right balance for players, but these are not done, the courses that we're showing here, but they're beautiful.
In fact, the ones that we have here are a previous version before the changes have been made.
So the courses that they've seen, you've already drastically dissected a lot, which is awesome, by the way.
I think that makes it so much more fun because these guys already said, well, some of these courses on casual seem easy, and I'm just in my head thinking, you see what Jim does in a couple months.
And don't let him watch over your shoulder because he's going to make, he'll adjust, he'll take notes. So, so that is the 2020 lineup, the 5 courses, the courses that you'll see qualifying next year. Let's go to the remastered courses. Sure. And so this is a really neat thing. I think people are familiar with it, but you take one of the dozens upon dozens of courses that you've done before live, and you're able to recreate. So I guess before we reveal the course, to walk a little bit through the process and what might be different about this first course we reveal.
Well, the process is we have data on all our courses. Some of them, we go back 30 years, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, the stuff from the first few years is so basic that it's probably we could recreate
Sure,
that.
but it's more straightforward golf. It was 30 years ago,
then,
after all.
Once we start out with 3D golf, and all those courses are fun layouts. They're fun shot-making holes, but they don't have the artwork and they don't look as nice because back then we didn't have the hardware that could, display them in the proper format. So this time we do. So sometimes it's fun to go back and bring them back to life, so to speak.
So the course that we are bringing back to life here is Coral Ridge.
Yes.
So I guess your memories of this course and what are the differences between, because again, you mentioned it's the data and it's recreating. Kevin is smiling because he has played.
This is what I grew up on. And
Yeah.
I laugh because when I first started at IT a few years ago, I suggested, Jim, well, why don't we bring back a 3D golf course? He goes, I don't think that'll ever happen. We don't have the data.
Yeah,
well,
Kevin found it.
Mr.
Sitting
Archive
on
over
his
here,
desk.
1,000 discs later. But
Yeah.
no, they look beautiful, and I'm really excited. This is fun. This is something different. And let's talk a little bit more about it.
Yeah, well, once Kevin found the data, I said, oh my gosh, I can't even believe we still had it. And then the second question is this data in a format that we can use?
Yeah.
So after loading it in, I could load it into the program we use now, but it was really tiny. And I like, oh boy, this is going to be hard because we're going to have to somehow scale this bigger to make it, work for the distances that it's supposed to be. And then I realized that in the process of evolving our golden tee line from 3D to live as we have it now, is we used a different measuring standard back then. So back then we used to measure everything in yards. Now we measure everything in inches, so that this is a simple multiply. So I just scaled it up by 36,
That's
and
awesome.
everything matched.
That's awesome.
So
I love the logo too. The contrast of we let the logos exist as they did, and the courses are exactly what they were. Our artists, you gave them love. I mean, they're recreating these. It's such a cool process that this is the course, and yet it's 2019ified.
It is down to the inch, the exact same as it was. The only difference is. Back then, we had hardware that couldn't do the amount of polygons or the mesh, the density of the mesh. That's
Sure.
a little bit, technical terms, but we just couldn't do it and process that back then. So a lot of the edges are a little bit more jagged and cornered. Well, that we can fix now. We can smooth those out. We can round out the edges. But everything else, everything that they played back then, it should play exactly the same.
Yeah, the handoff between you and Mike Sanchez, our art director, is here, and his team, the way you're able to coordinate this to bring it to life is fascinating process. I mean, it really is from start to finish, the way that 25-year-old courses can, be brought to life like this is really cool.
It's fun to look at the comparisons. I've kind of thrown them together in Photoshop, and I know Dan Nugent, one of our artists, has too. And we'll reveal those more in the summer. But to look, you look at a 4 course and the remasters, and they look good. You can see the similarities. Same thing with the 3D golf, but you compare like the UI, the graphics, the look, like you said 20 years ago. Now you can feel the vibe there. You're like, this looks exactly the same, but it's beautiful. And also when you hit the water looks beautiful. It's a little disappointing, but the artists, you guys have done a great job in bringing this course that is 22 years old back to life.
Yeah, this was I think this was one of the Golden Tee 97 courses, which that was one of our most popular years in 3D golf. So it was kind of nice because there were a lot of our players. A lot of our older players who played that through the years back then are going to recognize it.
So speaking of popularity in courses, I know when we started doing this a couple of years ago, we started getting requests from guys that have been around a long time, and I know this was a popular one, the last reveal, courses that will be released during the year, and that is Castleshire, right? So another logo that is Golden Tee lore. So tell us a little bit about this course for guys that haven't played it.
Well, Castleshire, it was the first full 18 links course that we've ever done. We didn't have them in 3D golf. We did a 9-holer the first year of 4, I think. And so this is the first full 18. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I like it. It's got the pot bunkers. As you see with the other courses that we revealed for 2020, it was a nice fit because we don't have a real true Scottish Links course anywhere other than this. So if you really want to play that version, we have that for you. But it's a lot of elevation changes. Back then, we had a lot more rounded, more ups and downs in the fairways than a lot of the courses now. So it's a little bit different in that, as you play it. There's some hills and things that you're going to have to watch out not to go down or make sure you land on top of.
Sure.
But it's a fun course.
The one thing that's fun, too, with these remastered courses is, we talked about this with Coral Ridge. 22 years ago, the way the game was played is a little bit different than now. So you're talking about tees, equipment, clubs and balls. So you're going to see a lot of holes that were never even imaginable to be drivable back in the day, or even in 4, that with these guys, the way they hit it and the way they craft their shots.
Power. It's like real golf. You can overpower them.
And we discussed maybe moving the tees back, trying to do the the modernization thing that a lot of golf courses are doing. But then after we talked about it, it's like, what? Let them play it with the new equipment. Why take that away? And so our tee areas are exactly where they were back then. We're not changing. We're not moving them around. We're saying this is where you played it before. This is where you're going to play it now.
Okay, so we are going to see a remastered course in our qualifier, but you're talking about tee boxes. One of the things that you are passionate about with this update, not just the fact that you've created these beautiful courses, but you've been giving some new freedom to do things that you've never done before with the tee boxes. And this is a technology that's we've got Nigel Casey here with the programming, who's done a great job, and you in terms of the creation. So talk a bit about what's new with the tee boxes in 2020.
Well, the idea kind of came from how we were doing the future tees, where we put some secondary tees on after a certain amount of time. But the new technology basically will allow the course to change dramatically from round to round. In the old system, our tee areas were stitched in and they were solidly locked into the terrain, and they didn't move much. So you can move your golden tees around a little bit, but where those tee areas were pretty stuck. The new system is going to be nothing like that. Basically, instead of stitching it into the course, our tee box is now an object that can be placed anywhere. And when I mean anywhere, we can go anywhere on a par 3 from 40 yards to 290 yards, and anywhere left and right in between, and multitude of tee areas, not just 3 spots or 4 spots, but dozens. So no longer can you just sit up and, I know this, it's 280, I need this.
And you're talking
club.
to these guys, by the way, directly,
Yeah, it's now you got to be careful what bag you choose, what clubs you choose, because it's not going to stay the same.
So it's basically the theme of what you've done the last couple of years, which is introduce new tees at kind of the halfway point. And, it's on steroids now, where that theme is going to hold true throughout. And you'll never, quite literally, never see the same tee again. Like, you know what I mean?
You may, but it's going to be more rare.
It's going to be, honestly, I feel like the changes might be minimal, but there's still going to be different looks. I mean, Adam and I played side by side for the same course, and I don't think we saw the same setups once. And not only, when you actually have a tee box, you tee off on a hole, it's still going to be a square that shape, but you can see it on the 2020. These objects don't have to be a square circle. It can be any
naturally kind
size.
of grooved into the course.
Yeah.
And people really, I don't think until they actually play that and see it for themselves and go, oh wow, like this is different. They're not going to understand and appreciate that. And I think even the everyman will think that too, because you're getting a new game every single time.
Yeah, it's exciting too. Watching the joy it has brought you to, because it allows you to do something that you haven't been. It's a tool you haven't had for years.
We're still going to have our future tees and release those when they are, but this gives gives players the chance to see something different every round. And I think they're going to enjoy the variety, because it's not going to get as old as quickly, like before. I mean, if it's stuck, there's really only so much you can do, and you kind of learn those courses. Here, you may see a look that you haven't seen the last 30 times you played it.
Fun.
And so you're going to have to know how to play golf, not just know how to play that course.
That's exciting. It's really, really cool. And having just seen a little bit of it, I think it's going to add huge to the game. So the other part of this, and we'll talk about features down the road, but I know we have some of the new equipment that we've been working on as well. And so each year we give you creative. I've been in the behind the curtain with you to help. It's amazing that you can still come up with new ideas. But the one thing, when we poured over the data and you're looking at the new clubs and the balls, Mike Sanchez, we mentioned the art director, doing an awesome job on the creation of this. And this actually directly ties in. We said the world champ will get their face in the game. They're also going to be able to pick a bag, which was one of the most popular club sets we've ever done. Which is really cool. We've got the player's choice, which we pour over data. We say, what are players playing this year? Kevin, I know the big thing was the multiple drivers, right?
Yeah, that's really going to make a difference, I think, for this year's club sets.
So Jim, like the multiple driver thing is kind of fun. Did you think that would be something that would be – because I didn't. It's taken me a while to finally embrace it. I'm struggling still to embrace it, but it's there.
You know, I think when we started offering the lower loft driver and the higher loft drivers, it gives a nice variety. I mean, off the tee, there's so many drivable par fours that those clubs are important on. And I think, hey, you know, if it gives them an advantage and that's what they want to use, I have no problem with it. It's just, I probably didn't envision it, you know, because, but now now I think about it, it kind of makes sense. Because you need that distance and you need a change in loft and be able to, the spin that comes with that. And so, yeah, it makes sense. It's kind of, everything flows, you know, to the, you know, it eventually evolves to where it needs to be. And I think it's been that way out of necessity because it's created better scores. So I embrace it.
But it's helped you really design these courses too. You know that these clubs are popular, and I think we've talked a little bit. You change up some of your designs based on.
Well, I have internally in the system, I have little guides that show me exactly where each club is going to land, how far the hook is going to go.
Sure.
So I know exactly what they're capable of. So yeah, absolutely, I will intentionally place tee areas in between, to make sure that they have to use, skill to be able to make it either with tees or with various clubs. A lot of the par threes and the drivable par fours are intentionally in between some of these clubs, so that
works.
Rather than make, instead of just a rote shot from a 5-wood, they may have to, make some adjustments.
We saw that a lot even in the qualifier. These guys moving their tees even inches around because they know they're going to have to make those adjustments based on the clubs.
So
it's interesting.
Yeah, it is. So we're gonna get the qualifier back up and running. Jim, you can hang out. We're still talk 2020. Okay. We'll talk courses with you. So we are through 2 rounds. As of now in the World Championship, we're looking at the leaderboard here and what we got. Sean Gervais and Mark Stenmark right now with 57 unders, so strong showings here. So let's kick it back up to Matt. Matt, if you're ready for our next course and our next group.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Jim. That was informative. How do everybody feel about those 2020 reveals? There we go. Yeah, there we go. So we're back. We're up to the 3rd course now. Things starting to get a little tighter, right? And nerves getting a little more as the holes wind down. But we got Catadreas Beach coming up. And so if you are a Group 1 player, now's the time to come hit Catadreas. Let's see if we can get one of those 33 kind of setups and get everybody back in the game here. If you're behind, and if not, see if you can distance yourself from the pack. Let's do it.
Yeah. That was the one that says they changed the team. He had back-to-back hole-outs. He held a couple out or something. We'll hold out the same par 3 and then we're going downtown tonight. Hold out. You say you missed 10. I didn't get 10. You missed his chip.
All right. So we are back, and Jim's going to stay with us and hang out. And Jim, we we've talked about our experience with the courses, and it's what's different about this year. Everybody listening at home on the stream on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch, we've got the audio also going into the room. So we're trying to balance. Talking while these guys are shooting. It's very interesting. It's been a lot of fun, too. But we're talking a bit about these courses. And Catadrea specifically, you alluded to kind of the elements here. So as you were putting this together, like what goes through your mind as we're getting ready to watch these guys play?
I kind of, every time they play, it takes me back to when we were creating them and designing them. And I remember the biggest, I just remember on this course, the cliffs, which I originally had designed, were not high enough.
Yes.
And after we had our beta test and they're launching over everything, we got to go back to the drawing board. So we had to, raise those up quite a bit to make sure that they played and routed the way I wanted them to. They weren't designed to be just, some of them you can, and they were designed that way, but a lot of them weren't, and in our beta they were just launching over everything.
The one thing I don't think players realize is that the tops of a lot of these cliffs were not necessarily you weren't supposed to land on them. They were supposed to be on playable lies, and then we changed that.
What's funny is like after and when we made the art, we didn't pay a whole lot of attention to them.
Sure.
And then the problem was when we started putting in the future tees on top of there, which I don't think some of our artists didn't realize we're going to do. But then, because we usually do that a little bit later in the process, when I put that in there, it's like, oh boy, these are visible.
It changes the scoring. Like Catadrea, that could, this is a 30-31 par with the new tees, and I think it adds to the element of fun. Like we're looking at hole 2. And,
lots of
not necessarily drivable, but some guys are going to potentially chip in for eagle here.
I remember playing this course for the first time in the beta, and I remember going to you and saying, it'd be awesome if hole 2 was drivable. And you said, well, it will be. Just
wait.
Just wait. Take your time. And so that's cool round to round. We've talked about it at length. We've talked about today these holes that are every other round could be drivable or not.
Yeah.
And the way these guys chip and the way that they can shot make from within 100 yards, it certainly is. It's kind of a skill test. Certainly, if you want to crown a champion, those are the kind of shots you're going to have to make.
That very shot is one of the reasons that, especially in 2020, we're kind of not giving the gimme drops like we used to. And it's like one thing I didn't. If you hit it in the water, there should be some sort of penalty.
Sure.
And I thought some of these drops that are just right next to the pins, where it's just a simple putt
on the fringe putting in for par on a par 3. There we go. Nice hole in one by Paul Luna.
There should be a penalty for hitting the water, so they're a little further back than they used to be.
Oh, it's so good to give these guys a little something to twinge while they're trying to play. Paul Luna with an ace there, which is awesome. We're heating up. So with Catadrea, Kevin, I'll ask you too with Jim here, like what talk about maybe a hole that could go one way or another. I know there's a lot of weaving in and out. Jim, you've made a couple of shots here. We can go right or left around cliffs.
Yeah.
So, Kevin, what jumps out?
Well, with these new tees, some of the drivable par 4s, you're seeing either from the top of the cliff, like we did on Pembroke. You're seeing from the top of those cliffs, or you're seeing a new box around the cliffs and behind.
Yeah.
The tiered par 3s.
Yes.
Yep.
Those are probably going to be the most challenging, I think, for these qualifiers, because I know when I started playing Catadrea, one of the first live streams I did from the lounge after new tees, I think I put at least 5 out of the 6 shots in the water because I had a great shot and then it hit the tiered green and just drops right off.
We saw that a factor at Pembroke for sure. I mean, watching just the even these players who've seen them, the level of pause that they have into these par 3s, into these par 4s.
A lot of that, I think, is what, a lot of people say future tees, but there's also future pins.
Yes.
And I think that's what you're noticing there is some of those more tough pins that are in little corners of the green, some of those, not on every par 3, but a lot of those I save for the futures. And then once they get to the future, they have a little bit more challenge. Because if you notice, there's a tendency that the tees sometimes get a little bit easier. And then the pins get a little more difficult. So there's a nice balance between that.
Yeah, no, it is a great balance. And certainly when you have a course that is as geographically pronounced as this one, it gives you the hitting up on top, or moving it around.
Trying to avoid those sharp cliff corners.
No, this is a really fun course, and also in a qualifier,
And when we were talking about this, Kevin, leading up to this, this is like if you're slightly off, just slightly off, some of the other courses like Pembroke, which is pretty open, you can get away with it.
Yeah, one nick on a cliff, or on the wrong side of a two-tiered green, and that's big trouble.
Yeah, two-tiered greens. We saw a putt from Mouth earlier. That was fantastic.
Yeah, unbelievable. I couldn't believe he made it.
Yeah, that was awesome.
He was close to the fringe there too.
Oh yeah, no, that was absolutely great. So. If you're just joining us, the 2019 Golden Tee World Championship, we were at the Orleans. Thank you to the Orleans and Boyd Gaming. Everything you're seeing here will be presented to you in August on ESPN. Yeah, how cool is that, Jim?
That's
by the
really
way?
cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
That's awesome. So everything, we're going to have to condense it down quite a bit. But this qualifier you're watching, and this is course 3, we're flying through this thing. We're going to take the top scores from all these guys. We're going to combine them, the lowest under par, top 32 are in. If you want to see what the scoring is, goldentee.com. We've got the updated scorings. And what's awesome, too, Jim, is like the hole by hole. This is like the ticker, right?
Yeah.
You hit refresh, and you get the, who's doing what through these holes. So I see a 9 under there through hole 5. Guys are just kind of working their way in, through this thing. We're getting Paul Lunan we saw with the ace already. We've got Andy Haas playing, a couple of favorites for the World Championship. So we are flying through here.
And with us being live on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook, we've got Jim here for a little bit longer. If you guys have any questions about this year's courses that you're watching, even if you didn't catch everything from the 2020, we've got Jim here for a bit. But I know you guys have questions for Jim because we always get the comments and emails from everybody. Yeah. And now that he's here, I think people are a little nervous. Oh, but don't want to ask Jim.
Oh no, I'll take him.
You've probably heard a few over the years.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah,
he's probably heard a few. Between yesterday and tonight.
Yeah, I don't want to get too tainted with this. I mean, there's going to be things that people love and hate about everything.
Oh,
so,
of course. I mean, how many obscenities have been muttered at the game over the years?
That's been in jest mostly.
Of course, it's fun.
Sometimes not.
Well, it's golf.
Adam and I know that very well.
Yeah. No, it's golf. It's the spirit of Golden Tee.
Yeah.
It's every shot here that I think people get mad at themselves for not executing.
I will say that if there is, an adamant criticism, it's usually warranted. I mean, a lot of times they'll bring up stuff that, hey, why did you do this and this? And then I'll think about it and say, you know what, they're right.
Ooh, almost another one.
I probably need to change that in the future.
Well, we talked a bit last night about how much care you put into making sure that the designs you craft. We went through this 2 weeks ago. You watched Kevin and I play some of the new courses, and the first thing you said was, make sure that none of this reminds you of holes you've played before.
It's
so hard to do that.
It is.
Because you're not instinctively doing it.
No, but I do go back and look at old, and I'll be playing it, and they'll be, you know what, this reminds me too much of that hole on, whatever course.
Oh, we'll go back.
Adam and I kind of made a fun game out of it. This is Calypso Key with Rocky Hollow.
Well, I don't mind that. I don't mind things as far as the location, but it's the particular hole that you're playing. If it's too similar to something else, we need to change that up a little bit because it's hard to do. But I try to at least give them something they haven't seen before. And it's not always. I mean, sometimes they're similar. But, I mean, they're par 5s. There's only so many things you can do.
So you've got 30 years of courses you've made.
I think the number, I was talking about it last night, it's got to be at least 120, I believe, through all years, especially some of the tournament courses and the 3D days, the 9-holers from 4 and all that. It's getting up there. We're at 74 courses, 81 with the 2020 courses, so it's definitely up there in the hundreds.
I remember there was one social media post that said, well, this hole – the par 3. This hole's a little bit like this other hole back in 4 days. I said, oh, no, I don't think so. I went back and, it was almost exactly the same. It was really close. It was so, I try not to do it, but, that was pretty darn close.
It's hard. You're talking about hundreds and hundreds and thousands of designs over the years. What I love in watching you throughout the creation process, now that we get to see you, is the passion that you put into, every one of these courses, and you can walk us through the process a bit. We talked about selecting the courses that you want to do, but when you're actually now, I know I want to go to Lake Powell, or I know I want to go to Grand Teton, before you get on your computer and you start doing these things and the artists start planning objects, what do you do to create like a script from one, hole 1 to hole 18?
Well, like I said, the first thing I do is I want to make something that I think is different and unique that they haven't seen before. It's hard to do with that many courses, but usually the location gives us that because it's usually a place that's not quite the same as somewhere else. So the other thing is I want to make sure that the players are thinking when they're playing, and if they're up just playing rote golf. Players of this caliber, it gets to that point because they play so much. But for, when they first start it, I want them saying, okay, what do I need to do here?
Sure.
What do I need to do there? I like to set up on par 5 to make sure that they have alternate ways of getting their eagles.
Speaking of which, by the way, this is one that we just, again, you see the cliffs come into play here, and then you hope for good bounces. We saw Paul get through there. This is a really fun hole because there's an opportunity there, but you just have to obviously execute the shot.
Tough. Yeah,
it's really, and this is another one with new tees and everything else that really does change it quite a bit too.
It's tough. I feel like every week we get 3 or 4 shots, YouTube shots of this hole just bouncing off crazy amounts of cliffs and ending up in the cup. But it's a double eagle if you make it on the green and make that putt. So, and especially at this caliber at the World Championship, it really can make a difference.
It's a lot of thought that goes in, whether it's a qualifier or match play, how aggressive you want to be in those shots. And Jim, getting back to the course design, so when you pick a locale and maybe there's going to be elevation, or maybe not elevation, or some distinct elements, when you're putting an actual hole 1 on paper or hole 7 on paper, are you literally putting on paper? You go in your computer and throwing around ideas?
Yeah, I kind of sketch it out first. Then I, bring it into the program we have and kind of measure it out. I want to, usually I'll go into it and say, I want the first hole to be a 480-yard par 4.
Sure.
And I'll usually come up with that list first of how the holes are going to route. Second hole, I want to kind of vary the, there's a pattern to a lot of it. I mean, hole 3 usually around there, you're going to get a par 3. Hole 17s are always a tough par 3. Hole 18 usually is a drivable par 4. Sometimes a hard eagle hole that's a par 5. But there's some pattern to that, and those things stay the same.
Progressive difficulty.
Well, they seem to have worked over the years,
absolutely.
and I think
I'd say
by the end of the round, I want to make sure that players are in a position where they can come back, and that's why you'll see a lot of drivable par 4s late, 16, 15, 16, definitely 18. I want you to be able to, if you're down 2 or 3, you can make some sort of miraculous comeback.
Absolutely. It's the beauty of this.
You can't do that with a par 4 unless you hole out,
Yes.
which is
No, it's the beauty of this. It's the beauty of match play, which we'll see tomorrow. It's why this is so fun, especially down the stretch.
Now, Jim, we're looking at hole 9 for Catadreas Beach, the drivable par 5. Now, we've seen a bit more of these from you over the last couple of years. So what's your mentality behind, putting those in? Is it, the balance between the fun opportunities to score a little bit more,
Yeah, I don't want to do it on every course because it ends up coming down to that one shot. And either that one shot, I don't want one shot to make or break your round. And that can do it. If you either... So I kind of shy away from them because a lot of players, especially if it's early in the round, they'll come in and they're like, oh, I didn't hit it, I'm done. And I hate to have people have that sense. So I'll put them in there occasionally just because I think it's fun.
They are fun. Players love them too, by the way. We know that.
But you know what I'm saying. I don't want to make one shot determine whether a round's good or bad.
Well, the reason they're fun and special too is because they are kind of they aren't all the time.
No.
There's maybe a course with 1 or 2, and we saw these guys take care of business here on that. But absolutely, hole 9 is one that can it's a turning point in the round that you can make up. Or I've hit that canyon wall before and not made up, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a good challenging hole because you can take, a 3-wood or a 5-wood and get over it most of the time. But like, Adam said, if you get wet, the layup or the drop, you're taking par. And that's like if you're really good at getting to the green. So
that's intentional.
The risk reward is very high on that hole in particular. I think it's great.
Well, I think there you have to be careful, especially with the drivable par 5s. You can't give them too easy of a drop because then I want them to think about whether they're going to go for it or not. And if you're And that comes into play.
Glacier Ranch, hole 4 comes to mind.
Yeah. And if it's just a no-brainer, then, well, it's an easy birdie. I'm going for it every time. Then you're really not thinking about it at all.
So again, we are moving along here. You're watching Catadreas Beach. We're with Jim Zielinski, who's given us talked about 2020. Now talking a little bit about 2019 and just course strategy, which is so much fun for you. This Worlds event, which you were here last year, and just the way that this has sort of evolved specifically over the last couple of years. What's been the impression of it in your eyes?
Oh, this is fantastic. I mean, we are very much one of the original esports. We've been connecting and competing with players for good 20 years. And it's kind of nice to see it evolve to this level where you have people this involved and people wanting to watch. And social media has made such a big difference, being able to connect people and bring people, 20 or whenever we would have our first national championship. It's
Absolutely.
night and day difference.
Absolutely.
There it was just more of a way for us to reward our players for. And now it's become almost like an event, and this is really cool.
I know that, Jim, watching this now too, to me, when we started playing these holes for the first time about a year ago, I thought this was one of the staple holes in the update, right? You know what I mean?
This actually was one of those, Jim, we were talking about earlier. It got easier with the new tees because the original tees, sometimes you were behind a rock on that par 3 for 17. I mean, that's probably one of the more difficult par 3s in 2019.
Cut it around.
Cutting around it.
Yeah.
These guys are probably a sigh of relief every time they go up there and it's a straight look at that.
Yeah, like I said, not every future tee is going to be harder. Sometimes they make them easier, but you have to make that balance.
Yeah, Catadreas specifically, they're on display. I believe the designer hole is on this course as well.
Yeah, that's a fun hole. That's a fun hole.
It is a really fun hole. So a lot of risk versus award.
I did make a little artistic license on that hole. I put that little rock on the top,
which I think I hit immediately.
Which wasn't in the original design, but it said, you know what, it needs a little something if you're a little bit off. So
it's just a little addition, but it means so much. Especially, I know when Adam and I were recording the real-time rival shots.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you how many times I was swearing your name because I kept hitting that rock trying to get a hole-in-one.
Yeah, so it's funny you mentioned the real-time rivals because I was talking to Piano Steve earlier, and he had never seen the rebound shot. I think it's on 4 or 5, where there's if you have stock clubs and you're playing casual play, you have no way of getting over that cliff. But there is a rebound shot where you bounce off 2 cliffs and you get on the green.
Now, before
which a lot of people have never seen because when you have advanced clubs, you don't need to do that. But for a casual player, he needs to access that.
It's a fun shot. I got to give kudos to Adam because he on real-time rival, he spent a lot of time recording those.
I hit about 400 shots.
Did you make that one?
I did.
Yeah, okay.
We actually just had it was a shot of the week a few weeks ago. Somebody actually
Finally
hit
did
that
it.
after how many months.
Yeah.
And it was just fun to see because you never would think to try that.
No. Well, those are fun to make because I spend a good amount of time measuring, make sure those things work, and
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah.
I actually had a good time doing that. I had to when we were recording, I had to make sure that the pin was up front.
And you can't hit it too hard.
No, you can't. I was short. I was off. You have to hit the right spot of the rock. And that's right. Kevin a couple weeks ago said, "Hey, finally someone did." That's the longest, Jim. You put certain shots in there. You have some in 2020 that you wait for people to find. We made it to summer.
There's going to be some in 2020. I won't reveal which ones, but there's some landing areas that a lot of people won't know about for a while for par 5s. They're starting, I think, with, I don't know if it was Beals Creek or it was Mayfield, I think. We started adding a new texture. And that texture we changed it from course to course, but basically it's
lawn, somebody's front yard.
Yeah, it was lawn or yard. It'll change names from course to course, but basically it looks like rough, but it acts like fairway.
Wow.
And,
hey, Jim, sorry to interrupt you. Paul Luna, 33 under on Catadreas. So that's what I was talking about earlier. 31 setup. He had a hole-in-one, a couple of really close shots. That's
unbelievable.
That's got to be a good chance at top score.
Yes.
Is that a qualifier
if
record?
he is not the pro,
that qualify it might be a qualifier record.
Kevin, you were like our Golden Tee historian. 33 under.
I feel like it maybe has been done once before, but it's been a long time.
So to have this stage
right? This pressure. Jim, you're the good luck charm because we've been watching guys, maybe the score's a little bit lower, not as good as we thought they'd be. 33 under here is just absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he didn't even need to hit the rock shot on hole 4 like Jim was talking about to get it.
Wow, 33 under. So, okay, I'm looking actually at the updated scores here to give some heads up. Andy Haas with a 31 under. 31 under on this. No good.
Yeah. It's good, but not
we've
that
got
good.
We've got a handful of guys. Will Sandstead, Jared Decker are playing, who are still out on the course with the 29 on 18. So, Jim, Kevin and I talked about it early on. Guys getting into the feel of this thing. This, if you get a good setup, the setups we've seen in the first 2 courses have been trickier, I'd say.
Yeah.
This seems to be something that people are comfortable with. Clearly, we're watching it here.
It's fun, and I got to give a quick shout out to a lot of our followers on social media. People have been sending me text messages, tagging us at Golden Tee on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. A lot of bars having the World Championship stream on there.
That's great.
A lot of places with 70-inch TVs, and they're featuring the stream, talking, with Jim about the courses, next year's and this year's, and it's a big stage. It's a big deal. $30,000. The face in the game, the chance to play as the world championship or the world champion is it's really fun.
Look at these scores on Cat Andreas. We've got Greg Kinsler with a 30 under. I mean, there's 30s all over. We got Jeff Harlow with a 30 under. We've got a number 31 here from Jared. There's some it's
gonna be a high cut.
This is this is the one that's
32s.
We are Mike Jones just posted a 32 under. So we got no good, by the way, for the Pro and Joe. Very good.
Close but no cigar.
Yeah, it's really spectacular. So share this, guys.
Oh, that was
good
close.
shot there, too. So if you're watching this and you're enjoying what you're seeing, and how could you not right now, share this with everybody. Get people to watch. We're going to be here for at least a few more hours as we wrap this thing up. But holy cow, just refreshing the scoring so far. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see 8 rounds of 30 under or better. So the setup is clearly favorable.
It shows you what the difference in skill is.
Absolutely, at this level.
This is the elite level, and for guys who are, if they are at their bars, shoot. There's nothing wrong with what they're shooting.
Absolutely
but
not.
they got to understand that these guys are at a class well above anybody else. That's why they're here.
And the reason they're here is because they had help. They partnered with guys like them at one point, and they bought them a beer, and they said,
they were
hey,
just
teach
like
me
them
how
at one point,
and they put in, it's time. We get the emails all the time. Jim, you've heard it for years, decades, like, hey, how do these guys do this? And the answer is there's no magic formula. It's practice, it's time, and it's course awareness, right?
It's play more, get better, as they all say.
And you know what? Knowing a good player and playing with someone well really, really helps. So if, I encourage anyone who's out there, if you have a good player in your area, play with them because you're going to learn a lot.
Well, the new addition, too, to 2019 that's really helpful, especially with me and the live streams and Adam as well, is the shot feedback meter.
Yeah.
When you're watching these shots these guys are making, thinking, how the heck did they do that? Well, I know they play quickly, but the nice thing about live stream and recorded videos, you can pause that and rewind and watch these shots and see the shot shaping they're making.
Well, and that, real-time rivals actually gives them a really good insight into what they're doing. And being able to play some of those upper-level players in real-time rivals, even though they're playing casual play, they say, oh, I see how these guys are doing it, how they're making those shots.
Yeah, that feature is not just like competition and you want to beat, John Daly, who we have in the game, and some of the other characters, but it's a teaching tool. It's a great teaching tool. We hit the shots, so I can feel good about saying
yes,
that.
absolutely.
But we had,
be honest, you only saved the good ones.
Yes.
Yeah,
how
many
500,000 others that we hit were bad. We saved the handful of good ones. And some of them are actually good.
That number's not too far off,
no,
let's be honest.
If we kept a live stream of us trying to capture that, A, we might be fired. B, I don't know how compelling it would be to see just the amount of time it took to create this. But actually, the process is great. It helps us learn the courses. The feature's a ton of fun. It's different. Like you said, it's not necessarily for these guys who know the shots, but the guys who just want to, when you're playing solo, and you that's something you want to do for a long time.
I'll tell you what, I love playing. I love going up against John Daly, and watching how he's going to kill me at some point. But I beat him once. I'm happy about that. So.
And you were saying it wasn't your daughter was working
my
her way
daughter,
up the ladder.
My daughter's halfway through. She's 11. and she's made it up through, I forget what the girl's name is.
And well, we're going to have more characters this year. We got more things coming up.
The nice thing, the fun thing is, Jim, you talk, about how this year in 2019 it's a casual-only mode, but that's one of the things that's new to 2020 is that we're doing an online version. You can play up against everybody.
With your equipment, which is huge.
Equipment and your character. And
it's going to make a world of difference. This mode is fun. We've spent a lot of time and a lot of bad words, recording it, but it honestly has been so worth it, so much fun, and it's just going to get even better this year with the ability to go online.
Oh, it is. It's a game changer. I know guys here, everybody else saying, you just want your character. You just want your stuff. You want to feel good about your club set.
It's also nice if you don't have anyone to compete against at your local bar, you're there by yourself.
Absolutely.
Rather than just trying to put up a score. Here, hey, let me try and beat somebody.
It's cool the way that this system has been implemented and the way we can script this thing to create different scorecards, to create different characters with certain abilities. It's really cool, and we're going to build on that this year.
I will say one last thing before we move away from real-time rivals. Because we have so many viewers on social media, I'll just go ahead and throw it out there. There's a fun, little John Daly inclusion in this year's
we
real-time
got
rivals.
some Easter eggs. I just was talking to Mike about that a little bit earlier. The idea, this was always a multi-year plan, is we partner with John Daly, we incorporate this new amazing character and license into the game, and then this year it's going to be, we've spent a lot of time, how are we going to build on that? We're building on it in a big way. So again, thank you guys for tuning in. We are live at the Orleans. We are making our way through Catadreas. We are, if you could see behind us here, we've got some guys finishing up their rounds on Catadreas. We've had some insane scores just sorting through here.
Has anybody beaten Paul Luna's 33 yet?
No, but we've got, a 32, a 31. We've got multiple 30s. As it stands now, as we're almost halfway through, Paul Luna with an 88 under after 3 courses with 168,000 great shot points. So that game there just kind of changes the course of his entire qualifier.
Yeah.
And Jim, I mean, Kevin, the reason this qualifier is so important, not to just dictate the top 32, but also to understand where those guys are going to be playing, like where they're positioned is so important for tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's good here at this level, but you definitely want to stay away from those better players if you can.
The 33 under guys.
Yeah. You probably don't want to go up against those top ultra, current and
especially first round
and older world champions. And so that's kind of what they're shooting for here.
33 under. I can't get over that. That's. Do we have any? Does anybody said? By the way, we'll have to check on this. Whether that is a record or not.
I was doing a little digging. I don't have it here on my phone, but we'll find out. I think it actually might be a record. I know there's been a 32 for sure. It actually might be a qualifying record. I'm sure somebody in this room could correct me if I'm wrong. But still, even if it isn't, there's not more than one other one out there. Yeah.
So my guess is the odds are on Paul Luna
you feel better. You feel better about his positioning.
Yeah.
So and his odds on being the pro for the Pro and Joe here are pretty good. So Jim, can't thank you enough for being with us. We are going to take
a lot of fun.
A quick break while we reset these games and we get these guys situated. Matt Van Hoosier, take it away.
All right, Adam, thanks. That's conclusion of the A group for Catadreas. B groupers, you're up. Anybody in the house that has not picked up a ticket for the raffle for the Pros and Joes event that wants to, come see Nigel. He's right here in the front corner. There you go. If you have not picked up your ticket, if you have picked up your ticket, make sure you hold on to him, because right after this round is when we're going to do the next Pros versus Joes. Hit him straight, guys. It looked like Paul Anthony Luna set the bar there for that course at 33 and 79,000. So that's quite a moonshot. So let's see who can go get him. Real quick, guys. Mike Arrington to your machine, please. Mike Arrington to your machine.
Hit it soft as you can. I do it differently than that. I make my mouth all 50. Because if you do the lights, so you can pick the distance on the ball. I don't have that ability to hit it that way.
Teeing it up first is golfer 2. Oh, this is on track. Golfer 1 at the tee. Yikes! Golfer 2 with the short stick. Second shot's in. That's a birdie. Golfer 1, a nice birdie opportunity. Up first is golfer 1. Ready to tee it up, it's golfer 2.
Well, it's not the worst lie in the world, but it's not a good one either.
He's got a good drop on it.
Golfer 1 with a bid for eagle. Golfer 2 holding. Eagle 3. Golfer 2 is ready to tee off. And now the tee shot of golfer 1. Golfer 2 on the green, trying for eagle. That was a long green, Peter. Golfer 1 with an eagle putt. With honors, it's golfer 2. Golfer 1 at the tee.
players up there.
Ready to hit. Two is ready to tee off.
Very easily repeatable what I just did. I know. I'm gonna look at something real quick. You medium teed it. Oh fuck. Thanks. I can't believe it got over it. I wasn't looking. I'm sorry. No, you're good. Not paying attention. Oh.
Over to golfer one. Shooting from a bad line.
Whatever. Very good.
I didn't see it, but I saw your result. You
Close
saw
it.
the high.
Close it.
Should have had us do it before we teed up the first game.
My problem on that one is when it's that right. If you hit the left rock, cut it, miss the left rock, it's the right rock, goes left. So the better shot gets you in more trouble if you mess up.
That's up to him. I will get him. Okay. And I made it.
Golfer one. Looking for a double eagle here. Golfer two with a putt for double eagle.
Yeah.
Golfer one at the tee.
That'll stay. Get your putter.
Ready at the tee. It's golfer two.
Nah, this is short.
The tee. It's golfer one. What's happened here? Golfer two on tee.
And what it? smarter play.
He'll be happy with this.
What, 87? No, it went 87. Did it? Yeah. No. Oops. I just missed a couple there. You're out, right, with a bogey.
Oh my God, Adam, what are you doing? Get on top.
Well, at least you didn't get hurt.
Hitting off this is going to be a challenge. Hurry now.
Golfer 1 with a look at double eagle.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a tough break. Yeah. Can't do much there.
To golfer 1.
Put it this way, they're better.
Golfer 2 putting here. Eagle. Golfer 1 is putting. Eagle. With spreads and eagle. First off the tee is golfer 2.
I don't think you have a club that clears it. I don't know if the 8 does from here. So you're probably cutting around. I don't know. The high part, definitely not. To the right, maybe, of the right side of that rock might. I don't know. I don't put the 8 on this. Got it. Oh, nice ball.
Wow, that one's close. 1.
After seeing that, I think the 8 would have cleared it. Would have been close.
With an attempt. Ready at the tee. It's golfer 1.
Oh, yeah.
Golfer 2 on tee. You couldn't walk it out there any better than that.
No excuses from this line. Watch it.
Golfer 1 to take a go at it. Stands before the ball. Golfer 2 on tee.
Dean on top of the left ball. It's the only play. Up there. High five, high that, and high 3. Both of them should get up. I'd probably go 3 though. Yeah, you caught it.
Golfer 1 up at the tee.
As long as you don't get it the 120 glitch on it, that's fine. You didn't think the 8 should be there? Might not be about that. Oh, get it, Gene. Nice putt. Becky.
It was definitely makeable. Golfer 2 about to putt. Golfer 2 with the chip par. Teeing it up first is golfer 1. Golfer 2 at the tee. That better carry. Back to golfer 2.
Needed a little more mustard.
Golfer 1 with a follow-up.
You may want an extra club here. That is a strong...
Oh boy. I meant to hit that way lefter.
With the putter, trying for eagle. That putt made it, Peter. Golfer 2 with an eagle attempt. 2. Oh, hope he makes it. Yes, sir. What a nice shot. Call for 2. A birdie putt. Drain that one. Call for 1. Readies the putter. That's in for a birdie. A 2. Teeing it up first is call for 2.
That's prodigious.
Ready at the tee. It's call for 1. Call for 2 is up. You'll be happy with this. Over to call for 1. Call for 2 with a shot and eagle. Call for 1 with a look and eagle. Call for 2, first up.
Nice.
On tee now. Call for 1.
She's on.
Call for 2 with an eagle putt. That's in the cup. Call for 1. That made the cut.
Maybe you can use your lipstick to mark the ball.
Back again to golf for 1.
This life sucks the big one. I saw it, but I can't believe it.
Call for 2. Chance for eagle. Teeing it up first is call for 1.
That's spinning back.
And now the final tee shot of golfer 2. Golfer 1 is up.
This girl's magical.
Golfer 2 prepares for up. Unreal for eagle.
Hey, we're done.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it, buddy. So, conclusion of Catadreas Beach. Lots and lots and lots of 30s and above, but one that took over them all was Paul Anthony Luna's 33 under with 79, I think, 1,000 shot points. So, Paul, why don't you come on up here, buddy? There he is, way in the back. It'll take him a while. He's got short legs. If anybody has not gotten their ticket for the Pros and Joe's raffle event that we're about to draw again, you better see Nigel now because he's going to be on his way with the bucket. Paul, come on up, bud. Your gift card, sir. Good win. Good win. Nice shooting. Yes, 100. So 33 looked like 32 setup. Which hole did you get, and which one was maybe marginal, you think?
Well, I chushed in on 2, and then I aced 3, and then just playing clean after that.
Okay, so kind of a half stroke there on 2 then.
Apparently Seth Standiford drove it, so it actually was there. It wasn't really a half.
Fair enough. Well, Seth's pretty big. Were there any holes coming down the stretch that seemed troublesome? Or kind of got in your head, want to maybe play a little different, or was it just kind of gung-ho the whole way out there?
No, I just stayed aggressive and just tried to play clean after that, and it worked out.
All right. Well, good win, man. And let's go ahead and do this drawing and get our Joe up here. There's Don. You're the drawer.
Pick a winner.
There we go. Ticket number 00128-026. 128026. Did Brandy got it? There you go. Brandy Humber. Dang. That's pro advice there. Brandy, hello.
I'm doing pretty well. Why don't you tell the crowd who you are and where you're from?
I'm Brandy Umber. I'm from Houston, Texas.
Okay.
And I know you came here just for this, to come with your buddy Chad. And I believe you know this guy too, right? Who just recently moved back to Houston. So you've been here the whole time. I assume you know what's going on with this. You get 3 shots. If you're inside of 10 feet, you get $100. If you get a hole in one, you get $500. If you don't get inside 10, then Paul gets to try 3 times for a gift card. All right. Good luck. Oh, Oh, right. Yes. Sorry. Hold on. Yeah, Paul, you can be a coach. There you go. You've wanted this microphone from me this whole time. Many, many tournaments. Here's your chance, bud.
All right. What are you comfortable with? All right, why don't you put bite and then hit it into the wind a little bit to the right, because the wind's blowing right to left. Can you thumb it?
Yes.
All right, try that. Try that. Yeah.
That looks pretty good. Yeah, you get 2 more now, so I think you got the line figured out. You got 2 more to go. Tries to get a little bit more out them thumbs. Sounded like she got a good contact. Get out, get out, get out. Got the speed, knows the line. Can we put them together?
You got this! Come on.
Oh, do it. No, she said no. She said nope. She didn't like it off the cliff. Hey, 3 of them inside of 10 feet, though. That's $100. Great shooting, Grady. Good job. Good job, Paul. Good coaching. 3 pros and Joes, $300 winners. Who will be the next one? We've got 2 more to go still, so if you have those tickets, hold on to them. If you don't have a ticket yet, go see Nigel, get your ticket, so that you can have a shot at the next go after this course is over. So that brings us to what the qualifiers are concerned about now, the 4th course. This will be the same group that was just up here, so the B group players will be coming up to a repeat for the 4th course, which I'm going to remember. We can do this like Price is Right. Shout them out. What do you think the course is? A lot of sand hills? A lot of sand hills out there? It is. It's Crawdad. You're right. Crawdad Swamp. So B group players, come back up to your machines. Make sure you get your lock conditions cards. Couple missed putts by the opponents in the last round. Let's keep that stuff clean, guys, so that we don't have to do too much of that monkeying around with the scores, all right? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Matt, for that. I wasn't really sure if I was watching Paul Luna as the pro or as the Joe. It seemed like Brandy knew what she was doing there, and
that was awesome.
That was wonderful. That was
awesome.
fun to watch.
That has been a blast to watch. New this year, and we're just giving away money left and right, which is the goal and the plan of this thing. So we'll have 2 more pros and Joes, but right now we are qualifying and we are moving into course 4. Before we get to Crawdad, here's an update. Paul Luna, who you just saw, dropped a 33 under on Catadreas. We did confirm. We saw some 34 under qualifiers last year on
last year's World Championship.
That's
our
web
guy,
that doesn't count.
Our web guy Paul, a great guy. He sent a text message, but still 33 under.
33 under.
It's beautiful.
So that's given Paul a score of 88 under with 168,000 great shot points. Sean Gervais, who was over 100,000 great shot points in his first game, 87 under with 174. We've got a handful of 87s. Jared Decker. Oh, now games are moving around because the scores are starting, so I'm discombobulated. There are 87s all over the place, so really high scoring after maybe some early jitters, I guess, on the Agave Ranch, but Catadreas guys made up for it.
You know, it's fun. We were talking to Jim about the potential of a 30 or 31 under, and then Paul Luna is like, we're just going to skip that and go right to the 33.
Yeah,
so congrats to Paul Luna on that
Mike
score.
Johnson with a 32 that you don't get up on stage. That's
rough.
Tough. Heck of a game, though.
Great score, but...
So Crawdad Swamp now, remastered course. We talked to Jim about it, and you look at the keys on the tees here. Love the name, love the screen. What jumps out at you as these guys get going on this course?
Well, it says it right there on the screen. Lots of swampy water. You are going to be hitting into the water. You got to avoid hitting the water a lot on this course. remastered from Golden Tee 4 2003. Looks beautiful. Plays just as bad if you hit the water. So you're going to want to avoid that.
Water is water no matter when we make it.
It looks beautiful, though. I shout out to Keith on our art team. Wonderful work, but it sucks to hit it. So hit it in the water. So these guys are going to look to avoid that. Maybe play a little bit careful on some of these par 4s, some of the drivable ones.
Hey,
the risk reward.
You mentioned hole 10. You mentioned hole 10 as one to watch, and as you talk about hole 10, what is it that jumps out about? That's one of those par 4s that you talk about, right?
So hole 10 is a par 4 that was not drivable maybe 1 out of every 50 games in Golden Tee 4, but now with the addition of tees and the custom equipment and the clubs, and look at that, we've already got a hole out by Jeff McClellan, Mr. Stock Plus.
Okay.
But you gotta
let's go.
Hole 10 is now a drivable par 4. There's a lot of little tree branches that you could potentially hit on the way to the green. So you're going to see some guys, again, I think on that hole particularly, laying up, taking the birdie because it's not
Holy
worth.
cow. Wow. Is that back-to-backer? Is that what we just saw?
Oh, it was.
That's a good way to start the game and a good way to start the stream. And if you're wondering why balls are just flying in cups left to right, it's because we were at the Golden Tee World Championship at the Orleans. Thank you to this has just been absolutely fabulous. Last night we had a great time, and today, obviously, with the qualifier, things are moving around course 4 and back-to-back hole outs to start here. So maybe that's going to set the tone early.
Oh, yeah, and these guys, Evan Gossett, the 2018 world champion, uses streaks on most of these courses. Jeff McClellan, Stock Plus. So completely different playing styles. He used stock clubs, different playing styles. So
I know you mentioned the par 4s, and this is kind of the first of many of these drivable ones where it's just very precise, right? The margin for error is very small in this course because, unlike some of the courses we've seen, the Pembrokes and even Agave, where the water is sort of situational, it's everywhere here. So there's still a big score out there, but there's big numbers that you can post on the scorecard too.
And I just actually caught it. Apparently, Jeff McClellan changing the game up and actually has built a bag. So he's no longer stock. He's built a bag, Stock Plus.
We got him.
I think
Finally.
he got us. We were talking about him on the stream and in the room and changed it up on us.
Good for
But this
him.
is a course, with the amount of the trees and the varying, heights of them, definitely a course you need to build a bag for.
So if you guys are following along on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, GoldenTee.com has all the scoring, so just click on the Golden Tee World Championship tag. We've got the qualifier scores. We'll have the brackets there as well. We will have brackets in a couple of hours now. We're looking for the top 32 of 74 players. And just looking at the cut line here as we move our way down the bracket, we mentioned the top score of being 88 under. And again, this is all disjointed a bit because guys are playing whatnot, but right in the mid-70s.
Oh, yeah. Our web team did such a good job that the scores are fluid and changing on their own.
It's actually messing up what I was trying to do, unfortunately. But it is awesome. It's functioning as planned. It's just making life difficult. Wow. High level of skill on display here over the last hour plus. Also, I want to just we had Jim on for a while, Jim Zielinski, our course creator. What is fun about that is we are nerds of this game, you and I, so these are jobs we do, but we're also fans. That was fun. Like that is.
It was.
You forget you're putting on a show and you're talking about these things because we still geek out while we're talking to you. So Jim, thank you very much.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun and hopefully more to come.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got guests playing tomorrow. Larry Hodgson, we have co-creator. The other co-creator of Golden Tee is going to stop by tomorrow and talk about some of the history of the game. Don Pessioni is going to jump on, talk about kind of the present and the future and the strategy and why we're doing all the things we're doing. So we'll have that tomorrow as well. So much more from the IT folks here.
But don't worry. Myself, Kevin Lindsay, alongside Adam Kramer, all day long, all night, tomorrow as well. So hopefully you guys aren't sick of hearing us.
You will be. So again, more great shot points here as we kick off round 4.
This is going to be a course where there are some shots you can get aggressive and get those great shot points, and we've already seen a handful of hole outs on the first 6 holes.
It's also a course that I think that hinges on the setup, is it not? Because a lot of these holes can set up favorably or not, depending on where these tee boxes go. And as we've said a handful of times throughout this, we don't know what these tee boxes are. We did the lock condition. It is completely random. We can't choose these things. So the winds, the pins, all those different things. These tee boxes, also the fun thing Jim that mentioned, Tim
helps Jim back at the office is these tee boxes are original. So some of the equipment changes, that kind of thing. It really, the whole strategy, I think, on these remastered courses changes quite a bit.
And I think it's fun, that Jim has left the tees as is. Of course, having the ability to use gold tees, but not changing those tee boxes, I think keeps a little love to the original courses. But honestly, with the equipment, it makes them fun and different and still challenging.
Oh yeah, no question about it. And whether you've played this course many years ago, or you're seeing it for the first time, you're watching it for the first time on our stream here. That's what makes it fun to me, is you may have like a connection to these or not, and it's still new and it's still different. The fact that we're releasing these mid-year has been a treat.
From a tough lie.
We talked about hole 10, the par 4, being a hole to watch out for. But honestly, hole I think is it 17, the par 4. 18 is actually a nice, fun, relaxed par 4 compared to some of these other courses. That's a nice way of calling it. But hole 17 is probably about the hardest par 4 on this course because that's where people are really going to make the decision: do I go for the eagle and try to stick the green because it's a down slope, it's a right slope.
And also that decision point in itself, round around, is significant, but it's probably more significant at this point in a qualifier, your course 4. If you are feeling good, if you fired off a couple of 327s, or you're in that top 16, the upper half, the upper echelon of this bracket, and you put yourself in position, you're probably going to maybe take less chances, if you will, you know what I mean? So, and if you're not, I think the beauty of this course, and the beauty of, quite honestly, our next 2 courses is the risk versus reward is there. So if you are able to take chances and you're able to execute, you're going to have a chance to make up some strokes.
Yeah, this is definitely the turning point for a lot of the guys in the qualifier now. It'll be interesting to see how the back 9 really turns out.
There's a shorty.
Call for 1 with a look at eagle. It's in the hole. Call for 2 with the putter. Trying for eagle. Leading thing.
Yeah, that's another hole we're looking at too, Kevin, in terms of hole 6 that can be there, that you can overpower. You know what I mean? Like, depending on, this is certainly one tomorrow in match play as this comes up. That's going to be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, this is a nice setup here because it's not there, so you can lay up and just go at it with like a 7 hybrid or 7 iron. Like,
it's nice in a sense that it's not nice at all because you're exactly right. Your choice is made for you. If it were 300 and this gets upwards of 380, 390, where some of these guys who hit the ball a long way and play the right combination of clubs and balls can get there.
Yeah, but even with that 380, 380 with these clubs and ball types doesn't sound like a long distance for these guys to hit, but you got to factor in the 6 or 7 little ponds in front of the green in the rough.
No, it's really, going to be, especially early on like this, it's going to be a great match play hole, but in terms of, I think you're absolutely right. These guys wanting to just kind of go about their business and not have to make that decision, am I going to risk it here or not? They're happy to park it in the fairway and get a decent look at certainly eagle and probably birdie.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now this is a hole that we're looking at with Andy Fox and Adam Harris that has definitely got easier than it was in Golden Tee 4 because you have the ability to hit a 5 wood. At some looks you can get closer and hit 6 wood maybe, but not clubs you had back in the day. So this is one that makes the par 5 a lot easier to get an eagle, walk away. But still, these guys are set up pretty well here, but not always the case because that fairway varies in length and the slopes.
It's kind of an awkward too. Like, it's always a bit of a, when we say stagger, where Ooh, good run at there. It's a situation where, you know, you're fighting the win, you're fighting positioning, you're fighting placement. So you're probably not going to be in the same spot you are all the time. Those were, like you said, good leaves. This is an interesting, the hole you alluded to as well here in hole 10. That look at all that water.
This is actually one of the hardest setups I've seen on this course. Usually you could take a 10.5 degree driver and try to get under those trees and on the green, but difficult setup here. Of course, world champ Evan Gossett, just makes it look
at
easy.
These two. That's a good putt as well.
So Jeff McClellan, take a look at another game. He's got 17 under going into the after hole 10 there. So lots of good scores on the leaderboard so far. Nothing too drastic.
No, I think for how this course can set up, that seemed like a pretty favorable front from the holes that we've seen.
Yeah, let's just see if the back nine is as giving and friendly as
Yeah.
as the front nines ended up.
Needs this for birdie. Golfer 1 putting in for a birdie 2, Peter.
So our setup here at the Orleans, as you guys are watching 3 of the games we have streamed, we have fabulous atomic camera people bouncing around, getting some of the other games that we don't have rigged up. Here's the overall look that you saw there, the 3 kind of high-profile games up front. That will be bouncing through some of the best matches tomorrow, which it's going to be a lot of fun. We've got 10 games in the back. We got 3 on each side. We set these up, so I think we know the setup by heart now.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
It's
put
really,
it together
really
in our
good.
sleep.
Yeah, we have 2 stages here too, which we had 3 last year. Ooh, good looking shot there, but this is just a fantastic setup. Everybody here at the Orleans has done an amazing job, and yeah, no, it's just been unbelievable, everything so far.
So this is a nice setup here that these guys are looking at with the 5-mile-an-hour wind. Got to be careful though with that pin.
Yeah. That's a good go.
That up 7 though, that'll help.
Absolutely. But that's one where you don't want to get too greedy. I mean, you do because it's right there, but you know what I mean? If you push that thing to a little bit to the right, and
you're looking
it's
at
not
a
going to
par,
go well.
par at best.
Absolutely. All right, so we're refreshing the scoreboard again. If you want to stay current on what's going on in the world of Golden Tee, the World Championship, goldentee.com. Click on the World Championship tab, and we've got qualifiers updated. You can track people. You got a rooting interest, hole by hole, just to see how everybody's doing if they're not on the stream. And we're going to, as the tournament progresses, we're going to try and get a lot of people on the stream, especially tomorrow as we kick off match play.
Yeah, tomorrow should be fun. You're going to see a lot of different matchups. Right now, you're seeing, a little bit of the same guys on the different courses. But with match play tomorrow, you're going to see everybody, if possible.
It's also fun too. The difference is the looks. You'll see some crossover setups tomorrow. Actually, no, you won't.
You won't actually.
For the first time
that's
ever.
a good point.
No.
So something to talk about really quick.
Yeah.
So lock condition cards typically at Golden Tee tournaments are used for the qualifier and the qualifier only. But with the different level of the high profile, the ESPN aspect and being here at the Orleans on this big stage, we've decided that tomorrow's match play will be using lock condition cards. And shout out to Greg Thayard, our IT Net guy, because we have crafted a plan that
we don't want you to see the same.
There
one
is
twice.
2 people max per contest, so we will not see the same setups,
which is
at
cool.
all tomorrow. That'll be fun.
So it's fun here to see the ways players tackle the same hole and same setups differently. But tomorrow that will not be the case. It's an interesting hole here too, by the way, where you can
another one of those par 4s that was never drivable in 4 and
move that to the left. That helps a little bit.
Yep, I said it earlier, and I should have.
Oh man, that's a great shot.
No, I didn't do that. I hit the 10.5.
That is a really good shot. It's good as well. Well done.
Yeah, that 8.5 degree driver these guys used, it looked like a great. I don't use that club a lot. I would honestly probably would have went 10.5, but what do I know? Again, I'm sitting up here.
No, that worked out. Those two good shots. All right, so we're updating scores here. We've got guys that are approaching the back half of the back nine.
You know, and this is fun. We're watching Dean Liakakos play this course, and you know, this is one of those courses that I believe he's played a lot of back in the day, in the 4 days. And see the smirk on his face.
You've seen this before a few times.
A little bit different look than 15 years ago.
This is also, Kevin, one of those holes that, with the different setups and look, is just challenging, right?
Yes.
I mean, this is just, to me, one of the more difficult par fours in this update.
Yeah, you see Dean laying up. Honestly, it was something we knew was going to happen on some of these par fours. We're on the fourth course, like you mentioned earlier. You know, now you got to think about where, this stroke that you could get. You know, if you make eagle on the green, green on, make your putt for eagle. Or something like that. Mouth, got through there and he's going to have a long chip at that.
If you're going to miss, that's fine.
There's a shorty. Golfer 1 to strike the ball. Very nice. And an easy putt too.
Halfway.
Golfer 2 with a chance at birdie. And there we go. Golfer 1 holding a putter. That's in the cup in 3. Nice birdie. Golfer 2 first up.
Interesting look here on the par 3. Not you don't see that pin in the bottom, top left quarter too often. I remember this one distinctly from one of the World Championship qualifying events and putting it in the water a lot. But these guys,
that's a good look at it. Yeah, it's a good
mouth.
shot.
Just a little bit left of the cup there.
It's a good go at it.
That's a nice little birdie there for both of these guys.
Golfer 2, a nice birdie opportunity.
By the way, if anybody has questions on the stream now, we're Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. If you've got comments, questions that you want Kevin and I to tackle, assuming you're monitoring them.
Oh, yeah, no, I am. These guys.
I'm not, actually. Because I'm just saying that we'll read the comments, and I'm not reading them. So I was just assuming.
I'm reading them.
Okay, good.
No, but there's actually a lot of players joking about setting up their own World Championship right now. But shout out to everybody on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch for joining us.
Share.
The more you guys share this video, the bigger this is going to grow. And especially tomorrow, we'll probably do some social media giveaways for people that are sharing the stream. So just get that share button prepped up and ready to go.
Look at this room, man. This is great.
It's a beautiful setup. Everything about this weekend has just been amazing. And
no, this has been fantastic.
Fuck yeah.
So we didn't.
Not much to add.
Yeah. So Mouth with the hole-in-one on hole 17 there, the par 4. Sure you heard him excited for that one. Looked like he was a few strokes behind, so that's
great.
That's
no,
definitely a game changer, and especially mentality going into these last couple of courses. Let's be honest, he just wanted to tee off 18. First guy on the 18.
Oh, no, that's bad.
She went above and beyond with that shot. This is gonna spin back and get
That was almost a shot of the week. We talked about it the other night. We're going to see some great shots of the week, but that was a little bit of a miss hit by Mouth,
right,
but
though.
it turned out almost awesome, but still pretty good for him.
See if I can not fuck this chip up.
Eagles, the par 4, with only 2 shots. Golfer 1
Oh, Dave Sandmeyer on the live stream watching from somewhere here in Vegas, shouting out Adam Kramer, new baby.
No, thank you, Dave.
Congratulations
Where are you,
on
Dave?
that.
Thank you.
He actually might be in this room, but he's probably playing poker somewhere, let's
Good
be
for
honest.
him.
We-
I have not seen Dave
We would
yet,
have heard
and
him
I'd
by
like
now.
to see Dave. Oh, thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. Shout out to my wife, who is
I was just gonna
certainly
say.
pouring over this stream with a newborn baby at home.
Bless her heart.
This is a fascinating hole, too, Kevin.
No, it's not your fault, dude. You probably.
The YouTubes I've seen of this hole are some of the best we have in the current vintage, I would say. Just because the way that players, the way
All good, my friend.
the way that you're able to use trees and stuff, the way that guys are able to manipulate the course and like kind of run up through the sand trap. It's like skill at the ultimate level in Golden Tee.
You know, we're looking at Adam. He's got a one hybrid, a club that is not used very often. And, you know, a few of these guys reached out and said, you know, why are you using the zero hybrid on this hole when I do streams from the lounge? So that shot right there, well,
that was bad break, honestly.
Bad break, but honestly, that one hybrid, a little bit better of a club than the zero hybrid. So a lot of these guys put in a build-a-bag custom for Crawdad Swamp just for that one hybrid.
If you're watching and wondering what these guys are playing for, and we can't say it enough, it's a lot of money. $135,000 prize pool as we go through the top prize of $30,000, second place $15,000, third place $7,500. Great shot there. Fourth place $6,000, fifth, sixth $5,000, seventh, eighth $2,500. So that money will not be awarded tonight. That money will be tomorrow. And you're seeing really the foundation of our bracket, our own version of the bracket, come together here as we are playing through and almost halfway done through course 4.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the qualifying scores, see if how we're looking so far. You know, we talked about, if you guys are just joining us, we've done the pros and Joes. So the top qualifier for each course has been our pro, partnered with somebody randomly chosen from the audience with our raffle tickets. It's been fun so far. We are 3 and 3, $100 in cash. A lot of fun. Really glad that we brought that on because it's just so fun, and everybody in the showroom cheering everyone on, and it's fun.
Oh, it's really cool. This was a fun new thing. You never know what it's going to look like. It's been one of the most enjoyable parts of the weekend, quite honestly, and something I can tell you now is going to not go away for these in the future.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, that had a good line.
I've never used a 7 hybrid, but it looks like I might have to look into it.
I've tried. Can't chip with it, but I can't chip anyway, so
You don't
doesn't matter.
Can't put a second driver in your bag, but you'll try a 7 hybrid.
I will.
Okay, makes sense.
I will. This hole too is one that's again, this is one that's going to be, I think, one of the best match play courses when we get there, and just we're seeing the qualifying scores now. It's not Catadrias, let's just say that. Good scores, of course. These guys are all good. I see a handful of 28s out there. Tony Johnson with the 28. Podmore, get better. He's potted more. He's got better. Pretty good as is. Some 25s, some 26s as we move through the first half here. But certainly,
that's a beautiful shot by Andy Fox, hole 17. It's a tough look. It might look easy, but that 12-mile-an-hour wind, once you hit that right 11 green slope, it's just gonna your ball's just gonna take off. So really great shots there.
So currently, and I don't think Paul Luna has played his game yet, but Sean Gervais sits atop the leaderboard, 29, 28, 30, 27. Not too shabby.
Damn, I keep pulling left. Like I'm pulling.
You guys are taking a look at Kevin O'Connor's shot on the 18th hole, wrapping up the first round, the first heat of Crawdad Swamp qualifying.
And we are strangely, well, let me make sure this is actually the case before I say this. Yeah, we're on time.
What?
Based on one of like 35 schedules we've produced.
We got a couple different printouts
According
here.
to this
okay.
one, we are
the latest version. We're on. That's amazing.
Wow.
Kudos to everybody in this room for that.
And, you know, it's a different vibe and feel than last night. This is these guys are playing these courses at the highest level. As we look at Andy Fox here.
And now the final tee shot of golfer 2.
So 28, as far as I can tell. There's a handful out there right now. That's the top score going on with a group still to play. Now, let's see. Do we have anything else that could beat? No, most likely not. So 28. Do you think group 2, you think that's going to go down?
I feel like we will see at least 129 in group 2.
Okay.
I've got a good
I would
feeling.
actually agree with you. But 28 strong.
These are some really lower scores than these guys are used to seeing when they're playing 50-man contests or 20-man contests at home.
All right, so looking back now, it looks like our stage is clear, which means Matt Van Hoosier, what do we have?
Well, it looks like kind of as expected there. Still some really good scores going out, and then a little bit more bloodshed too for some of those efforts. And for those guys in the second wave here, looks like an opportunity maybe to pick up a few if you need to. So all those players waiting to go ahead and play Crawdad, let's come on up, report to our machines. If you want to, if you do not have a ticket yet for the Pros and Joes event between courses, we've had 3 winners already for $100 each. If you don't have your ticket yet, go on over here to see the folks in the blue shirts. They'll get you your ticket for your opportunity to compete in Pros and Joes, and we will do that right after the conclusion of this course. And then there's also one at the end of the 5th course. But for now, players, come on up, report your machines. Make sure you get your card swipe, and we will get Crawdad Swap finished up. Good luck, guys.
All right, thank you, Matt. So more Crawdad as we move along. Relative to what that course could be, how would you? Clearly, not an easy setup, right?
No, there are a few holes that set up really nicely. We saw it, a couple of hole-in-ones across the board, some par 3s, some par 4s. But still, I feel like for as many holes that are set up very nicely, there's some difficult ones that you really have to play around in your head. Is this extra stroke potentially worth losing 2 or 3 with a bad shot?
Yeah, the back nine, we saw a lot of different strategy. We saw layups. We saw going for it. We saw mixed results.
Yeah, 0 hybrids, 1 hybrids under the trees, around the trees.
Hole 17, however, not too bad. The par 3, right? I mean, or
hole 16.
Hole 16, excuse me, the late par 3, which I'm going to predict that we're going to see an ace. That we're going to see an ace in this group. So you're right. We saw 2 hole outs to start the course last time.
2 hole outs on the same stream machine, which is amazing.
Which is amazing. So, yeah, I think Matt actually said it best when he said there's opportunities here. And I think ultimately that's a theme that's going to carry over here. So let's get going.
Let's see if we can start off with 2 more hole outs to begin.
Yeah,
that'd be fun.
Shabby.
So really quickly, as we're starting, this is another group for Crawdad Swamp. So you're going to end up seeing Paul Luna, Steve Beatty, Mark Stenmark, Chris Brewer, Andy Haas, and Chris Longino as we bounce around between machine 1, 2, and 3. So very different playing styles across these guys, across these machines. So that'll be fun to see maybe potentially different looks, different shot making, shot shifting.
Couple of world champions in there. Just a couple.
Just a few. Andy Haas, two-time world champion. Mark Stenmark, 2017 world champion. Also, shout out to Mark Stenmark for almost holding that out, but also, you can see Mark Stenmark's face in the game from when he won the 2017 World Championship.
Yep.
Looking pretty sharp there.
That's got to be a good feeling to
Thank you.
play as yourself in Golden Tee. Not too bad.
Humble brag. So you're taking a look at Steve Beatty just hit a shot there on hole 2, drivable par 4. Steve Beatty actually winning his entry into the Golden Tee World Championship. He won the Little Gun, the Power Events National Tours Little Gun Tournament in Houston last December. So I know, I've roomed with him in a few tournaments before. Great guy, great friend.
I'm so sorry, Steve.
Yeah, he was so excited though. I mean, he's always wanted to be a part of the stage, and that's so fun.
That was the fun thing about last night, too. We'll get back to the room thing later. But that is the fun thing about that. The perception of this is different for a lot of people. Being here is a joy for most of these guys. I know some plan to win or want to win, but being involved in something like this is so, so cool, and that's a great point.
We like to give our players a hard time because they do it to us as well.
Oh,
but honestly,
God, yes.
Running into everybody in the casino, when we're done with qualifying, you'll see the sea of Golden Tee World Championship jerseys on the floor. But honestly, everybody's been so appreciative and happy to be here and fun and is loving this. So, this is a perfect scenario for the World Championship.
So we're bouncing around here in Wave 2 or Heat 2. I'm going to call that 19 different things by the time the day is done on Game 2, Heat 2, Heat B, Heat A, whatever. We're playing. It's our fourth course. This is we're going to complete the fourth course.
Adam, I got to jump on you real quick. We need Gary Sheldon to his machine, please. Gary Sheldon, got to report your machine, please.
I think that might have been the maybe second time somebody got called to a machine the entire day, and we're on the end of course 4, so that's probably got to be a record. Steve Silwell could probably confirm that as the power events side of things, but wow, that's impressive.
That is impressive.
we have not lost too many people in the casino yet. Keyword. Tomorrow will be a different story.
Yes, it will be. So these guys are pretty much playing lockstep here in the same hole. You're seeing different ways to play. I always enjoy that, and you'll see more of that as we get through here.
Oh, that was coming in hot. That was beautiful. Shout out to Dayton Root. He's watching us live on YouTube. Player all the time back in the day in Golden Tee 4 tournaments. So definitely checking out this course, our beautiful remastered course from Golden Tee 4 2003. So shout out to those guys for
I love
jumping
Dayton
in.
Root. Dayton's one of my favorite people. Also a good Silver Strike player. Could bowl a little bit. Good old school thumbs. You see the old
I've
school.
heard all about them.
Oh man.
You think after 22 years or whatever I've been playing this game that I could thumb, but it's like the worst part of my game. But
You don't thumb.
To see what some of these guys do with their thumbs is amazing. I've tried it, but I think I'm so ingrained with
I've
the way.
never thought about that. You don't.
If I could learn how to thumb, I would probably be on that stage.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But that's I've never really processed that.
Yeah,
man,
Steve.
He's burning
He's
the
just
cup.
burning
Yeah.
cup after cup after cup. Honestly, you're seeing it more and more over the last few years, I think, especially with the shot feedback meter, new to Golden Tee 2019. You're seeing a lot of guys mix up their shots. They're still pulling back. They're hitting hard power shots that way off the tee, but also incorporating
Finesse
thumbs.
shots. Yeah,
the thumbs on the short par 3s. I'm seeing more and more mixes of that as I meet new players at these tournaments, and it's fun. These guys and gals are using like the tools at their disposal to learn the game and play more and get better.
Well, now you can dictate. You have a better understanding what your thumbs are going to do, like exactly how far your thumbs will travel and what speed it will be, and directionally, you know exactly how you can straighten out. It has been a huge resource for pretty much everybody. Boy, there are people attacking this pin here on hole 5.
She'll be happy with this. Golfer 2 with a birdie effort. Golfer 1 ready to putt. Chalk up birdie, Peter. Up first is golfer 1.
This is one large tee shot, Jim.
Golfer 2.
Check in on Andy Haas and Chris Longino. I haven't even seen Andy this weekend. It is the weekend, right? Today?
I don't know what day it is. I think Saturday might be.
Okay.
What did we get here Wednesday?
I don't know.
I think we left
I've lost track
Chicago
of
at 6 a.m., 8 a.m., something like that. That's what happens when you get to Vegas, is that you just lose track of time, especially with how fun and exciting the last couple of days have been. We still got another course to go here, 2 more Pro and Joe events, and of course, crowning our 2019 World Champion tomorrow.
I was talking to Chris earlier a bit, and he and Andy have been playing this game for a long time, and he was recalling about, more than 10 years ago, 2007, that he qualified with Andy on Indigo Mound and Rustic, and the days where the course scores were not what they are today, not because the guys weren't as good, but because the course just didn't allow it. And he was recalling one of the greatest qualifiers he's ever seen with Andy, just dropping everything, and so it's fun. These guys have some history. I didn't know that, and so I think it's probably enjoy playing here as they kind of wrap up course 4.
So you're saying we did a good job in these pairings?
Unknowingly, yes. I'm sure they're happy. But yeah, in general, I think a lot of the guys you're seeing have been, certainly some of them have been around this game a long time, around each other a long time at different events around the country. So that's certainly, part of this, a big part of why they still play the game the way they do.
Never up, never in.
Over to golfer 1. Golfer 2, a try.
You're looking at Paul Luna. Don't think he will be throwing a 33 down on Crawdad Swamp, but he surprised us earlier with Catagreas Beach, so maybe he'll do it again.
Golfer 2 on tee.
Looking at hole 9 again, we talked about this last round with the first set of qualifiers. A really good look, but you have to be careful.
Yeah, temptation is there.
As Paul Luna just throws it right at it. Ooh. We haven't seen a lot of burning the edge of the cup on
Especially
Crawdad.
in the last half hour or so.
This will carry just a little bit more than usual.
And it's on. Golfer 1 about to putt. Birdie, Peter. Golfer 2 for birdie with this putt. Golfer 1 at the tee.
Really on target.
Golfer 2 from the tee box.
Jim, it won't make it.
Golfer 2 will putt. That's in the hole in 2 shots. Nice eagle. Golfer 1 to take the go at it.
Great touch on that one.
So you're taking a look at Steve Beatty, Paul Luna. Just finished up with hole 10, 15 under. Seems to be the par for the course right now. Hole 11, again, another one of those par 4s that's drivable now with the use of equipment and tees and different ball types. So a lot of these guys getting eagle putt on hole 4 here.
Golfer 2.
That's not enough.
Golfer 1 with the putter. He's got the eagle. Golfer 2 putting here for eagle. It's in the hole. The tee. Golfer 1, a shot for birdie. That's in the cup. Golfer 2, this putt is for birdie. Golfer 1, ready to hit. Golfer 2 from the tee box.
He's sitting good. This one needs enhancement.
Returning to golfer 1.
It's on the green, but don't rack.
Birdie. Golfer 2 missed left for birdie. First up is golfer 2. Nice tee shot. Golfer 1 at the tee.
Wasn't trying to hit them.
That's a really good start. This is right where you want.
Golfer 1. The second shot's in. Nice eagle. Golfer 2 is up.
Why did I do that?
Golfer 2 on the dance floor. That's a
shot. Ready at the tee. It's golfer 2.
That hit right by the cup.
Golfer 2, a birdie attempt. Golfer 1 will putt. A nice birdie putt.
Excellent.
Golfer 2 on the tee. Golfer 2 putting for birdie. Golfer 1 with a possible birdie.
Shots. It's that machine. That machine's giving away hole in one.
The tee box.
That'll work right in the fairway.
Golfer 2 now on tee.
That's off the hook.
Golfer 1.
People have one name on every shot. I know.
In the real world, you're kind of shrine to some people's stuff.
Not at all good.
Golfer 2 on tee.
There's a shorty.
Golfer 1 with a follow-up.
assume. Good job.
Golfer 1 hits first.
Nice bite. That'll check up nicely.
On the tee for the final lap, golfer 2. Peter, watch it stop. Golfer 2 on the green, trying for eagle. Golfer 1 stands before the ball. He needs a putter.
All right, there it is, the end of Crawdad Swamp. We had 4 28 unders there. The winner had 58,000 shot points plus. Chris Knight. Come on up, Chris. How'd you know he's always got his hat on? Come on up, man. Nice shooting. Nice shooting. Hey, I'll tell you what, you've been over here on the machine. I've been able to kind of wander around. I've kind of caught more of yours than the rest of you. You've been burning holes all day long. So how did it find a feel to clean that round all the way through and really post those shotties up there?
Yeah, I mean, everybody has rounds where, you got a few that can or can't fall. It's nice to get a couple to go every now and then.
Yeah, definitely. So you did have a couple hole outs in that round, or was that all just hunting around the pin and couldn't quite get one to go?
I think I played clean. I played clean. Yeah.
All right. Well, I got your gift card here. Here you go.
Thanks.
Top qualifier, Crawdad Swamp, Golden Sea World Championships. That sounds pretty good, right? Okay. So that means we do a little Pro Joe action here. So you got to come over here and pick the number out the bucket. So we get them mixed up again. There you go. Dropped out there. He didn't even look. It doesn't say their name on there. You can look at the ticket. It's okay. So there we go. We got 00128 108. I heard 3. Yeah, right. 108. Yes, sir. 128 108. There, it was you. Okay, he wasn't sure. He said, "That's me. That should be me. That's me." Oh, he's fine. He's fine. All right. What's your name, man?
Brock Tamel.
Brock Tamel. Oh, Brock Tamel. There we go. And where do you reside from?
Houston.
Houston, Texas. Another Texan, all right? Texan representing strong in the house. Very good. I know you're a Golden Sea Player. I've seen you on Facebook before. You've been playing for a while. Crawdad Swamp looks like hole number 3. Not too bad of his setup. I expect this one to be close, buddy. I got a good feeling about this. Let's get it done.
Let's get that hole in one, baby.
Let's go get that 500 go out. The best advice I can give you is don't listen to any people behind you. Straight Palmer. It's going to roll up. Oh. All right, all right. Got the line now. He says, yeah, we'll try the naked shot. Come on over. Maybe? Oh! 10.2. All right, here we go. Come on left. Come on left. Come on left. Oh, my. Brock. Clutch shot there, clutch shot. Brock Tamel with a $100 win on the last shot he had. Nice job. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, sorry, crit. All right. So that brings us down to the last one. We had a little bit of spread there, a little bit of separation, the Crawdad, a little mixing of the ranks. But I still see a lot of scores on that leaderboard that are within striking distance of that cut line. Or scores that are above it that could drop out with not too good of a round. And I think I'm not going to surprise anybody by what I'm about to say. The 5th course is Sandhill. Yeah, and I think that's the way it should be, right? Let's go get it done on a hard course. Let's go shoot real good scores on the hard course, all right? So again, same group that was up here. Group A. Come on back up here. Get your lot conditions cards. One more to go, guys. One more to go to try to get into that top bracket or even the second bracket tomorrow.
All right. So we are back. Thank you, Matt.
That was fun.
Oh,
4
Pro
for
and
4.
Joe, 4 for 4.
Now,
we got one more to go.
Will we have a $500 hole?
I
in
thought we
one?
had it there for a
It was
while.
close.
That was good, especially in that saving it from a suspense standpoint. That was optimal.
Oh,
for us.
absolutely.
So okay, so we are through 4. We have $400 winners in Pro and Joe. We have 4 courses complete. We'll get to Sandhill here momentarily, which is fun and terrifying and all those things all at once.
Nobody shook our platform yet, so we're doing okay.
But a quick check-in on the qualifier rankings as of now. Joe Massara, who we haven't necessarily talked about a ton, with a 115 after 4, which is absolutely ridiculous. He also, by the way, had a 32 on Catadreas. It was in somewhere tucked in between all the other 30s. We've got Sean Gervais and Andy Fox with 114s. We've seen and talked about those guys quite a bit today. Will Sandstead, a collection of players, Andy Haas, Jared Decker, Tony Johnson with 113. So if you're those guys and you're going into the course we're about to see, and I guess these guys are going to be aggressive no matter what, right? Does anything change?
Honestly, doing the surveys with these players about their favorite course and least favorite course, Sandhills was surprisingly the favorite course for a lot of these guys.
Well, if you ask these guys, they're probably going to say Sandhill. If you'll ask some of the people that are watching, they may have some other choice
It'd be
words to
anything
say.
but Sandhill.
But let's talk about some of the things that we're about to see and some of the things in Sandhill that people that are watching us on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch, your Kevin Lindsay keys on the tees. What should people be looking for? And I think it really says a lot, right, in this first bullet point.
Honestly, if we could list every single hole on this screen as the hole to watch, I would, because there's just going to be some shots and some looks on some of these holes with brand new tee boxes that came out earlier in the spring that are going to make some of these holes challenging. Trees.
Yeah, and I think the first thing, and this has been the case since we played it about a year ago, and we got the feel for this. There's not a lot of straight shots. So we're seeing these looks for the first time. We're gonna navigate you guys through them as we're gonna bounce through our 3 different stream games. Some guys are going here. Again, the stakes are enormous. You're watching the 2019 Golden Tee World Championship. This is the 5th and final course. We're going to play 2 heats. We're looking for the top 32 players. We've played 4 courses. It's all available on goldentee.com right now. We'll keep firing off some of the scores. I know while we're interested to see what the number 1 overall seed will shoot, I think a lot more people here are interested to see what 132 is, right? Or excuse me, what number 32 is. Right now, I can tell you the scores it's really competitive. Between 25 and 45, you're basically a shot or 2. So this is kind of a fitting, we were hoping it'd be the case, and it's the fitting final course here in our qualifier.
I'm just still trying to process how these guys are in love with this course. I just, there's
I do love it because it is a thought-provoking course. And when I say you're not going to hit a straight shot, I think you're going to see the utmost creativity from these guys. It starts really from hole 2, and we've talked about the new tee boxes all day. This is one that changed the complexion of this hole a lot.
Yeah, instead of having to worry about the trees, most of the time just getting a straight look on hole 2. Hole 1, we saw a little bit of a few minutes ago, drivable. Depending on the setups, the clubs and the ball types they're using.
Yep.
A couple people are going to end up putting in for eagle, maybe a few eagle chips. So that's been the case with a lot of these courses today. But being 2 under after 1 versus 1 can
nice
really
little dunk
make
chip there.
Really make a difference.
And if you're watching at home and I think this is a great teaching moment for you too. If you're beyond just seeing how people or maybe don't know are doing, if you're looking for help on some of these holes, I'm looking for some help on some of these holes. Like this is going to be, you're going to pick up shots here. So share this with your friends. There's still time. We've still got 2 heats to go. Guys are teeing off now, and as Matt alluded to, they're so close, they're so tightly packed here. This is a course where you think you would get some separation one way or another.
What is number 32 qualifying? What's the score right now?
Well, so we've got guys that are shooting. So it's the numbers have moved because guys have started, but it's really, really competitive. Now it's jumbled here, so we'll get a better idea after this one goes. But needless to say, it was high. I still can't get over the scoring on Catadreas, which has been like the outlier throughout. So behind us, we've got people swiping in using our lock conditions to make sure they're playing all the same pins and tees and wins. If you look at the stage here, it's absolutely fabulous. You can't say it enough. As we look in here, that was close.
Chris
Almost
Brewer
in the
with a
hole.
little dance
Yeah,
for
it was
almost getting the hole out.
Positive. That was a good shimmy right there. So we've got 19 games hooked up. We've got a 2020 game in the lobby. And again, I think hole one, Kevin, is it's kind of you're not used to hole one being kind of a pivotal moment, but it may be for some of these guys that can either get it on the green or get themselves a makeable chip.
I think the guys that are using streaks probably going to be going for hole one to try to get that eagle putt.
Yep, and we're watching a little bit of little Andy Haas, Chris Longino. Andy, of course, a two-time world champion and buzzing the hole here. Very,
using
very
those
close.
thumbs. That what's the running joke that he has? Those thumbs insured. Actually, honestly, might not even be a joke.
He probably does. Yeah.
Probably is true.
Cat's out of the bag now. So that's clearly a very makeable look there early on. So first 4 holes, we know that 2, you got a chance to get a shot on somebody.
And these great shot points, these guys are disappointed that they're not dropping in for a hole in one, but the great shot points are going to add up. And like you said, after 4 courses, the qualifying score is so competitive. The great shot points, I think, are going to legitimately be the end-all be-all when it comes to who makes it to the championship bracket tomorrow and who ends up in the silver bracket.
So Andy Haas, by the way, who you're seeing here with Chris Longino, has 202,000 great shot points as of now. That is the highest total that I can see. Paul Luna with 201,000. So obviously these guys, getting some shotties there. And this is a hole, Kevin,
this is the one that we were talking about. This used to be a little bit of an easier shot with the previous tee boxes. A lot of these guys just high teeing and trying to get through the trees and land on the green, but.
That's, to me, what makes this course so challenging is the. That
was a
really good shot. Yeah,
clean shot by
really
Gino
good
there.
shot. So, we're bouncing around here. Move over to game 3.
Paul Luna, Steve Beattie.
Paul Luna is right in contention here. So let's watch Paul work as he gets going here in this round as we start off here on Sand Hill.
Yeah, it looks like both these guys two under after the first hole.
Man.
Paul Luna.
It's pretty. He made that look entirely too easy.
We've been seeing a lot of great shots throughout the day here for qualifying, but I think with this being the last course, this is when you're going to see some guys get aggressive and know that, a stroke or two or some great shot points could really make or break your game. I think you're going to see some aggression. I think you're going to see it pay off for some of these guys as well.
Yeah, no, it's now or never, honestly. If you're thinking you got to make a move, now you run out of chances to make a move. Man, thought we were ultra shotting there for
that
a
would
moment.
be such a moment.
That was a good shot.
Anytime I try and play it to that left side,
Wow, that's heading for trouble.
Wow, it made it.
You're looking at Mark Stenmark. Almost holing out there. Another one of those holes that changed, not drastically, but enough with the new tee boxes. Makes it harder to go around the left side to avoid those trees, but clearly not a problem for this setup with Mark Stenmark just high teeing of wood right over.
The way he hits the ball, because he'll tend to kind of club down and then hit into the ball. And I don't hit the ball very hard, which I've said.
Which is so weird.
But the way and it doesn't look like he's exerting himself. Truly, he hits the ball solidly, and that's something that you see. It's different with round to round and depending on the person. But that's always been amazing to me, just how everything is pretty much just landing in the hole.
So if you had to project a cut line, I think we were in the 106-ish range, 105-ish range-ish leading up to this.
Well, it's significantly lower than what it was before.
Yeah.
When we started this hours ago.
Yeah.
Some of these setups, the scores were not low. You know what? I'd have to say you're probably looking at a 120 cut, maybe.
I think it'd be higher. We'll see. It's hard to do it on this now. It's all jumbled. Number suit. But lots of great shot points, by the way, as I look at the just the unbelievable amount of Paul Luna now with 230,000 great shot points.
Speaking of Paul Luna, game 3 here. Nice clean shot through the trees there on hole 5.
Leads, Jim. I've seen worse.
Seen that. It's another hole, Kevin, that changes wildly depending on look and setup, and certainly the pin, right? Which way you'd want to go and what the wind is doing to that. Ultimately, you know, while still a challenging hole, the wind and the pin there are pretty favorable. You can get your ball to go around and bounce and then skip on toward the right.
Yeah, bite is going to probably be your best friend. You don't necessarily want to use backspin on that.
Too much kick.
Too much kick, but the bite is just enough of a little touch. Interesting look here in 11. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Man.
Again, two-time world champion Haas burning the edge
Trying
there.
to catch Paul Luna in the great shot point hunt.
Now, again, I admitted this earlier. I don't play Sandhill a lot, but I thought I played it enough to see all the tees, but apparently not. This is an interesting,
That's
fun
awesome.
look.
That is awesome. That Lord knows I've never seen that too. If you have it, we got problems.
Well, you know, for our fans joining us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, you know, obviously this is the World Championship. You're seeing the best of the best players, but, you know, every week, try to come live from the Gold Sea Lounge back in Chicago. You're truly, you know, playing the daily contest, you know, Classic Course of the Week, you know, trying to help the everyman get better at this game. So, you know, make sure that you're following us at Golden Tee on all of our social media channels. You know, at least 1 or 2 streams a week, if not more.
More than that.
I know.
Company man.
I know. You know,
No, that's good.
It's a rough
promote,
job.
Promote.
Rough
No,
job.
and
You
you do a
Golden
great
Tee
job.
for a living.
You're going to learn shots here, but you will learn shots every day on different courses and different setups.
And honestly, we're just getting started.
Mhm,
So
100%.
And we're recording a lot of the raw shots and data from some of these games. So you're going to see over the next month some of the best highlights, some of the shots, teaching tools for new players, and even the players who've been around for a while. These are the top, best of the best, and everybody can learn from them.
So looking at the just some of the early scores coming in, you know, we see 16 after 9, 18 after 11, 17 after 10. There's some scores out there, I think, early on based on what the setup can be, right? I think for what we've seen, too, we've seen worse so far, especially for Sandhill. It'll be interesting to see how the home stretch sets up.
Yeah, it seems like 5 has really just been the only, you know, make or break hole so far.
And that was your keys. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, I see a hole in one.
The dancing has finally paid off for Chris Brewer after burning the edge of the cup so many times.
Ready to hit.
Go back to back. 20 through 11.
Hole in one will do that to you.
Yeah, that'll help.
Taking a look at Paul Luna, Steve Beatty on machine 3. Getting close to the end of their front 9.
Yeah, I'll do some scoring updates here as we go. Danny Haas, 23 through 14. So
Sounds
he's
about right.
Making a bid for the top qualifying spot. That's 136 right now. He's got holes to play with. That's pretty good. JoJo, 15 through 9. 130 through dime, raising. There's that shot with bite you were talking about. I genuinely didn't mean to, so just for the record.
Oh, I know.
By the end of this, we're just going to be delirious, and that's fine.
That's par for the course.
Yep. That's got a good line.
Oh, wow. What is that, the 4th hole that
Yeah,
he has
he's
just
just-
burned the edge on?
That's a good line. So back to Andy Haas. Has a very good game going here on Sandhill. And again, now Andy's not thinking about making the cut. Andy's thinking about that number 1 spot here.
Yeah, we talked about it when we were with Jim Zielinski earlier. You know, you don't want to be, you can be in that top spot. You know, to play, 32 as the number 1 seed. It's a good start of your Sunday.
Absolutely.
That was just an absolutely wonderful shot.
That is ridiculous.
I could try that all day long, but maybe 1 out of 20 would I get that kind of shot.
The confidence you have to do that is unbelievable.
I mean, when we say threading the needle, that's what these guys do. Interesting look there on the 17 par 3. Again, we talked about this yesterday close to the pin a lot. You know, pin tucked up against the rough or a hill with that wind blowing against it.
It makes it a little easier to stomach, right? Where you can kind of let your, you're not having to worry about spinning this back toward the water, especially when you have a big wind, a crosswind like that.
Absolutely, and that upslope is not.
You can, that's the
you gotta be
luxury you
careful of
have.
that.
Probably gonna have kind of a gnarly putt no matter where you are. Checking on Paul and Steve here. So we're moving our way through Sandhill. We got some guys that are ready to wrap up.
Golfer 2 on tee.
So here we are on hole 18. Ooh, chip there.
Here again is golfer 1. This goes
All right, Chris Longino, Andy Haas. The qualifier is complete. Good playing by both those guys. So
29 under.
Your score to beat in the qualifier, and it can be beat. In fact, Joe Massara right now is at 136. His minus 142 is in the clubhouse. So that's what these guys are chasing. JoJo is out there 21 through 13. So he's got certainly a good shot at it, but a heck of a qualifier again from Andy Haas. 142 with scores of 29, 26, 31, 27, 29. That'll do it.
Can we just talk about the fact that Andy Haas has 144,000 games played?
Yes, we can.
Like, that's an amazing number. I think he has got to be, pretty sure he might be one of the top. I can't think of anybody who might have him beat.
Yeah, I think it would be either him or
I know
Mr. McClellan.
McClellan's got 100 and maybe 20,000, I believe. I'd have to look at the stat sheets, but it's still crazy amount of games in the last 15 years.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Play more, get better, you know?
Yeah.
So looking at Mark Stenmark, it'd be interesting to see his approach shot on this hole. You know, somebody we saw hit a lot of full shots. So you want to explain the full shots a little bit?
Yeah, we've talked about it for a couple of years now. The full shot, something that you see in the daily contests where, and it may sound outrageous for players who are just trying to learn the game, but where you'll turn left or right away from the hole one, even 2 times, to allow your ball to kind of come in at a sharp angle and to spin in. Guys have played so much in some of the repetition game modes, daily contests, things like that, where you're going to see the look over and over. It's not just, and it's something that we've seen incorporated into this now, right? Into this gameplay. So if you've never seen it before and you wonder why you're turning like this sideways from a hole, it would look odd. And yet, when you actually see it done and done well, and these guys can do it, it's unbelievable to see.
So a little 6-wood action from Mr. Stenmark there.
Another former world champion walking by us, Greg Kinsler, with a 30-28-29 close. Well done, Kins. That's well done.
2-time world champ.
Wow. And the 22 on Agave bombs. Wow, though. Strong close. 136 for Kins. Well done with a 22 on Agave. That's
See,
scary. Mentally, I'm in the tank. Mentally, I'd go with the tank. I'd be done. I'm unraveling. Does the opposite. So, live update here. Joe Massara, 139. And he's got 3 holes to play. So,
I have no words. I'm actually speechless.
You know, Jeff Landon, a guy that we've not really talked about today, 28 under through 16, 28, 28, 30, 24, and now looking to maybe be our pro for this course as we do our pros in Joe's event. Jeff is, not, he's not far down the list in terms of favorites of the betting odds. We are going to get final odds, but Jeff's a guy that was right in that 12 to 15 to 1 range throughout, and fantastic player in his own right. But
I think the one thing about Jeff is, somebody who used to be a staple at live tournaments, live national event tournaments, not going to them as much. He's got a family, other responsibility. So, but somebody that people might not recognize as much, and they should, because he can absolutely compete at that level.
We got world champions all over the place too, by the way. Jeff Harlow, 24, 27, 30, 26, 30 bomb, 137. He finished up with a 30 under here on Sand Hill.
Yeah, got to give a shout out to him last year. Was it 3rd or 4th place in our world championship? After 14 years after his win, I think in 2004.
One of my favorite people to play with. Just a great dude, but also a fun guy to watch play. Is such a unique playing style.
Old school.
If you try to emulate it, actually, you will. It will be not go well because it's so different, and yet it's perfection. So it's not surprising that he's playing well here because that's what he does. So good round there. And 30 under, that is the only 30 that I see. as of now. So Big Bad Sandhill,
Clean living, sir. Clean
I don't know about that, so far at least.
You know, 18's a little tricky. You can't. It's definitely not favorable hole of the guys that actually need that ace or the easy eagle putt. It's a little bit.
Jeff Lannon, by the way, 31 under. That is top right now, 141 qualifier. So tied with JoJo, who's got holes to play, 130,000 great shot points. So great playing by Landon there, 31.
So that means, yeah, the 31. So I was thinking 17 was the par 5, but it's actually 16. So.
Mark Stenmark, 28 under for a minus 140. Will Sandstead, 27 under for minus 140. Chris Brewer with a 30 under, minus 138. Mr. Decker with a solid minus 136.
That's awesome.
With a 23 on Sandhill too, man. He was.
So
and Godfrey, a guy who we haven't talked about much, who always plays well, throws the 30 up on Sandhill for a minus 133. That's the kind of round that when you need it, you know what I mean? That's the difference right there.
Shooting a 30 under to finish off on Sandhill and put yourself in a spot like that is great.
So my observation is if you're in the second heat that's going to play here and you're looking for, you need to make up shots, well, you're going to, there was not a lot of, this group showed there's not a lot of errors. So you got to go out and shoot a big one because it's out there clearly. So we're wrapping up our games here on stage and getting ready for our final heat for the 2019 Golden Tee World Championship. Again, I'm Adam Kramer, Kevin Lindsay, Matt Van Hoosier, our MC, doing a fantastic job. I'm enjoying this immensely. Feel a lot better. Got some sleep last night.
I did not, but I actually am feeling even better.
Yeah, food's going to be good.
Yes.
But for now, we're rolling right along. So thank you guys who've been watching all day. I know Kevin is actually monitoring this. I am not. But we appreciate the support and the feedback. We appreciate Atomic, who's done an amazing job in this and producing this Golden Tee tournament. We're having a blast. So just while we wrap this up, here's what we have going on tomorrow. So we have 2 brackets that we're going to play out. The silver bracket, which starts at 11 Pacific, is single elimination. A lot of cash on the line there. We'll go through that as we wrap up the day, just what's at stake. Our gold bracket, our championship bracket, will be starting at 1:30. Larry Hodgson, co-creator of Golden Tee, is going to join us around lunchtime here. He's going to hang out with us. He's going to talk about the history as we get ready for matches. We're going to have Don Pessioni on, Vice President of Amusements, to talk about some of the things we're doing, why we do them, all the things that we're thinking about, which we can't wait to sit with Don. Jim Zielinski, who joined us today, that was fantastic. Really enjoyed that.
That was a lot of fun. I can't wait to grill Don on the stuff that I know he can't talk about. See if I can crack him on screen.
And I can't wait for his response for you to grilling of the stuff we can't talk about.
All right, so we've actually go to it maybe in a moment or two, but we've got the qualifying leaderboard,
Awesome.
at least a chunk of it.
Awesome. Yeah, it's, by the way, Joe Massara, as I'm babbling here, minus 144.
Wow.
That is massive. So minus 144, 29, 26, 32, 28, 29.
All right, let's go ahead and throw over to the little bit of the leaderboard as is right now.
All right, so what stands out?
I mean, the great shot point totals are just massive. 6 digits, except it looks like...
Who are you going to call out?
Steve Beatty with the, I think he had 30,000 total or something, which is interesting. 185,000 for Joe Massar, 210 for Andy Haas.
234 Paul Luna, 200 mark for Will Sandstead. Will with a really nice qualifier.
232,000 great shot points for Jeff Harlow. It's crazy to see the amount of shot points because obviously some of those were hole-in-ones and hole-outs, but a lot of that was burning the edge of the cup. So, these scores are already crazy, and to begin with, to think they maybe could have been a stroke or two better is just ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. Al Jazzy, by the way, when you're in that, you start to get past the top half because we've only seen a half of the players play here, and you post a 30 when you need it. That's the kind of 30 that you grow to appreciate as we go down here a little ways and just see, have an idea what that cut line is going to be, right, Kevin? So again, you've got more than 30 players that are about to play that have not played that undoubtedly are going to move up into this mix at some point. When you look at Sean Gervais, who's at -114, who's going to join this mix. Andy Fox is up in there as well. So you look at some of the guys with huge, Tony Johnson has had a big qualifier so far. So the guys, if you're JoJo, if you're Andy, if you're Jeff Lane and Paul Luna, those guys, you feel pretty good. But you've been in that position too, where the sweat starts now, right?
Oh, absolutely. Because especially with now, half the field is done, and so you're rolling up thinking in your head, okay, what kind of music can I listen to that's going to pump me up and it's going to break the nerves and the shakes and help your chipping and putting, especially, again, we saw Sandhill, some really good looks, but also some difficult shots as well, and you're going to have...
Yeah, so this is it. So you just saw some of the qualifier. This is the final heat on the final course. It is Sandhill. There are scores here for the taking. So should we get this thing going?
Yeah, and if you guys want to follow along really quick, I know we talked about the qualifying leaderboard. Go to goldentee.com, click on that Golden Tee 30th anniversary logo, and then click on the Vegas World Championship link, and you can follow along as the last group of guys get wrapped up.
So quick housekeeping too, what we're going to do. We're going to have these guys play, of course. That's most important. We're going to do our Pro and Joe event. We'll see if we can go 5 for 5 in giving away IT money, which is always great. Kevin and I will do a recap of the event, and really just kind of, I'm hoping to see one of the most exciting things, the focus turns from the qualifier, right, to the bracket. And because there are so many great players, the bracket's going to be ridiculous.
There's going to be some upsets. You're going to see a handful of players that are normally top echelon players that end up in the silver bracket because of 1 or 2 bad games, maybe even 1 or 2 bad shots.
Yep. Yeah, so the fun part, what we'll do is we will dissect, hopefully, the bracket as soon as it's available. And again, I'm going to reinforce this. We're giving away $30,000 top prize tomorrow for our 30th anniversary of Golden Tee, $15,000 for second, $135,000 overall. It'll be match play starting at 1:30. It'll be double elimination. As we look tomorrow a little bit as to like the way the focus changes, when it's like that double elimination mentality here, what is going to be the focus of these guys?
I think you're going to want to make sure that you win that first match. If you lose that first match, it's tough to come back. Then the number of games you have to play and win just grows by so much. So I think, if you can pull out a victory in the first game, you're setting the wheels in motion for a good Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So the way that, if you guys are not familiar with how the bracketing works, if you stay in the winner's bracket, you just move right along. It's 32 players. Round by round, it gets a little bit easier until you get to what we call the King of the Hill game. Essentially, it means if you win the King of the Hill game, you're in the championship. And not only are you in the championship, somebody's got to beat you twice.
Yeah, you're undefeated. The only person in that bracket that's undefeated. And, that's where tomorrow could get interesting to see how many matches we end up with for the final.
It's a huge advantage. I mean, that is the nature of the way our tournaments run. But if you lose a match, especially early, the backdraw of the losers is such a harsh term, right? The backdraw of that other bracket with people who have losses, that sound a little better, it's just long. You got to win a lot of games. You're playing, it's desperation every single time, so it's just like a much different vibe.
And it's not impossible. There's been plenty of stories over the years of, somebody loses their first match. I think actually Paul Luna, one of the tournaments he was telling me in our interview, he lost the first match and ended up, fighting his way back into winning the tournament. So it's definitely doable, just not something you see very often.
It's not optimal.
Absolutely not.
No, you can. And again, when you have that margin for error, which is one game, which is so much different. But I love match play too, because this you're playing against the course, and tomorrow you're playing against the course and an opponent, and how that your opponent is playing. You know what I mean? That shot to shot, it dictates it. The aggressiveness, the way you take your foot off the pedal, et cetera.
Yeah, the vibe's going to be different. These guys qualifying together. Tomorrow that screen is going to change from, Andy Haas and Andy Fox to versus, because then that's the head-to-head matches, and that's where it gets intense. These guys are already focused as it is, but the vibe in this room will change a little bit tomorrow. $30,000 top prize on the line. Their face in the game. Or if somebody like Andy or Kinsler wins, their third updated face in Golden Tee.
Yeah, we'll just update them. Give them a haircut.
Little trim.
Absolutely. So, yeah, they'll have their club set. They'll have their face. They'll have $30,000, which is huge. So, again, just looking through the bracket right now, the qualifier a bit. And if you want to join us, come to goldentee.com. The brackets will be updated here, within the hour.
Actually, I think the brackets, if you, under that Vegas qualifier tab, there should be the gold and silver bracket. So I think as soon as we are comfortable, any adjustments need to be made, we push the button. Those should go live pretty quickly after the qualifier is over.
So I'm trying to establish what the cut will be, which is very difficult with half of this done. I think it's going to it's setting up for the most absurd cut in the history of Golden Tee. I mean, that it is setting up right now when you've got guys that are minus 133 in 13th spot with
I was looking at that earlier.
Yeah. So you've got guys that are 101, 102, 103 that can drop the 30 unders out there, absurdly enough.
Or 33.
Or 33, 31. Jeff Lannon did it. So you've got those scores out there. So there's that big game, but man, it's going to require a lot. All right, so we are getting ready here for our last round. Again, if you are just joining us, this is the 2019 Golden Tee World Championship. Everything you see here, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube today, tomorrow. We'll be going probably until, 7:30 local tomorrow night, which is going to be fun. We got 19 games here. We got 2020 here. If you're in Nevada and around, come have a beer with us. Come buy us beer.
I was just going to say.
Yeah, buy us something. And then come play Golden Tee 2020. If you're not, certainly tune in tomorrow for the live stream here as we move things along and we complete our championship bracket.
All right, Matt, you ready to go?
We are ready.
All right, thank you.
Perfect. So here we go. The very last round of the qualifier, our B group qualifiers. Look like some really good scores up there. Hey, I didn't say you can come on stage yet. Too bad, exactly. It feels like maybe they're a little anxious to get this thing going. A lot of good scores that round, a lot of strokes to be picked up, a lot of strokes to be dropped. I think this is going to be pretty exciting stuff. It sounded like there was probably at least a dozen guys within 2 strokes to the cut line, if not more. So I think this is going to be some real tight shooting here to round out our top 32. So guys, best foot forward, and here we go. Let's hit them well.
Thanks,
right.
Matt. That should be now it's
exactly
down to the
right.
wire. There's this is the last shot for these guys to pull up a good score and hope for the best.
Yep. No, it's this is big. So we'll get these games going here, and now that we've seen Sandhill once, glad I don't have to play it.
Absolutely.
But we'll see it again, and we'll see what everybody has.
So for this heat, you're going to look at the games of Mark Mulkowitz, the Mouth, Dean Lyakakos, Evan Gossett, Jeff McClellan, Andy Fox, Adam Harris. So it'll be, again, different playing styles. It'll be interesting to see how these guys shape their shots.
100%.
And if we see anything different from the previous set of guys. And if you want to head over to Machine 1 and as Mouth and Dean get that game started. Watching as Mouth takes his shot on hole 1. You can see shaking the
You
machine.
see a fist bump, and that's
fist bump. That's a good shot. Shaking the machine with the way mouth hits the ball
I like
so
his
hard.
shoes a lot, by the way.
With the first look, it's golfer one.
Solid hit there by 2018 world champion Evan Gossett. Nice little
That's a
kick
good shot,
from
yeah.
that rough to help. What has he got? About a 20-foot putt there.
Yeah.
Oh, solid hit there.
Yeah, I got a chip out.
Still a chip though. Look at that, right in.
Beautiful.
Stock plus what?
That's what you need.
Golfer one with a bid for eagle. It's in. With honors to golfer one. Golfer two.
All right, we'll take a look at game 3. Andy Fox, Adam Harris.
Sorry, Dean, I didn't
Both these guys just barely missing their eagle chips.
Yeah, this has proven to be, again, for a hole one, a kind of a difference maker hole already for guys that are looking to post a score.
That's a nice piece of work. Golfer two cutting for birdie. Let's watch the tee shot of golfer one.
One of my favorite shots of today was the one that didn't go in that we saw Paul Luna hit on this hole, where he swerved it in with his driver and burned the. It made it look just so incredibly
It was so natural
easy.
and so easy. Yes, I was thinking the same thing.
And Andy, by the way, right there trying to do the same thing.
Golfer two up at the tee.
Might have needed a little more mustard.
Golfer two with an eagle putt. In the hole. Golfer one on the green. Eagle heater. Golfer one has honors.
Good opportunity here too, as you look at what we saw early, where guys gave runs at it. This was one of those holes, right, where you could burn it by.
See, I'm 9-1.
Now on tee.
Now, Dean did qualify in the par 3 event, so I'm sure
Are you
he's
trying to say a little foreshadowing? Oh,
I
that
thought
would have been excellent.
We're no longer
Those
friends,
thumbs
Dean.
are art, though.
Yeah, if I had a 4-iron.
Yeah, I'm wondering out of the qualifying group here on this, actually all 74 of these, who probably has the best set of golden tee thumbs? I
Dean.
think.
It's Dean.
Really? You think it's better than Andy?
Piano Steve also can thumb. He's got they're like power thumbs.
Like your arms
No, he
just
puts
on-
his whole body into it. It's actually kind of alarming. That's a shot we've seen a few times, and again, one that I think you'd be happy with if you can clear him.
Yeah, and even, we saw it a lot, even with getting on the green, you're still 50, 60, 70 foot away, so still have to make a putt to get that eagle, but again, better off. See, Dean laying up,
Yeah,
playing smart.
absolutely.
He, doesn't feel comfortable with that shot. Again, thumbs can potentially go for the hole out here.
Look at that. Oh. Put it in a museum.
Just cut them off.
Just cut them off, put them in a museum. Good putt.
Oh, nice putt by Mouth.
Good
Not
putt
as
there.
impressive as his two-tier green putt from
No,
Pembroke
that was
earlier, though.
another one of my favorite shots of the day.
Looking at world champion Evan Gossett and Jeff McClellan.
Yep, bouncing around both these guys. Jeff made a chip on one, right? Evan drove it.
Yep. Impressive chip. I
So
mean,
again, it's fun to watch the different shots on this hole too, in terms of.
so Dayton Root from the
guy.
program saying Dean is the strongest, or used to be, in terms of the power of the thumb.
I trust
So
Dayton.
He would know.
He's the authority on thumbs. Dayton, by the way, has got a good set of golden teeth thumbs in his own right. Sad that I know this. Speak fluidly on best thumb golden teeth players.
If you spend less time talking about it and actually practicing it, you might
know.
be.
I'm a decent thumber. But
I know you were looking for like that winding 16 shot like that on that hole.
Nice. Golfer 1.
oh, good chip.
Beautiful chip there for
That's
the
a good
birdie.
recovery too. Yeah.
Golfer 2 with an eagle putt.
Good putt.
Nice putt there from Adam
Yeah.
Harris. 8 after 5, looks like one off par, but still not bad scores going
No,
into
not
the
at all.
6th hole. Another high 8 wood
Yeah,
right
it was-
over those trees. I'm sure Jim is thinking, you know what, I should have made those a little bit taller.
Yeah. Just jump in the back real quick. Move back to Mouth and Dean here.
It's a fun look with the new tee boxes. Normally, that sand trap is underneath the hole for you.
Can we just watch Dean thumb the ball for the next, I don't know, couple hours?
We'll just see if we can leave the stream up after qualifying, and we'll just pay Dean to just hang out. And
Dean thumbing hour there?
Yeah.
That's great.
I don't think he has headphones in, but he's doing a very good job of ignoring
Well,
us.
he's used to our annoying. We've been annoying him all day.
Concentration. I hope you guys can't hear, because we hear the
Yes,
camera
it's
from Mouth just shaking that
destroying
machine.
the trackball.
Those power hits.
All right, so I'm looking at scoring too. Clint Grover 11 under through 8. Paul Talo 12 under through 7, putting together a good qualifier so far.
This is a nice lie.
Ooh, good shot. More thumb. That's it. Just there.
Thumb more, get better.
Yeah. Good shot.
Very close.
Golfer 1 with a shot.
You have to roll the problem holes now. What's that? The front nine had two, like getting 1 and getting 5 was
Strong front. Ooh.
Golfer 2 up at the tee.
Yeah, 16 after 9 for Mouth, going in a beautiful shot on hole 10. Low tee, an interesting option. We've seen that a little bit throughout the course.
There's a leaf shot.
Butch Cooper commenting on our Facebook, your event, saying that the production of this has been remarkable. We just talk. That would be Atomic. That would be Sean McMenamy, who's working his tail off in the back, an IT employee. Also made the amazing course logos. So thank you guys. This is thank you for tuning in. Keep sharing this thing. Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. Get your watch parties ready for ESPN in August. And again, we're going to be here all day tomorrow, broadcasting this thing until we have a Golden Tee champion. So thank you guys. Keep watching. Keep sharing.
Well, you didn't see it, but Mouth, Machine 1 holing out.
You can hear it.
You can hear it.
They don't be up top for you, though.
I appreciate it, my friend. Strong round there so far for him.
And he needs it, too. I mean, that's the start you want.
Dean, I would have loved to have done that, but I can't trust my thumbs right now.
This is the day of the thumbs, by the way. It's just...
We need to have the Golden Tee
Thumb
Thumbing
discussion.
World Championship.
So let's go look at some of the games going on here beyond our mainstream games, and guys trying to solidify their spots here in the World Championship bracket that we'll be showing to you guys here in the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, so you're looking at Clint Grover here to his left, or at least it was Adrian West, and then Chris Knight on machines 4, 5, 6, trying to finish up those solid qualifiers.
Yeah, hole 13 here too. We've seen some close looks. This is a decent. This has been what a lot of guys have been doing. Bounce around to the other side. I think we're going to see somebody make this hole at some point, right? We've seen some good goes at it.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that nobody's actually aced it.
We've
it's a really
seen
nice
it.
look.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if Stu happens to put this together while I'm talking about it, that'd be that was close.
What was trending? Yeah, that was trending well and tracking well. And the back row here of games going on where guys are trying to qualify here. There's Sean Gervais, who's put together a very strong qualifier thus far, leading into Sandhill.
Let's let's talk about those beautiful jerseys too. So
yeah,
purple and orange, and most people kind of were surprised when with those colors. But
I love the colors.
They look amazing. And I think the decision to let the players choose what color they wanted to wear, I think it looks great on stage, and all these guys wear them well.
So Clint Grover, I see 19 under after 13. Paul Taylor, 20 after 12, 18 after, let's see, 12 after 7 for Andy Fox.
Wow,
Mouth is putting together. You can hear him.
Let's go ahead switch to game 1 and take a look at that replay if Mouth doesn't skip it there.
So up, I said that this hole we
we were
going to
just
see
talking
action.
about that. That's wow.
There's action.
That's beautiful.
There's
Second hole in one for the Mouth.
Wow. $22 after 12. And actually make that 24 after 13.
Wow.
Pretty impressive.
Can't let everybody hear this.
Let's see what he's got.
Makes Dean's birdies look like nothing.
No, yeah. He's on a game here. Here you go, same hole, by the way, that we just saw Mark ace.
I say that to Jeremiah every day we play.
When you said Mark, I said,
I know. Trying to be official for a little while longer.
There's your pitching wedge.
Yeah, somebody has it.
Oh, that was beautiful.
That was good club for that hole, too.
I feel like I've said that so many times. That shot's beautiful, but these
opportunity for some. Oh, yeah. Oh.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Oh, yeah. Get up.
It's a bad line in the rough, not where he wants to be.
Golfer 1 with an eagle putt.
All right, let's get some updated scores here too, as games are coming close to finishing up. Sean Gervais 19 under after 12. Clint Grover 22 after 15. Mouth 26 after 14. Yeah.
Sorry, Paul, your 33 is not
Let's
looking
see.
like the best score.
Go to the right side of the room here.
Looks like these guys are getting close. Hole 17, 18.
I wasn't about to. See those little ones, I'll spray it back.
Nice drive. Ready at the tee. It's golf for one.
He put it in a good spot. That's a nice tee shot.
Golf for two on the tee.
All right, let's get cozy here. Oh, we're already cozy.
So Dean trying to figure out how he can power that shot like Mouth did. Got to be careful because it looks
good luck.
On the top-down view. It looks like a huge chunk of the fairway, but it's not. That sand on one side and water on the left. Got to be real careful with that.
That's just, again, we've seen that a few times. It doesn't make it any less impressive.
It doesn't make me any more comfortable.
It's
watching.
also just, given the wind, great hole too, great hole design from Jim Zielinski. Given the different shots you have to try here to get it close to the hole. Oh yeah.
There you go. Nice putt.
That was a great putt.
NSFW thumb work. Putting together around.
Oh, wow.
Could put a soundtrack together of the noises.
Oh, I know.
Coming here.
Try to keep it down.
Oh, no, it's beautiful.
It's fantastic.
It sounds great.
To answer your question before, yes, we can't hear you.
We can also hear you.
I think that's more
Oh
impressive.
no, that's always the case.
Now, since we're
And this
taking
has
a look
been
at
a
him,
joy.
look at that arm sleeve.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Fantastic arm sleeve, by the way.
It's on, but not even close to the hole. Golf for two. Final tee shot.
Oh, terrific.
I hit the 10.5. I know. I laid off that too much.
Outrageous.
Here we go.
Wow, there we go.
32.
32.
Wow, nice round, Mark.
That is
2 hole-in-ones. That's impressive. That's great.
It's looking like a pro moment on one of the toughest courses we've seen on Golden Tee in recent memory. A game that he needed.
I think I made the
Mouth.
cut. I'm good.
Wow.
I just barely.
So we'll update the scoring here with that. It's looking like a 135 qualifier with a 32. Nice game, Mark. Our previous, Jeff Lannon dropped a 31. Not bad.
You know, it's funny that we are talking about these impressive scores like 30s and 31s, and it's like well, but, you know, so-and-so hit this, like that.
Oh, it's terrible now.
Your 30 now means
no good.
nothing.
What do you people get to play with me now?
Take a look back at Andy Fox, Adam Harris, hole 14, nice shot there.
Sean Gervais right now playing 23 through hole 15. He's at 137 as the list of the minus 140s and above could be.
When you said 137, I thought of the 23, and I was like, wait.
No,
what
he's got some strokes to add, I think.
Oh, somebody on Facebook is asking, what are the Vegas odds that AK is drinking an IPA right now?
It's pretty high. Solid investment.
Again, you know, for those of you just joining in on Facebook, Live, YouTube, and Twitch, Kevin Lindsay here alongside Adam Kramer. But we are getting close to wrapping up qualifying.
Yep.
5-course qualifier. Crazy scores for Sandhill.
Absolutely.
Mouth just shot a 32 under. Looks like he's going to be our top qualifier for Sandhill. But still a few more to wrap up as we get down to the wire here and take a look at the brackets for championship and silver tomorrow.
Yeah, if you want to see what the cut line's going to be, goldentee.com. We've got all of the updated scoring on the qualifier. We're going to fill the brackets momentarily. We think we may have our top overall qualifier in Joe Massara. That may not be. We still have some guys on the course. Andy Hassan with minus 142. Jeff Lynn at minus 141. We've got a couple of guys at minus 140. I think that the big thing now, though, as we fill this thing out, is what that cut line will be. As, most of the guys, it looks like, are in the clubhouse here. So we'll wrap this thing up, watch the rest of the action, and figure out what our bracket looks like.
Now you saw Andy earlier on this hole thinking, you know, is there an opportunity to potentially drive this? But this is one of those holes that, again, changed up with those.
Good shot.
Great shot by Adam there. One of the holes that really changed up with the new tee boxes.
Yep.
We've seen some excellent hole-in-ones on shots of the week from this this hole in particular.
And Jim Zielinski, our course designer, mentioned it earlier. For the most part, it helped the new tees, I think, like increase the scoring chances, but a handful of these fringe holes, no more.
Absolutely.
Creates an interesting layup, too, depending on what you have.
Yeah, big guys not being used to laying up on this particular hole. Nice little umbrella putter there. Shout out to Sean. Just had a couple questions come in on Twitch and YouTube about the leaderboard. So the leaderboard is dynamic, so it's updating constantly. So we had the first heat had already finished the qualifier on Sandhill, so that's why it is showing all 5 courses. The scores that you are seeing now is not finalized. It is updating in real time. So we will let you know as we wrap up here when the leaderboard is finalized or close enough to it.
Speaking of which, change near the top. And I think this solidifies our top qualifier, by the way. Sean Gervais with a minus 142 with 227,000 great shot points. Now number 2 overall qualifier, which means Joe Massara, JoJo, he can be number 1 seed, most likely. Actually,
you know, that's
I
impressive.
feel confident saying that. So minus 144, that's a ridiculous number.
And, you know, for those of you that are new to Golden Tee, Joe Massara, 2017 and 2018 World Championship runner-up.
Yep.
You know, strong, solid start for him. You know, putting him at the top for Sunday.
You've seen him in the daily contest.
Yes.
A lot.
JoJo or how do you say his player nickname?
Giuseppe, yeah.
Yes,
he is. What's fun about JoJo is I think people started to recognize him as like a repetition player, a guy, we talked about the Foles earlier, who can turn left and right and really, again, is the daily contest wizard.
But what's the last few years, what we've seen is that that's only a small part of his game. So, yeah, he's been here before. It's really not all that surprising. I don't know what his final odds were. We'll check in, but one of the favorites, and Sean Gervais, Andy Haas, Jeff Landon, guys that were near the top of the list as well. So Paul Luna right in there with a -140. So again, not a ton of surprises there.
Andy.
Ooh,
hole in one. Andy Fox.
Nice shot,
I was
Andy.
just about to shout out, using that 5 hybrid, that club of choice that I just happen to love so much.
That is
beautiful
fantastic.
cut shot into the wind.
Well, I've been waiting for it too. We've seen some good looks on that hole. That's a good setup for what that hole is, and you take a go at it. That's fantastic.
Thought for a second that Adam might get the little love
Yeah,
from the
kick.
hill.
Little kick. This hole, by the way, just a fun little Golden Tee fact. We talked about with Jim Zielinski earlier about testing holes. If you think Sandhill 18 is hard, and it is, and this is kind of an awkward look, you should have seen it before Jim made it somewhat easier. It was a bear. It was fun, but it was a challenge. It still is. So behind us, games are wrapping up as you're looking at Andy Fox. Yeah, good shot.
Beautiful.
That's fantastic. Andy, by the way, as we'll calculate here the qualifiers overall, but Andy has thrown himself into the 140 club as well. Pretty impressive club, actually, in terms of 140s. There's quite a few guys, and we'll get to them. So, again, I think it's one game right now that you're looking at, and after that, we have our pro. We know who that is. We'll wait on our Joe.
That's beautiful.
Oh, man. Sits. And there you go. And with that, our 2019 World Championship qualifier, I believe.
Yeah, if you want to take a look at the stage, I don't think there's anybody else up there. We're getting ready. Don Pescioni behind us on stage, getting ready to draw another name. 4 impressive Pro and Joe events, $100 cash prize for each of those for getting it within 10 feet. And apparently we have saved the best for last because Mouth is a very animated guy.
Mark McClevich.
He's called the Mouth for a reason, but he's an absolute great teacher and takes care of the players. So this will be fun. So
this is what he was born to do. All right, Matt Van Hoosier, take it away.
Well, you're going to go ahead and catch me off guard like that. I appreciate it. I was just checking out the leaderboards there to make sure I had the good read on it, just like you did. And from what I'm seeing here on John's computer, it looks like the cut line right there was 130 with 112,000 by Josh Mertzig in the 32nd spot. So congratulations to Josh and everybody north of that. You can see those results on goldentee.com. Pull them up. And if you are in 65th place or higher, if you were eliminated from match play, you want to see Scott Morrissey before you leave this venue to talk with him. Before we get to any of that kind of stuff, though, Mouth.
Hey.
I'm sorry, Mark Mouth.
How you doing, bud?
Has everybody met this guy?
I'm shy. I don't hang out much. I don't talk to people.
So I was able to watch your match somewhat from behind there. I was able to hear all of your match.
A little bit.
Which is good. 3,200 though. That is mighty impressive shooting there. And if I remember right, you were dancing right around that cut line to start that match, so it's extremely clutch.
I think it was needing about a 27 to get in, and when saw one drivable, the way I hit one, I could have caught the lip on that trap, not gotten out, but it ramped out, got real close. And then 5 was everybody's picadillo there, and I hit a different shot than most people do, and I stuck it pretty close too. So then it was good.
Couple of hole-in-ones in there too. Those probably helped ease the tension a little bit.
Yeah, those were pressure reliefs right there. Not much to do once you get those. It was just play it down the center of the greens and make a putt the rest of the way.
Right. Any thoughts on getting to play with Dino for this qualifier? A lot of guys in this room really know Dino from a long time ago, and he's been a Golden Tee fixture for a long time. So how did that feel to get to play with him?
It's weird, being that he was one of the big guys when I started, that I'm telling him and trying to be like, no, dude, that's not right, man. Do something different here. And it's a lack of play, but he still does things. He thumbs the ball, hitting 110s with his thumbs, and I can't even break 100. Right. It's fun, though, man. He's such a class act.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's get to what I'd say. Do we have the bucket is here, so the last call has been made, Don? Okay, the last calls have been made. Our last and final opportunity for Pros and Joes. Mark, if you would do the honor.
I will do the honors. I don't want to steal Matt's thunder. I'll let him read the numbers.
They gotta let me do something here, right?
Yep, exactly.
The final ticket for Pros and Joes, 00128 084. 128084. All right.
Nobody wants to play with me. Thanks.
We'll try again. 128081. Scotty Z. Wow. Well.
I don't have much coaching to give this man. I remember Scott Zollers back in the day. All I knew is he makes more chips than Frito-Lay. That's all he's got.
Yes.
So I don't have much coaching for him. This is pretty self-explanatory. I'm just going to give him the secret of my power. We'll just give him the sleeve. That'll help. You just got to take the sleeve. You got to take the
You
sleeve.
sure that sleeve's going to be your size, buddy?
It's going to be way big for my skinny arms.
I'm kind of a bitch too. It's okay. What, you just wrap it around?
You just got to wrap it right in there. Use it as a headband. Do whatever you want, right?
I don't think you need
An
much
ascot.
coaching here.
Nice.
It stinks.
All right, it stinks.
Well, you got two options. Thumb it right at it, release.
I
don't need this thing. I don't need this.
You got it. You might have to get a little bit more on that.
Yeah, you're right.
Remember, these are stock.
It's
You
stock,
got to
yeah.
give it a
You're
little
gonna
extra.
hit about
Gotta give a little
110,
extra, yeah.
115,
You're right.
it looks like. That's a lot better.
That does have a good look to it. Is it going to
It's
come?
got a really
Does it
good
come
look to
around?
it. He's got his 10-footer.
Hang on.
Hey, and make an ace for me, bro.
All right, there's the safety one. There's one honored. There's one honored now.
Free roll.
One more shot. It's a free roll here.
Do I get a gift card or something? You're trying to.
Yes, I will give you your gift card now. Why you got to do that, man?
I mean, I don't know. I see everybody else getting free shit. Why can't I?
You get it
Get in
out.
the hole. There it is. Come on, you got it.
Get up. Get up.
Nice job. Get your $100. Enjoy yourself.
Scott, congrats, man. Good shots.
I get
Good shots.
$102? Young man.
Well played, man. Well played.
Double the. No, that's yours. Man. That's yours. Take it home. I'll sign it. Well, I'll sign it. You can give it to somebody down there.
Yeah. Good shooting, Mouth. Good shooting, Scott. Qualifiers, don't run away just yet. Do not just run away just yet. They would like everybody on stage for a photographic opportunity. So you have one more time up the stairs for the day still. We're going to be here probably though, right?
Could you say operators stick around, operator close to the pin right after the photo ops?
Operators, please stick around. You have an operator close to the pin after the photo op here. So operators, please stick around as well. If you are wearing a jersey right now, you need to be approaching the stage for this picture. If you are camera shy, do not head out the doors. Come back up here and find a spot to hide so that people won't see you. Just like everybody else. Players, as we're getting up, we're going to try to crunch it in here in front of the machines, so we're not going out on the wings too much. You guys know who the tall people are and who the tall people aren't, sorry. And there's a lot of us, so you're really going to have to be friendly. Hey, buddy. So you're probably most of the way to the back, I'm guessing, yeah.
About the right height.
Photographer's going to the back of the room, so we're going to see, I'm going to guess the whole get closer is going to happen, so you may as well start that way now. There's Kevin O'Connor. Imagine that. Come on, guys. That's 4 times? 4? 3, my bad. Come on up. Come on up. Yeah. It's easy to do when you're the last ones left, buddy. Eddie G, way to hustle. Good hustle, buddy. Paul Taylor, can you come down here, please, and join us? Thank you.
You got me. Forward. You got me.
And we got JVK coming still.
Hi, Mom. Proud, baby.
Oh. Brian Oldie. Still a couple more coming, all right. Nobody hurt themselves. We'd hate for that to happen.
We're in Vegas! Yes, sir! Who wants that? Make the cut. Who wants to make
Oh, hello.
It's playing one more, that's awesome.
Sweaty boy.
Sweaty.
Let's get this thing done now before I finish.
I don't have the Eddie Fox calves to hold this right now.
Oh.
That's you.
Remember, this is on video, so this is you can move, and they'll still be able to capture that. Photog go.
Where is the camera?
All right, hold on, Mike. We got the photographer right front and center now. Once they, if we let the cameras part when you guys have got your shots, they want to get a still shot too. I know you don't got much room. Thank you. There we go. Now, photog right in the middle, guys. Face right in the middle. This is not a moving shot, so you have to sit still. Big smiles. 30 grand sounds good, yeah. All right, now, one last thing. One last thing real quick. Mr. Demko, where are you at? Mikey, where are you at? Mike Demko, where are you? There you are. Mike, one more last thing by request of your fellow player, Mike Demko. You go right ahead.
All right, my wife's birthday is today, and she let me come here to play. Oh, yeah. And we're selling our house, or in between houses, so she's dealing with everything. Can you guys sing happy birthday with me to her? I want to get it on video. That's okay. Michelle. Thank you, guys. All right, I want to go down here so I can get a video to send to her. Here you go, Matt. Matt, you can start. I want to get a video down.
Okay. You let me know when she's on the line, man. Oh, okay, that's even better, because then we don't have to actually count her answering the phone, especially on East Coast time.
All right. All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Michelle. Happy birthday to you. I love you guys, and I'll see you when I get home. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Well done, gentlemen. Well done. I never knew you had it in you. That is it for today. Yes, that is it for today.
All right.
Watch out for these cameras, guys. Watch out.
Thanks, Matt, for rounding up the qualifiers.
And I can't think of a better way to end the day than happy birthday to a loving wife at home, hopefully watching this entire live stream. If not, that was outstanding. Oh
Honestly, we should actually ask him to come back up and sing something to your wife for letting you be out here.
For me being here. I don't know what we'd sing, but yes, we should sing something. So
74 players have qualified, played their qualifying rounds.
We are done for today.
We are done for today.
We have an operator close to the pin event for all the operators that came here. We're going to go hang out for that. Actually, we got to get ready for tomorrow is what we have to do. But before we do that, we got to get you ready for tomorrow. So 74 players. Our qualifier is done. You're looking at some of the results here as you look at the top of this. The results. Anything stand out? I mean, honestly, I think certainly Joe Massara's day was really, really impressive. Andy Fox kind of methodically putting together the round that he did. We talked about some of these guys, Sean Gervais, who was playing in the back, Andy Haas, who we saw. So a lot of the favorites performing as such.
Yeah, Chris Brewer coming in at number 9, and I've told people this a lot. He is new to Golden Tee. We've been playing tournaments for a couple of years, but had a lot of strong finishes.
He's been up
at Richmond and
this
Houston.
Has been coming, absolutely.
So, he played really well today. Clint Grover, who was our silver bracket champion last year for 2018, number 14, two-time world champ Greg Kinsler coming in right close enough to the middle. Scott Kokel, the mouth, putting together that 32.
We just got a sleeve thrown to us by
I'll
the mouth, by the way.
let you keep that.
It's surprisingly not that sweaty.
Smell the inside.
No, thanks.
But Mouth shooting a 32 under on Sandhill to put himself right there in the middle of the bracket instead of the bottom half. So
go down a bit. The other interesting thing as you look at the rest of this bracket, I'm looking at Lance Harris. I'm looking at Kinsler as well. Guys that struggled on Agave that bounced back to
Jeff Harlow as well.
Yep, to shoot really, really good games. I think the thing that jumps out in general as you look at the qualifying scores for everybody is Sandhill, which we were planning to be diabolical. We wanted this to be the course was a lot easier than some of the earlier courses. Agave, Pembroke, things like that sort of got some of these players. Cat Andreas across the board. You see the 30s in the middle of the screen, the 31s, the 29s, 32, 33 was absolutely absurd. I can't wait to go back and watch some of the matches we record on there just because some of the scores there were absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and I got to say, we got to take a look at, the 33 and on spots, the silver bracket, a lot of names that were in the gold bracket last year.
And that's the nature of it's the nature of this tournament. At any other event, these guys are in the championship bracket, so to speak. You've got great players tomorrow that are going to be playing at 11 a.m. So let's talk about the schedule. 11 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central. We're going to start our silver bracket single elimination. We've got huge prizes still, even if these guys aren't competing for the actual world championship. We loved it last year. Because of the single elimination, it's again, you've got the best players in the world, some of them that are down there as well. It's going to be competitive. It'll be action-packed. I mean, what do you expect to see from those guys?
Well, just seeing the quick glance at the leaderboard and some of the names on there, I feel like there's going to be some strong competition on the silver bracket. Single limb puts a lot of pressure on these players. They're going to have to bring their A game. There is no losing a match, otherwise you're out.
Yes, different from what we're doing at 1:30. But before that, at noon Pacific tomorrow, we're going to talk to Larry Hodgson, co-creator of Golden Tee. This is the 30th anniversary. We nerded out with Jim Zielinski today. We're going to nerd out with Larry, talk about the history, the origins of how this amazing game was created and has thrived 30 years later. And then at 1:30, we'll start our championship matches. Double elimination. I've got the bracket in front of me. It's on goldentee.com. You guys should go check it out. We'll be spitting it out through social media and everything
Absolutely.
too. But massive day tomorrow. What do you expect to see?
I feel like we're going to see some upsets in the championship bracket.
Okay, okay.
But, we're kicking things off with Silver Bracket 11 a.m. We'll be here about 10:30, 10:45, so make sure you're tuned in to Golden Tee's social media, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch at Golden Tee, and, of course, we'll be sharing some of our favorite clips and qualifying scores throughout the night.
Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for those who came. Thank you for everything. Share this, support us, and we can't wait to get going tomorrow. So, again, 2019 World Championship Day 2, that is a wrap.
Thanks a lot, everybody.